Bolinda presents this unabridged recording of
Close to Death by Anthony Horowitz, read by Rory Kinnear. Part 1. Riverview Close. Chapter 1. It was 4 o'clock in the morning, that strange interval between night and morning when both seemed to be fighting each other for control of the day ahead. Riverview Close was perfectly silent, nothing moving, not a single light showing behind any of the windows, which was exactly how Adam Strauss liked it. He could imagine the entire world hanging in outer space, undecided, catching its breath, while the mechanism of the universe ticked slowly round, preparing for the business of the next 24 hours, the start of another week. He alone was awake. Even the birds hadn't begun their infernal dawn chorus, and the road, invisible on the other side of the brick wall that enclosed his garden, was delightfully empty of traffic. It had been 2 hours since he had climbed out of bed and dressed himself in the smoking jacket, crisp white shirt and bow tie that his wife had left out for him. In the world he inhabited, what he chose to wear was not just a choice, it was a strategy, and it made no difference if, as now, his audience was unable to see him. He could see himself, and, more importantly, his self-image, carefully created over several decades. His one deviation was the velvet slippers he had put on at the last minute, leaving the freshly polished shoes by the door. Slippers would be more comfortable, and they were quieter, ensuring that Terry wouldn't be woken up as he made his way downstairs. He was sitting alone in the long room that occupied almost the entire ground floor of the stables, an open-plan kitchen at one end and a library television area with its comfortable arrangement of sofas and chairs at the other. His seat was on casters, allowing him to slide up and down, alongside the 18th-century oak refectory table that had been rescued from a French monastery and which could easily have seated a dozen frères. The table drew a straight line from one end of the room to the other. 6 laptop computers had been placed side by side on the wooden surface, and, apart from a single lamp in one corner, the only illumination in the room came from the glow of their screens. They sat in a sprawl of wires with an extension lead and plug connecting each one to the mains. The laptops could easily have operated on their own batteries for the required 4 hours, but Adam would have been aware of the power running down, of the battery symbols at the top of the screens diminishing, and even the faintest concern that one of them might blink out would have been enough to put him off his stride. He needed total focus. Everything had to be exactly right. Adam Strauss, a Grand Master, had already played 22 games of simultaneous chess, connected over the internet to clubs in San Francisco, Los Angeles, Santa Barbara, and Palm Springs. There were 2 sessions. He was well into the second, with 24 games, 4 to a screen in front of him. The tournament had begun at 6 o'clock in the evening Californian time, which was why he'd had to get up so early and continue through the night. In fact, it made little difference to him. Whether he was involved in a single game or a tournament, when he was playing chess, he might as well have been on the moon. He wouldn't even notice the lack of gravity, or air. Adam had won all 22 games in the first round, and so far had seen off 17 of his opponents in the second, although he had been pleasantly surprised by the abilities of these American amateurs. One of them, a man called Frank, no surnames were being used, had managed to shatter his kingside pawn structure, and he'd been lucky to engineer a passed pawn for the endgame. Moving now to the next screen, he saw that Frank had pulled back a bishop, only making his position worse. Surely he could see that there were 5 moves to mate against any defence. The other contests were also drawing to a close, and, at the current rate of play, he calculated that in 18 minutes it would all be over. Theoretically, it didn't matter if he lost or drew, the fee he was being paid would stay the same, but Adam had decided that he wanted to make a clean sweep. 46 games, 46 wins. However well they had played, these people were amateurs. They should have expected nothing less. He advanced a rook on one screen, leaving it en prise, would Dean be unwise enough to take the bait, put Charmaine in check, mate in 3, and was just focusing on the next game, about to make his move, when he heard the gate opening outside his house. Riverview Close was set back from the main road, connected to it by a narrow drive that ran through an archway with an electronic gate controlling who came in and out. Adam Strauss's house was right next to this entrance, and although he couldn't hear the gate from his bedroom, which was on the other side, he was quite close to it here. Even as the mechanism whirred into action, it was accompanied by a blast of pop music cutting through the air, like a blade through grey silk. So we danced all night to the best song ever. The lyrics were so loud they were echoing in the room, and for a brief moment Strauss froze, his index finger hanging over the trackpad. He knew the car. He knew the driver. It was so typical. Only one man could be as gauche, as inconsiderate as this. He looked up at the screen, and even as he felt the cool touch of the plastic against his finger, he saw to his dismay that he had allowed his hand to fall. He had accidentally pressed the key and selected the wrong piece. The next move had been clear in his head. Knight captures the piece on F2. It was so obvious it could have been signposted in neon. But somehow he had managed to highlight the king standing next to the knight, and the rules dictated that there could be no going back. He had to reposition the king on a legal square, although he saw at once that any move involving that piece would destroy his game. In that tiny second of non-concentration, he had ruined everything. It was over. And so it proved. A tiny part of him had hoped that his opponent, Wayne, unable to believe his good luck, would come to the conclusion that Adam had laid some deep and impenetrable trap and would make a mistake of his own. Wayne was not a strong player. His opening had been standard, his middle game confused, and he had stumbled into an endgame that should have been over in no more than 6 moves. But when, after completing another circuit, Adam returned to the game, he saw that Wayne had advanced his rook to d4, closing in for the kill. With a flicker of annoyance, he resigned. 45 wins, 1 defeat. Somewhere in Santa Barbara, he could imagine a schoolteacher or an accountant, or worse still, a teenager, whooping it up. Wayne Nobody had just outmanoeuvred the man who had once beaten Kasparov and Spassky on the 38th move, in a game that had been Adam's for the taking. 15 minutes later, sitting there, utterly still, he heard a movement behind him. Terry, his wife, had come into the room, making no sound, her bare feet soft on the carpet. She laid a gentle hand on his shoulder, but didn't speak until he looked up, and she knew that the tournament had ended. "How did it go?" she asked. "Did you hear the car?" he asked back. She nodded. "It woke me up." She glanced at the blank screens. "What happened?" "I lost focus. I threw a game away." Terry walked over to the front window and looked out. She saw that lights had come on in the big house on the far side of the close. A bright green sports car was parked outside the front door, its roof still down. For a moment she didn't speak. She knew exactly what was going on inside her husband's head. She also knew that it was 4:20 and time to get back to bed. "Just one game?" she asked. "Yes." "You won all the others?" "Yes." He sounded irritable, far from victorious. "Of course it's annoying, Adam." She was talking quickly, not allowing him to interrupt. "But it's not important at all. It wasn't over the board, and it won't be reported." She smiled and held out a hand. "Why don't you come up and get some sleep? You'll have forgotten the whole thing by tomorrow." Adam stood up and put his arms around her. She was wearing an ivory-coloured nightie which hung loosely off her shoulders, and her skin had the wonderful warmth that is only generated beneath the covers of a bed. There was a faint muskiness about her. He would have recognised that scent anywhere. Terry was his second wife. His first marriage had been a hopeless mistake, but with her he had found the love of his life. He allowed the memory of 45 of the games he had just played to slip away from him, but one still remained. Suddenly tired, Adam Strauss followed his wife upstairs. At the far end of the close, the lights in the big house blinked off. Chapter 2. Tom Beresford also heard his neighbour arrive, but in his case it was the slam of the car door rather than the strains of One Direction at full volume that jerked him out of his shallow sleep. Even without looking, he could tell exactly where the emerald green Porsche Boxster number plate COK999 had parked. The sound of the tyres on the gravel and the crunch of footsteps heading towards the front door of the big house had given him a perfect mental image. It was going to happen again. When he tried to drive to work in about 3 hours' time, the car would be on the drive, perhaps with an inch either side allowing him to squeeze his way through, although it was more likely that he would have to ring the doorbell, engage in another pointless confrontation, and quite probably end up walking or taking the bus to his surgery in Richmond. He glanced sideways, searching for the silhouette of his wife in the darkness. Gemma was lying on her back, quite still apart from the almost imperceptible rise and fall of her chest. He was glad she hadn't been woken up, although if there had been the slightest sound from the twins next door, she would have been out of bed in an instant. Forget the fact that there was a live-in nanny upstairs fast asleep in her cosy room built into the eaves. Gemma had been connected to the girls from the day they had been born. If one of them fell over and hurt herself in a playground a mile away, she would somehow know. Lying on his back next to his sleeping wife, alone but not alone, Dr. Beresford had that familiar sense of a life no longer in his control. He had never wanted to come to Riverview Close, even if the house had seemed perfect when the estate agent had shown them round. A study for him, a garden for the children, the river, a golf club, and the deer park all nearby. Richmond was regularly voted one of the happiest places in London, but he still missed the terraced house in Notting Hill Gate where he and Gemma had first lived together, and where he'd had his own parking spot with no arguments, nobody blocking the way. He also missed his old surgery. What was it that had changed, moving just 7 miles west? He liked the other GPs he was working with in Richmond, although he saw very little of them. He was busier than he'd ever been, tired when he arrived at his consulting room, and worn out by the time he left. He thought about the day ahead. Monday. Always the worst day of the week. He could expect 20 patients in his morning surgery, as many as 25 in the afternoon. There would be the usual backlog from the weekend. He could already see the letters piled up on his desk. Clinic letters, lab reports, referrals, hospital discharge letters demanding one action or another. QOF indicators, CCG prescribing initiatives, CQE assessments. This was something that had become ever more apparent in the years since he had left Notting Hill. He had to wade through a slurry of different acronyms before he could actually start doing his job. There was an unpleasant taste in his mouth, and he remembered the whiskies he had thrown back before he'd gone to bed, but after he'd cleaned his teeth. The mixture of mint, fluoride, and single malt had left an indelible coating on his tongue. If he had thought it would help him sleep, it had done exactly the opposite. He was aware of a movement in the corner of his vision, as if someone or something had entered the room, but there was nobody there. The lights had gone out in the big house, allowing the night to leap up, filling in the corners. He closed his eyes. Go back to sleep, he told himself. Count sheep. Think about Chapter 6 of Fishburne and Grove Workforce Planning and Development in the NHS. Sink into the pillows and forget everything else. He should have taken a sleeping pill. He had prescribed zolpidem for himself. The 5-milligram sleeping pills worked quickly and caused no residual cognitive impairment, nor were they addictive. He took them once or maybe twice a week, but never more than that. He had the situation under control. He was tempted to swallow one now, but even half a pill at this time of the morning would be disastrous. The one thing he couldn't do today was oversleep. Quite apart from all the paperwork and the half-dozen home visits he would have to fit in, although he wondered if Mrs. Lee, with her enlarging aortic aneurysm, would have survived the weekend, he had been asked to interview another candidate for the nurse vacancy that the practice had been unable to fill for the past 3 months. There was a young man due to arrive once the surgery closed, if he remembered to turn up. Just thinking about it all made his head hurt. If he was lucky, he would be home by 7 for a quick dinner with Gemma before the meeting that had been called half an hour later at the stables, the home of Adam Strauss. That was the only thing that was keeping him going. There was no point lying here trying to get back to a sleep that would never come. Dr. Beresford gently slid out of the covers on his side of the bed, got up and padded out of the bedroom, dragging his dressing gown with him, but leaving his slippers behind. Gemma always left the door ajar for the twins, so there was no need to turn the handle, no click from the spring mechanism inside the lock. He padded down to the kitchen, and it was only when he was there that he turned on the light. A half-empty bottle of single malt and a glass with an inch of water from melted ice stood on the counter, accusing him. He had let Gemma go to bed ahead of him, saying he'd wanted to catch up with his emails, which was true, but it had also been an excuse to squeeze a few last drops of pleasure out of the weekend. If he were one of his patients, he would interrogate himself as to how much he was drinking, and, like most of his patients, he would lie. He flicked the kettle on and set about making himself a cup of coffee. If he turned on the grinder, he would only wake up the entire house. He would have to make do with instant. It didn't matter. Was it too early for a cigarette? He hadn't told Gemma that he was smoking again, but he wasn't going outside barefoot in his pyjamas. He waited for the kettle to boil. Forget the endless paperwork, the patients, and his room at the surgery that backed onto the A316 with the traffic rushing past and the smell of exhaust fumes. Don't worry about Mrs. Lee. What mattered right now was the driveway used by all the residents of Riverview Close. Think about the meeting. It was happening tonight. A chance to come face to face with Giles Kentworthy and settle all the grievances that had been mounting up from the day their new neighbour had arrived. The noise, the parties, the ugly camper van, the smoke from the barbecues. But worse than all of these, the shared driveway. It had become an obsession with him. He knew it was ridiculous, but he was sure the challenge of getting in and out of it was the real reason why Richmond felt so alien to him. Everything had been fine when he bought Gardener's Cottage, the second largest house in the Close, or rather when Gemma had bought it. It was her money that had made it possible, her success as a jewellery designer running an international business with boutiques in London, Paris, New York and Dubai. The 3-story house stood on the side furthest away from the entrance. To reach it, you drove through the automatic gate, past a line of terraced cottages, and then round the top of a circle of grass and flower beds in the centre of the courtyard, effectively a roundabout with its own one-way system. Everyone travelled anti-clockwise. Things became more complicated, though, as Dr. Beresford approached his own home. There were 3 garages in Riverview Close, and, perhaps sensibly, the architects had built them out of sight, round the backs of the houses to which they belonged. The problem for Dr. Beresford was that he shared a narrow driveway which led off from the roundabout and ran a short distance between the side of Gardener's Cottage and the garden wall that belonged to Riverview Lodge before coming to a fork at the end. Left for the Beresfords, right for the Kentworthys. Both families used this same stretch of gravel to reach their garages, but if Giles Kentworthy parked outside his own garage, it made it almost impossible for Dr. Beresford to drive past and enter his. The Kentworthys, who had come to Riverview Lodge 7 months ago, had a 2-car garage of their own. Unfortunately, they owned 4 cars. As well as the Porsche, there was a Mercedes, a Mini Cooper driven by Linda Kentworthy, and a Pontiac Le Mans Cabriolet, an absurd and wide classic car from the 70s. They had also parked a white VW campervan in the space next to their garage. It had never moved from the day it had arrived, and for Dr. Beresford it had become a skulking monster that he couldn't help noticing every time he went into his bathroom. Giles Kentworthy worked in finance, of course. He was one of those people who made money out of money, but did nothing for anybody around them. He didn't save lives, for example, or go into schools to lecture children on healthy eating, but that wasn't what bothered Tom Beresford. It was the man's extraordinary sense of entitlement, his utter lack of kindness or empathy. How many times had Tom explained he needed to get in and out whenever he wanted, that he might have to reach his surgery for an emergency? Kentworthy always had an excuse. It was late. I was in a hurry. I was only there for half an hour. You could have got past. But he never listened. Tom Beresford had taken legal advice. As it happened, one of his neighbours, Andrew Pennington, was a retired barrister, and he had examined the management contract they'd all signed. The entire driveway, including the section that led to the two garages, belonged to all 6 houses in the close, meaning that any costs for its maintenance and repair were divided between them. Burrow into the small print, and you would discover that everyone was legally obliged to be considerate and not block the driveway from other users. But what did that mean exactly? How did you prove a lack of consideration? And if one person was being willfully obstructive, what could you do about it? Andrew Pennington had advised patience and negotiation, but it was driving Tom Beresford mad. He went over to the kitchen window and pressed his face against the glass, looking obliquely out. He saw it at once, exactly where he had expected it to be, facing his garage, its bright green backside visible where the front wall ended, jutting into the middle of the drive. The rage he felt at that moment was almost physical, a wave of nausea and tiredness that shuddered through him. Much of it was caused by his work, the twins, Mrs. Lee, the form-filling, the hours, the bills, the complete helplessness, the sense of being adrift in his own life. But above all, it was Giles Kentworthy's car. It wasn't fair. He'd spent his entire life helping other people. How could one man treat him with such contempt? They were going to meet tonight. Everyone who lived in Riverview Close. There was to be a reckoning. For Tom Beresford, it couldn't come soon enough. Chapter 3. Despite its name, Riverview Close had no view of the River Thames. It stood in the grounds of a former royal residence, Revo Hall, built in 1758 for Jane Revo, a less well-known mistress of King George II. According to contemporary reports, the original house was something of a rarity, a Palladian villa that managed to be asymmetrical and ugly. It was perhaps no surprise that its architect, William de Quincey, eventually died in a prison that, by coincidence, he had also designed. Nothing remained of the old house. It had been damaged by fire in the early 19th century, left abandoned for almost 150 years, and finally bombed in 1941 by the Luftwaffe, who had done the entire neighbourhood a favour by getting rid of what had become a well-known eyesore. At some time during all this, Revo had been distorted into River View, either because the locals had no time for fancy French names, or simply because they were unable to spell it properly. What had been left of the estate was an irregular patch of land just off the Petersham Road, separated from the River Thames by a thick ribbon of woodland, with the towpath on the other side and no glimpse of the water, not even in winter when the branches were bare. Even so, the misnomer had stuck, and when the area was finally developed with 6 new houses, the largest of them standing in the footprint of the original villa and 2 others built where the gardener's cottage and the stables had been, Riverview Close was what it was called. The architects had decided on a deliberately picturesque design, using traditional stock brick that might have characterised an English village, along with Dutch gables, sash windows, and plenty of flowers and shrubbery to help the new owners forget that they were on the edge of a major city, and, indeed, in the modern world. Once the gate swung shut, the close lived up to its name in every respect. It was a tightly knit community. In fact, it was almost hermetically sealed. Yes, you could still hear the traffic crawling up and down Richmond Hill, particularly in the morning and evening rush hours, but the sound was counterbalanced by birdsong, the whir of weekend lawn-mowers, the occasional snatch of Bach or Sidney Bechet through an open window. Everyone knew each other. Everyone got on. At least, they had until the Kentworthys arrived. Andrew Pennington had been at home that day and had watched the removal men drive in, the pantechnicons only just scraping under the archway directly outside his house. He wasn't sure what the procession resembled more, a royal pageant or a funeral. One after another they had pulled up outside Riverview Lodge, a dozen young men bursting out and then scurrying around with boxes, crates, and different pieces of furniture shrouded in what must have been a mile of bubble wrap. Andrew had already spoken to Adam Strauss, who had sold the property and then moved into the stables on the other side of the entranceway from him. He had learned that Giles Kentworthy was some sort of hedge fund manager with offices in Liverpool Street. His wife, Linda, was a retired flight attendant. They had 2 children, Hugo 12 and Tristram 9, both of them at a local prep school on their way to Eton. They had a ski chalet in Les Trois Vallées. They had been living in Guildford, but wanted to be closer to London. The family had arrived a few days after their furnishings. Andrew knew the moment they were there. They had announced their presence with pop music pounding out from somewhere upstairs, followed shortly by the snarl of buzzsaws, as 2 English yews that had been planted a few years back were chopped down to make way for a patio extension. A day later, he had spotted 2 boys chasing each other round the close on skateboards, armed with plastic Star Wars lightsabers. 2 cars had already driven the wrong way round the roundabout and taken a tight right turn into the garage. A third, a Mercedes-Benz M-Class, took its place on the drive. All of this might have set him against his new neighbours, but Andrew preferred to give them the benefit of the doubt. It was perhaps a paradox that 40 years as a criminal barrister had persuaded him to see the best in the worst of people, but then again he had always worked in defence and had learnt that although everyone had the capacity to commit murder, even the most cold-blooded killers had a grain of goodness buried somewhere inside them, if you just looked hard enough. Fear, guilt, remorse. It took many forms, but he had never met anyone with no humanity at all. His career was behind him now. He had retired at about the same time his wife had been diagnosed with a cancer that would eventually take her from him. With the encouragement of his neighbours, he had planted the flowers in the courtyard roundabout, each one of them a small celebration of her life. There were white peonies, which she had carried in her wedding bouquet, and lavender, a perfume she had often worn. Argyranthemum, Jamaica primrose, because that was where she had been born and where the 2 of them had met, and sweet iris, which recalled her name. Riverview Close employed a full-time gardener and handyman, in fact, a woman, but she never touched the flower display. Andrew insisted on doing all the work himself. His first meeting with Giles Kentworthy had been nothing short of a disaster. On the first Sunday afternoon following their arrival, Andrew had walked round with a ginger cake he had baked that morning, and which he thought might be a nice way to introduce himself. It was the last week in November, and surprisingly warm, one of those days that the British weather occasionally throws out to take everyone by surprise. He had nearly always done the cooking when Iris was alive, and his ginger cake with cinnamon and black treacle had been one of her favourites. Carrying the cake in a plastic box, Andrew had crossed the close and rung the doorbell of Riverview Lodge. He had often been in the house when Adam Strauss had lived there. There had been regular suppers and drinks parties in each other's homes, and he resisted the temptation to peer into the windows on either side to see what changes had been made. After a long wait, just when he was tempted to ring a second time, the door suddenly jerked open, and Andrew was given his first close-up view of his new neighbour. Giles Kentworthy did not look very friendly, as if he had been disturbed in the middle of something important. He was a short man with very dark, beady eyes and neatly combed hair that was so jet black it might have been dyed. His cheeks were round and well polished, and this, along with his upturned nose and the white cricket jersey he was wearing, suggested something of the schoolboy about him, although he must have been in his 40s. He was smiling, but in an unpleasant way. It was the way a child might smile whilst pulling the legs of a spider. "Yes," he said. He had a high-pitched voice. A single word was enough to reveal his public school background. Andrew hesitated, and in that moment Kentworthy took control of the situation. "It's going round the back," he said. "You can use the garden gate." "I'm sorry?" "You're delivering the barbecue?" It was as much a statement as a question. Kentworthy looked past him. "Where's your van?" No, I'm your neighbour. I just wanted to welcome you to the close." Andrew lifted the Tupperware box. "I made this for you." Kentworthy's face fell.
God, what a stupid bloody mistake. I'm terribly sorry. We bought a new gas barbecue and it's meant to be delivered around now.
He reached out and took the box.
That's very kind of you, but you're going to have to forgive me. I can't invite you in right now. We're both at 6s and 7s, and one of the boys seems to have got whooping cough. Will you think me very rude if I take a rain check?
No, I'm sorry if I've called at a bad time.
Not at all. It's a very kind thought. You didn't tell me your name.
Andrew Pennington.
Well, Andy, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm sure we'll be having a housewarming party in due course, and that'll give us a chance to get to know each other better. Which is your place?
I'm over by the entrance. Andrew pointed. Well House. You may have noticed the old well next to the archway. They say it dates back to the 15th century. He wasn't quite sure why he had volunteered this information. You should keep your boys away from it, he added. You wouldn't want one of them to fall in.
I'm sure they're more sensible than that, but I'll have a word. And if you see the chaps with the barbecue, maybe you can point them in the right direction.
I'll do that.
Thank you.
The door closed. Andrew was almost surprised to find that the cake was no longer in his hand. He turned round and walked home. It was only later that the doubts came clouding in. It was true that he hadn't looked his best. He had spent the morning doing odd jobs, and he was still wearing his old corduroy trousers and loose-fitting shirt. He should have taken a shower first and changed into something a little smarter. But could Kentworthy have possibly mistaken him for a delivery man when there was no van in sight? And didn't most delivery people wear uniforms? And there had definitely been something a little fake, a little knowing about that opening statement. It's going round the back, you can use the garden gate. Giles Kentworthy had delivered it with a curl of the lip that had been dismissive in every sense, as if he were deliberately making a point. Casual racism had been a part of Andrew Pennington's life for as long as he could remember. He knew that he had been fortunate. His father had made a great deal of money in telecommunications, which had unlocked a private education, and, when he announced that he wanted a career in law, entry into a big-name chambers in Lincoln's Inn. Not for him the so-called black ghetto chambers that would have seen him working with local solicitors on pedestrian cases funded by legal aid. First as a pupil and then as a tenant, he had worked tirelessly. He had never allowed himself a margin of error. There could be no mistakes. Twice as hard to get half as far. That was the old adage. Nobody ever said anything. Nobody was offensive. But he could feel it the moment he walked into a room, the sense that he was different because of his colour. And there was that strange lack of progress. He got on well with the clerks, but his name was never put forward for the more high-profile cases. He was still trawling through stacks of documents late into the night, when he should have been, at the very least, a junior. Even in the latter part of his career, when he had become a QC, it had continued. How many times had he been stopped on his way into court, mistaken for a clerk, for a journalist, or, worse still, for a defendant? "Excuse me, sir, can I have your name so I can mark you as here for your case?" The security guards were always polite and apologetic, but he sometimes felt that they were all part of the same conspiracy against him. And then there were the judges, who patronised him or dismissed him, at least until he began his cross-examination. He had never complained. Iris had always insisted that if he was going to advance in a world where black barristers made up only 1% of the workforce, he should play the game, keep his head down. "But what about those who follow?" he'd asked her. "Don't I owe it to them to speak out, to make a noise? I spend my entire life talking about justice, but how can I do that when there's no justice for me?" "You are a successful man, Andrew," she had replied. "I'm proud of you. You being so successful, that will lead the way for others." Lying alone in the bed that they had shared for 35 years, Andrew remembered her voice. It was 5:30 in the morning, and already light. He had been woken up by the Porsche, just like Adam Strauss and Tom Beresford. Where had Giles Kentworthy been? Out all night until 4 in the morning. Didn't he ever sleep? Was Giles a racist? There was something else Andrew had noticed while standing there with the cake. A flyer had been placed in one of the windows, quite unnecessarily, as the only people who could see it lived in the close. It was a bright red square with the words "Believe in Britain" printed in white. He had recognised the slogan of the UK Independence Party, none of whose members were racist, of course, but whose candidates had so far managed to offend just about every ethnic group in the country, including his own. Every time he walked home, Andrew saw the poster and couldn't escape the feeling that it was aimed directly at him. And although there had been half a dozen parties at Riverview Lodge, including a New Year's Eve special that had managed to extend itself until midnight on the 1st of January, Andrew's invitation had somehow never materialised. 7 months later, he'd never been inside the house. He got out of bed and went downstairs to make himself some tea. There were photographs of Iris all around him, and he wondered what she would say. Would she have come with him to the meeting that was being held that evening, a chance for everyone to air their grievances, or would she have warned him not to go? He opened the fridge and sniffed the milk, and at the same time he heard her voice. "No good will come of it, Andrew, you know that. How many times have you seen it? Little grudges that get out of control and turn into fights, and fights that somehow become violent and end up with you standing there in court. You stay away." He closed the fridge door. He knew what she would have said, but this time he wasn't going to listen to her. It was only much later that he would wish he had. Chapter 4. At exactly 8 o'clock that morning, May Winslow and Phyllis Moore sat down to breakfast together in their tiny, perfectly arranged kitchen. They each had an organic free-range egg boiled for 3.5 minutes, a square of white toast without the crusts, and a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice, along with a shared pot of tea. They faced each other across a small kitchen table with a gingham cloth, 2 plates, 2 spoons, 2 egg cups, and 2 porcelain mugs. Upstairs, there were 2 small bedrooms with single beds. Both women had been married, and both of them were widows. May had a son who had moved abroad, and outside the Close they had few friends. They were quite happy to live the single life, but preferred to do so together. They had moved into the Gables in February 2000, 14 years ago. In keeping with the village ethos of the place, the architects had created a terrace of 3 cottages that stretched out along the eastern side. The Gables was in the middle, between Well House and Woodlands. With narrow corridors and a garden that seemed to struggle for space, it was the smallest home in the Close, and also the least expensive. But May, who had found the house, was determined to move into a smart neighbourhood. She had been born in Richmond, and her parents had been what she would have called respectable people. In her last years, she was determined to live like them. The new development had sold very quickly, although it had still been 6 months before everyone arrived, and once the dust had settled, May could see that she had made the right decision. Her immediate neighbours, Andrew and Iris Pennington on one side, and Roderick and Felicity Brown on the other, were delightful. The Beresfords had arrived next, moving into Gardiner's cottage exactly opposite them. That just left 2 properties. Adam Strauss, a very famous chess player and a minor celebrity with his own game show on television, had originally moved into Riverview Lodge, the largest and by far the most expensive property in the Close. At the same time, the stables, backing onto the Petersham Road, became the home of a businessman called John Emin, who had moved in with his wife, 2 very polite children, and a black Labrador called Doris. He was the last to arrive, and, as things turned out, would be the first to go. From the very start, everyone had got on perfectly, the way that neighbours used to long ago when May was a girl. They were friendly but not obtrusive, helping each other when needed, swapping local information, stopping for a chat whenever the occasion demanded. Occasionally, they had lunches or dinners in each other's houses. Andrew and Iris played bridge with Roderick and Felicity. The Beresfords and the Emmons were close. Adam Strauss and his first wife, Wendy, threw a garden party every summer and everyone came. Inevitably over the years, things had changed. Life is seldom perfect, and even when it is, it's not forever. May and Phyllis had largely kept themselves to themselves, part of the little community, but not dependent on it. However, as they drifted into and then out of their 70s, they both found themselves having to adapt to new circumstances. The women who lived on either side of them, Felicity Brown and Iris Pennington, both became sick. Despite her relatively young age, Felicity was soon confined to her bed and rarely left the house. Iris's illness was worse. She was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer and died a few years later. Death was followed by new life. Gemma Beresford in Gardener's Cottage gave birth to twin girls. At around the same time, Adam and Wendy Strauss got divorced. Wendy had never fitted into the Close, and it was no secret that she had been unhappy for some time. Adam remarried a year later, but he and his new wife, Terry, never took to the lodge. It was too big for them and too expensive. Adam's earnings had shrunk. His TV quiz show, It's Your Move, had been cancelled, and he'd been hit by a series of poor investments. Although the couple would remain where they were for another 3 years, they both knew they had no choice and began looking for somewhere else to live, outside Richmond. But then, at exactly the right moment, John Emin announced that he was relocating his family to Suffolk. He had made a fortune out of his business, arranging private and business loans, and wanted somewhere bigger to bring up his children, preferably in the countryside. May Winslow was particularly sorry to see the family go. Like them, she had a pet, a French bulldog, and they'd often met walking along the river. However, their departure brought an unexpected bonus. Adam spoke to John Emin, and the two men agreed a private sale. The week the Emins left, Adam and Terry Strauss moved across to the stables, keeping the Riverview community intact. The only question was who would be the new owner of Riverview Lodge, and, more importantly, would they fit in? "Did you hear him last night?" Phyllis asked, as she sliced the top off her egg with a decisive swing of the knife. She was the smaller of the two women, with tightly permed white hair and a thin frame. Her face had folded itself into so many creases that if she had been mummified, no one would have noticed. Certainly, it was almost impossible to imagine her as a young woman. Her 79 years had her in their grip, and she had long ago given up caring. Even her clothes could have been deliberately chosen to date her. Today she was wearing a floral-patterned dress that hung as loosely on her as if it had still been in the wardrobe, and brown derby shoes that took her all the way back to World War II. "Do you mean Mr. Kentworthy?" May asked. "Got home at 4:20. I saw the time on my alarm clock, and he had the music playing full on in his motor car. I wonder where he'd been. There's a party from the sound of it." Phyllis pursed her lips in disapproval. He was blasting out music as if he wanted the whole world to hear it. I'm sure everyone will have been woken up. The two elderly women seemed to fit together perfectly. They were seldom apart, and had known each other so long they had the awareness and the timing of a comedy double act, although without the jokes. They did everything in sync. The hoovering and the dusting, the cooking and the laying of the table. While one reached for the tea leaves, the other would be warming the pot. They watched the same programmes on television and went upstairs to bed at the same time. They never argued. People assumed they were sisters, which quite amused them because, as they explained, for almost 30 years they had been nuns, living together in the same convent in Leeds. In fact, May very much controlled the relationship. For a start, the house belonged entirely to her. She had bought the gables off-plan, without even visiting it, using money she had inherited. Phyllis lived with her rent-free as a sort of unpaid companion. May came from the south of England, enunciating her words with the care and exactitude of a Norland nanny, whereas Phyllis had never lost her Birmingham accent. May's large physique also gave her the edge. She had recently put on weight, which made her breathless and inclined to become red in the face if she did anything too quickly, although this somehow suited her. With her bright clothes, her chunky jewellery and the glasses hanging on a cord around her neck, she had the optimistic look of old age, the round, satisfied, homely cheerfulness of a fairy godmother. "Well, I didn't hear him." May spread a pat of Cornish butter onto a triangle of toast, and then bit into it with very white teeth that were, perhaps surprisingly, her own. "Did he wake you up?" she asked. "No, I wasn't asleep. I never sleep well any more. I don't know what's wrong with me." "Maybe you should talk to Dr. Beresford." "I think Dr. Beresford should see a doctor himself." I bumped into him yesterday in the high street." "You told me, dear." May quickly became irritated when Phyllis repeated herself. Phyllis blinked apologetically. "Oh, he didn't look at all well, poor man." There was a whine from underneath the table, and a brown face with bulging eyes, oversized ears, and a look of permanent dissatisfaction peered up at the two women. This was Ellery, the French bulldog they had bought a few years after they'd moved into Riverside Close. Ellery was a small, bulky creature who only took on the shape of a dog when he was walking. Lying on the bed or in his basket, he was more like an overfilled sack of potatoes. "Little Ellery." Without even thinking, May leaned down and fed the animal a corner of her toast. The dog wasn't hungry, but he liked to be included. "Who's a good boy, then? Who's a good boy?" This cooing might have gone on for several minutes more, but just then the doorbell rang. May glanced at Phyllis, and something flashed in her eyes, nervousness, perhaps, or annoyance. It couldn't be the postman. It was only 8:30, and he wouldn't come until mid-morning, not that either of them received very much mail. Nor were they expecting any deliveries. Somehow, they both knew who it was. At this time of the day, who else could it be? "I'll go," Phyllis said. "No?" May had taken charge. "I'll see to it." Wiping her hands on a tea-towel printed with the slogan, "Stolen from Bertram's Hotel," she walked stiffly out into the hall and over to the front door. She didn't have far to go. She could make out a figure on the other side of the smoked glass, and 2 pinpricks of red appeared in her cheeks as she reached down, slid the security lock to one side, and opened the door. A woman was standing on the doorstep, wearing designer jeans that hugged her a little too tightly, a loose blouse, and no makeup. Her hair, ash blonde with an undertone of silver, tumbled down her neck. In one hand, she was pinching a small plastic bag between her index finger and thumb, emphasizing the fact that it had something unpleasant inside. She held it out. "I think this is yours," she said in a voice that was at once cultivated and coarse, as if she had spent years with an elocution teacher, but one who had let her down badly. "Good morning, Mrs. Kentworthy," May replied, standing her ground and refusing to play along. "I found this on our lawn this morning," Linda Kentworthy continued. She was struggling to keep her temper. "It's the second one I've had to pick up this week." "I'm sorry, I don't understand." "You know perfectly well what I'm talking about, Mrs. Winslow. Your bleeding dog is completely out of control. It comes in under the fence and digs up the grass around our magnolia tree. You should see the damage. And then if that isn't enough, it does its poops in the flower beds. It's disgusting." "Please can I ask you not to use that language with me, Mrs. Kentworthy? And I've said this to you many times. The fence belongs to Mr. Brown. It's got nothing to do with us. But your dog goes into Mr. Brown's garden and then comes through the fence into ours. I think you need to talk to Mr. Brown. No, Mrs. Winslow, I'm talking to you. I really don't think I'm being unreasonable asking you to keep your animal under control." Linda Kentworthy was still holding out the green plastic bag, but May was reluctant to take it. "Did you see Ellery do that?" she inquired. "I didn't need to see him, did I? There's only one dog in these houses. It could have been a dog from outside. How do you know it's even a dog?" "I'm not going to argue with you, Mrs. Winslow," Linda sniffed. "But I'm warning you. I've spoken to my husband, and he wants you to understand something." She jabbed at the older woman with a finger topped by a long and brilliantly coloured nail. "If your animal strays into our garden one more time, I'm going to ask him to deal with it." May scowled, and 2 spots of red appeared in her cheeks. "I'm not going to be bullied by you or your husband, Mrs. Kentworthy." But the other woman was already leaving. As she turned, she dropped the bag so that it landed at May's feet. May stood still for a moment, then leant down, picked it up, and went back into the house. Phyllis was standing on the other side of the door, cradling the French bulldog in her arms. She had heard the entire exchange. "What a horrible woman!" she exclaimed. The dog gazed mournfully at the door, as if in agreement. "I really don't think we need to worry about her," May said. "We can talk about it this evening.
That's the whole point of the meeting, to clear the air. The trouble with the Kentworthys is that even though they've been here for more than 6 months, they're still behaving as if they're new to the close and haven't learned how to fit in with our ways. It's been 7 months, Phyllis scowled. You've been counting? Well, I'm sure it will all sort itself out somehow. May walked purposefully into the kitchen and added the bag to the general rubbish. We ought to be on our way, she said, reaching for the bright red beret she liked to wear when she went out and positioning it carefully on her head. Could you bring the almond slices, dear? We don't want to be late. 10 minutes later, the two women were standing at the bus stop, waiting for the number 65, which would take them into Richmond. Despite their age, they were still working, running a small business that May also owned. The Tea Cosy was a bookshop with a cafe attached, although, given that the space was divided 50-50 between the two, it could just as easily have been the other way round. It specialised in detective stories, but only those that belonged to the so-called golden age of crime, or modern novels that reimagined it. So, in conversation, the two women would fondly refer to Peter or Adela or Albert in such a way that an eavesdropper might think they were referring to a friend or a regular customer, when in fact they meant Lord Peter Wimsey, Mrs. Bradley, or Albert Campion, all fictional detectives whose adventures they sold either in antiquarian editions or in new, retro paperbacks put out by British Library crime classics. They did not stock any modern, violent crime novels, especially ones that contained bad language. A casual reader looking for Harlan Coben, Stieg Larsson, Ian Rankin, or even James M. Cain, The Postman Always Rings Twice, would have to continue down the hill to Waterstones at the corner. What they specialised in, exclusively, was cosy crime. They also stocked a range of gifts that were all crime-related, including the Agatha Christie tea towel May had used to wipe her hands. Other novelties included a Sherlock Holmes magnifying glass, Midsummer Murders mugs and T-shirts, Cluedo jigsaw puzzles, and a box of assorted chocolates marked Poisoned, a tribute to the great novel by Anthony Berkeley. They should have gone bankrupt long ago, but for some reason they continued to scrape by. The books were at the back, packed into floor-to-ceiling oak shelves, with the different authors and categories divided by potted plants. The gift section was at the front of the shop, on half a dozen tables close to the entrance. There were several different varieties of tea and coffee on offer, along with an assortment of cakes and pastries that Phyllis cooked fresh every day. Her blood-orange sponge was probably the most violent object in the entire place. Ellery went with them. He seldom left their side, and that was how they would spend the rest of the day, May and Phyllis bustling about, chatting to whichever customers happened to look in, Ellery asleep in his special basket, surrounded by books. An English murder, the nursing home murder, murder must advertise, sleeping murder. Murder was all around them. Chapter 5. Standing in his bedroom on the first floor of Woodlands, Roderick Brown had heard the entire exchange between May Winslow and Linda Kentworthy. It was a warm summer morning in early June, and the window was open. If he had leant out, he would have been able to see them, albeit at an oblique angle, but he would never have considered doing such a thing. Linda Kentworthy made him feel nervous. She reminded him of the matron at the prep school where he had spent 5 unhappy years, racked by a sense of inferiority and relentlessly teased by the other boys. Unlike Brenda Forbes, who had exhibited a textbook case of diastema, an unsightly gap between her 2 front teeth, an open invitation to plaque and quite possibly an indication of serious gum disease, Linda had a perfect smile. But the 2 women were equally menacing, one patrolling the corridors after lights out, the other casting a malign presence over day-to-day life in Riverside Close. May Winslow and Phyllis Moore were quite different. Although twice its size, Roderick's house was attached to theirs, the 2 front doors only a few steps apart, so they encountered each other often. They had a friendly, smiling, easy relationship, although they weren't what he would have called friends. The only time he ever went into the Gables was when something was wrong. Once when all the lights had inexplicably fused, once to help relight the Aga, and again to remove a quite remarkably large spider from their bath.
On all these occasions, the ladies had reciprocated with homemade jars of lemon curd or jam, paperback novels and crime-related souvenirs left on his doorstep with a ribbon and a handwritten thank-you card. It wasn't just that they were so much older than him. They seemed to be quite nervous of the outside world. Roderick couldn't help noticing that they seldom received any post, and what letters did come their way, he suspected, were bills or circulars. He had never seen any visitors arrive at their door. He knew that they ran their weird little bookshop in Richmond, although he had never shopped there. He had no interest in crime fiction, and tried not to eat sugar or carbohydrates, since why would he want to give Treponema denticola or Streptococcus mutans a free lunch? There were occasions, however, when he had picked up the two ladies in his Skoda Octavia because it was raining, pausing at the bus stop and taking them where they wanted to go. He tried to learn a little more about them on these brief journeys, but as grateful as they were also quite reluctant to talk too much about themselves. He knew they had both been married, that they weren't related, that May had a son living in the USA, and that Phyllis was childless. May had grown up less than half a mile away. Phyllis had come from Stourbridge on the edge of Birmingham. The most remarkable thing about them was that they had both taken holy orders, which was how they had met. They had been Franciscan sisters in the convent of St. Clair in Leeds, but had left when May inherited money from a distant relative. That was when they had moved to Riverside Close. The Gables had been the first house to be sold. Riverview Lodge had been the last to change hands. Making sure he couldn't be seen from the other side of the glass, Roderick Brown watched Linda Kentworthy disappear through her front door. Then he stepped away and continued getting dressed. He always wore a suit to work, even though he would change into white scrubs as soon as he arrived at the clinic in Cadogan Square. He owned the practice, and it was important to make a good impression on his staff, the two receptionists, the oral hygienists, the assistant dentists. He was, after all, the dentist to the stars. That was what he had been called in the Evening Standard Diary, and he still liked to play the part. He did indeed have several well-known actors, a major pop singer, and two best-selling authors among his clients, and although many people might not find anything particularly glamorous about dental medicine, he strongly disagreed. He loved his work, helping people and making them healthier. It was all he had ever wanted to do. He picked out a wide, patterned Versace silk tie and tightened it around his neck. The tie was pink and worked very well against the pale blue Gives and Hawkes suit. Looking at himself in the mirror, Roderick was not ashamed by what he saw. For a man approaching 50, he was in good shape, with a head of hair that was still thick and lustrous, even if it had already turned white, bright eyes, ruddy cheeks, and, of course, superb teeth. He had put on a little weight recently. He would have to watch that. He tilted his head, wondering if the flesh around his neck was beginning to sag, or was it just the line of his collar? The trouble was, it had been years since he had played squash or tennis, and he'd stopped jogging, too. No, it was the collar. He looked fine. Everything in their lives had changed shortly after they had moved into the Close. If Roderick had been a philosophical man, he might have considered more seriously the randomness of what had happened, the toss of a coin or the throw of a dice that could derail 2 careers, 2 lifestyles, a successful marriage. Felicity had been a senior associate in a leading firm of chartered accountants, on the edge of becoming a partner, but then she had become ill. It had started with tiredness, she couldn't sleep. Then there had been the lack of focus, the memory loss, the headaches, more and more days spent in bed. Glandular fever, hormone imbalance, anemia, all of these had been suggested by the various doctors they had consulted. In a strange way, the real diagnosis, which was much worse, had almost come as a relief. At least they both knew what they had to fight. Myalgic encephalomyelitis, ME for short, a condition whose main symptom was chronic fatigue. In truth, there was no fight to be had. Painkillers and antidepressants helped a little, but the doctors could offer no hope of a cure. Felicity seldom left the house now. Sometimes, when the weather was warm, Roderick might persuade her to come out into the garden, but she found the stairs a challenge, and too much sunlight hurt her eyes. She listened to books, as it was easier than reading. She also liked classical music, opera, choirs. Roderick had adapted the largest bedroom, making it comfortable for her. French windows on the side of the house opened onto a narrow balcony with a view over the garden of Riverview Lodge, a blazing magnolia tree, and a lawn running down all the way to the strip of woodland after which the Browns' own home had been named. This was where Roderick left her every morning. His own life had been heavily circumscribed by the need to look after his wife. When he had first come to Richmond, he had enjoyed sports. He had regularly played bridge with Andrew and Iris Pennington in Well House. He'd been a keen member of the Royal Mid-Surrey Golf Club, the Richmond Bridge Boat Club, and the London School of Archery, the last of these a hangover from his university days. They were all behind him now, and the garage, tucked away behind his house, contained a sad collection of his forgotten pursuits. Sagging golf clubs, dusty tennis rackets, a useless life jacket, the Barnet Wildcat crossbow he'd been given by his parents as a graduation present back in the 80s. He made one last adjustment to his tie, then left the room and crossed the landing to what had originally been the master bedroom, which Felicity now occupied alone. She was lying in bed, gazing out of the window. "I'm just leaving," he said. "Did you see?" Felicity could have been somewhere else. "There's so many parakeets today." "I haven't looked." "They're everywhere." The bright green parakeets were all over Richmond. Nobody was quite sure how they had arrived. Some said that Humphrey Bogart was responsible, that they had escaped from a film he was shooting at Isleworth Studios. Others had claimed it was the American guitarist Jimi Hendrix who had released the first pair deliberately. Historians insisted that they had been around for hundreds of years, originally kept in a menagerie belonging to King Henry VIII. Whatever their origins, Roderick knew they had become a source of comfort to his wife, and he was grateful to them. I won't be home late," he said, "but I've got a meeting over at the stables." "You never told me that," he had told her the evening before. "Oh, I'm sorry," he said. "I thought I'd mentioned it. We're just having a general chat about things in the Close. Would you like me to come?" "Well, let's see how you're feeling." It was often Felicity's way. She would suggest joining him for a cup of tea in the kitchen, a walk around the garden, or even a drink at the Fox and Duck, but when the time came, she would usually change her mind. Roderick heard the front door opening. "Oh, Damien's here," he said. "Is there anything you want?" "I can ask him when he comes up." "I'll see you tonight." He leant over and kissed her on the forehead. She smiled at him, but in the same way that she might have smiled at a memory. He went downstairs just as Damien was closing the door behind him. A tall, slender young man with black, curly hair, he was dressed in jeans and a lilac polo shirt with a Whole Foods tote bag over his arm. He had been Felicity's carer for 2 years now, coming in 3 days a week, and although Roderick was paying him, or rather his agency, a fortune, it was money well spent. Damien was reliable and endlessly cheerful. Felicity felt comfortable when he was there. It was impossible to imagine life without him. "Good morning, Roderick." Damien had been informal from the very start. "Hello, Damien." "I got some of that soft cheese Felicity likes." He raised the arm with the tote bag, then reached in and took something out. "And this was on the doormat." He handed over an official-looking brown envelope, addressed to the owners of Woodlands. Roderick tore it open with his thumb and took out a letter, which he saw at once had come from Richmond Council. His first thought was that it was probably a change to the rubbish collection, or perhaps they were finally going to do something about the traffic on the Petersham Road. But glancing at the single sheet of paper, he saw the headline and the details that followed. Notice of application. Town and Country Planning, Development Management Procedure, England, Order 2010, Town and Country Planning Act 1990, Planning, Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act 1990, Riverview Lodge, Riverview Close, Petersham Road, Richmond, Surrey. Reference number J05041955RIV, Outline Planning Permission. 4. Residential development of a swimming pool and pavilion and the creation of a new patio area on the eastern lawn of the property. "What is it?" Damien asked. He sounded concerned, and Roderick realised that he hadn't spoken for some time, nor had he taken a breath. The letter seemed to have broken into different pieces in front of his eyes, and it took an effort of concentration to put it back together again. In fact, it was simple. Giles and Linda Kentworthy had applied to build a swimming pool and some sort of changing area, bar and jacuzzi in their garden, the eastern lawn. That was the strip of land that ran towards his own house, directly in front of Felicity's bedroom. Roderick read the application a second time, and then a third. The Kentworthys wanted to take away the one thing that still mattered to Felicity. They were going to replace the lawn and the magnolia tree, the flower beds and the simple, uncluttered view with a swimming pool, a jacuzzi. Standing in the hallway, Roderick heard the screams of children, the splash of water, the chatter of the invited guests, the explosion of champagne corks. He saw steam billowing out of the hot tub and smelled the chlorine in the air. And this changing room. The application didn't say how tall it was or in what style it was going to be built. It could be anything from a Scandinavian log cabin to a Japanese pagoda. What was he supposed to do? Could he move Felicity to another part of the house? Why should he? They wouldn't get away with it. They couldn't. Richmond Council was famous when it came to planning applications like this. They would do anything to preserve the historical and environmental value of the area. Roderick would protest. Everyone in the close would do the same. There was no way this was going through. But even as he stood there, crumpling the single page in his hand, with Damien staring at him and asking him questions he couldn't hear, he knew that the first volley in a war had just been fired. Giles Kentworthy would have lawyers. He might have friends in the council. He was the sort of man who always got what he wanted, and he wouldn't have applied for planning permission if he didn't think there was a good chance of success. But Roderick was going to stop him. He remembered the meeting at the stables. It couldn't have been better timed. Everyone in Riverview Close would have received the same letter. It was a fight to the death, and it was starting now. Chapter 6. That evening, from 7:30 onwards, the residents of Riverview Close gathered at the stables, the home of Adam and Terry Strauss, who were hosting the event. As punctual as he had always been during his time as a barrister, Andrew Pennington was the first to arrive, wearing slacks and a V-neck jersey, carrying a small bunch of flowers and a bottle of wine. He was followed, a few minutes later, by Tom Beresford and his wife, who came empty-handed. Dr. Beresford, having been held up at work, had wolfed down a quick supper and had come without changing his clothes. His wife, Gemma, looked more demure in a black suit and one of her own creations, a silver serpent necklace curving around her throat. Neither of them was in a good mood. May Winslow and Phyllis Moore were the next to appear, bringing with them a box of chocolate bullets, part of a consignment that had arrived at the tea-cosy that afternoon. Their neighbour, Roderick Brown, was right behind them, accompanied by, to everyone's surprise, his wife Felicity, who had decided that the meeting was important enough to be worth what was, for her, a challenging journey. There were 9 of them, standing and sitting in the main living space where, just 15 hours earlier, the single chess game had been lost. The room looked beautiful, with low lighting, fresh flowers in porcelain vases, and piano music by Chopin playing out of hidden speakers. The many shelves of books also displayed some of the awards Adam Strauss had won throughout his career. The laptop computers had been cleared away, but there were still 6 chessboards on display, beautiful sets that Strauss had been given as prizes, wood, ivory, porcelain, and glass. Spread out on the long table were different plates of food that Terry had prepared, including the bao buns, egg tarts, and pineapple bread that connected her with her childhood. There were bottles of wine and spirits in the kitchen, a fruit salad, a cheese board, everything you would expect at a party, apart from, that is, the atmosphere. As the various guests waited, there was an unmistakable feeling of suspense. Giles and Linda Kentworthy had not yet arrived. It wasn't surprising that they had chosen to be late, but there was one question on everyone's mind. Would they arrive at all? The Kentworthys knew only too well that the evening had been designed to address some of the problems that had arisen in Riverview Close, But perhaps they had realised that they were the problems, and so had decided to stay away. That said, it was only 7:15. The doorbell would surely ring at any moment. Adam Strauss had joined Andrew Pennington, who was examining one of the chessboards, cradling a G&T in his other hand. "This one is my favourite," Strauss said, moving down the table. He delicately picked up a bishop, kneeling with his hands clasped in prayer, and held it in the light. The set it had come from was inspired by the Lord of the Rings. Sauron and Saruman ruled over the black side, facing Gandalf and Galadriel in white. Orcs fought it out against hobbits. Frodo and Sam Gamgee were knights. "It was handmade in Prague, and there are only 6 of them in the world," he explained. "It's very valuable. But that's not the reason why it's so precious to me. It was given to me as a 40th birthday present by Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the ruler of Dubai." Andrew couldn't help smiling. Adam Strauss was a terrible name-dropper. It was something of a joke in Riverview Close. The chess grandmaster was not an imposing man, with his black-framed glasses and a triangle of beard that sat rather too precisely on his chin. He dressed neatly and expensively. Appearances evidently mattered to him, from his well-oiled hair to his shoes, both of which gleamed. Everyone knew that he'd been rather humiliated by having to move out of the lodge. Now on the wrong side of 50, he was a man of diminished stature in every sense, and the name-dropping, the endless anecdotes about famous people he had met, was obviously his way of asserting himself. "I was invited to a chess tournament over there," Strauss went on. "The sheikh took a liking to me, and as a matter of fact I gave one of his sons a few lessons. Very handsome lad, and quite adept at the game." He handed the bishop over to the barrister. "I didn't really know the books at the time, but I read them afterwards. I rather liked them. Tolkien played chess, you know. I think he would have approved." "This looks just like Orlando Bloom," Andrew said. "There is a resemblance." "Is it ivory?" Strauss shook his head. "No, porcelain. I do have one set made of ivory," he pointed. "That one, over there. Of course, you're not meant to have anything made of ivory anymore, but I won that one when I was just 21, my first major tournament, so I suppose it's all right to hang on to it." He took back the bishop and delicately placed it in its correct position. A few steps away in the kitchen, Terry Strauss was holding out a plate of cheese straws for May Winslow and Phyllis Moore. The elderly ladies had managed to squeeze themselves onto 2 of the high stools next to the central island. They both had fruit cocktails laced with vodka. It was well known that they would never say no to a good slug of alcohol, possibly making up for years of abstinence at the convent of St. Clair. "Not for me, thank you." Phyllis held up 2 hands in a gesture of surrender, refusing the cheese straws. "We ate before we came out. This cocktail's very nice. What's in it?" "Mangosteen," Terry said. "Oh." Phyllis smiled, none the wiser. She drained her glass. "Can I have another?" Perhaps not, Phyllis," May suggested. She looked at her watch. "I wonder what's happened to Mr. and Mrs. Kentworthy." It was so typical of her to use surnames. Both women seemed to have modelled themselves on the Jane Marple novels they sold in their bookshop. It was as if the last 6 decades had never happened. "I'm sure they're on their way," Terry said. "It's not very far to drive." This was a penitent Phyllis, nursing her empty glass, trying her hand at a joke. "Let's give them the benefit of the doubt." Andrew Pennington had overheard the conversation and joined them. "I knew a barrister who always insisted on arriving late in court. He said it made more of an impression." "I'll have one of those, if you don't mind." Gemma Beresford leant over and lazily plucked out a cheese straw. "We were just wondering if the Kentworthys were going to grace us with their presence," May remarked. There was an edge of sarcasm in her voice. "I do hope so." Gemma glanced briefly at her husband, who was pouring himself a second whisky. "Tom is very much hoping to meet them." "Well, I'm glad to have you all here anyway," Terry said. "We don't get together half as often as we used to. It's important we stay close." Terry was Hong Kong Chinese, a very striking, elegant woman. Her parents, who ran a successful clothing business, had predicted what would happen to the city they'd always loved when the Chinese authorities took control of it, and had emigrated to the UK before the handover in 1997. They now lived in Manchester. The fact that both Adam Strauss's wives shared the same ethnicity had, of course, been noted in Riverview Close. He was attracted to Asian women, but this was entirely a matter of personal taste and something that none of them would have dreamt of mentioning. Gemma took her cheese straw and went over to her husband. "You all right, darling?" she asked. Tom slid the bottle away as if he had been caught trying to steal it. "Bastard's not going to come, is he said. She looked at her watch. "Doesn't look like it," she admitted. "He's laughing at us." Gemma frowned. "Maybe you should just try to relax," she said, keeping her voice low. "You can't keep letting him drag you down. It's not good for you." Tom ignored her. "He woke me up in the middle of the night last night, and this morning, when I tried to get to the surgery, his bloody car was blocking the way again." "How did you get in?" She had left before him, taking the tube into the centre of town. "I walked." "He can be very inconsiderate." "He does it on purpose." Tom drank half the whiskey in his glass. "Like not coming here tonight. I don't know why he moved into the Close. He clearly holds all of us in contempt." Gemma was becoming increasingly worried about her husband. It wasn't just the drinking, the secret smoking, or even the anger that she could see welling up inside him. It was the distance that was growing between them. There were times when she barely recognised the happy, easy-going man she had married. Tall and slim, with tumbling, sand-coloured hair, there'd always been a boyish quality about him. But now he was being pulled in different directions, by life, by work, above all by Giles Kentworthy and his wretched cars, and it was beginning to show. He was going to be 40 next year, but he looked much older. Unhappiness was etched into every part of his face. She regretted bringing him here. How could she save him? How could she save both of them? "Try not to get too stressed," she said, gently touching his arm and then moving away before he could protest. She went over to the other side of the room where Roderick Brown was standing protectively behind his wife, who was in an armchair, almost folded into it. Gemma remembered Felicity when they had first arrived. Their houses faced each other across the courtyard on either side of Riverview Lodge, and the two of them had often met. Felicity, Fee, had been so different then. Socially and politically active, campaigning for the Liberal Democrats, supporting the Orange Tree Theatre, dragging Roderick off to her beloved archery club — she was a much better shot than him, she said — and occasionally throwing gourmet dinners. And then this wretched illness had not so much crept up on her as pounced, draining all her energy and vitality and turning her into the casualty who had somehow made it here tonight. Gemma had been surprised to see her. She knew that Felicity spent most of her time in bed. "How lovely to see you, Felicity," she said now. "I'm so glad you came." "We have to talk about the swimming pool," Felicity replied. Even speaking was a struggle for her, the words falling heavily from her lips. "Oh, yes." Like everyone else in Riverview Close, Gemma had received the planning application, which had been waiting for her in the kitchen when she got home. It didn't bother her too much if the Kentworthys wanted to vandalise their own garden. The pool would be situated on the other side of the house, some distance from Gardener's cottage. But of course it would be directly in Felicity's line of vision, along with the jacuzzi and the changing room. "Well, we're not going to let them get away with it," Roderick exclaimed. "Someone should do something about him. Someone should... well, I don't know. Ever since he came here, he's been nothing but trouble." "I'm sure the council won't allow it," Andrew Pennington said, although it was clear from his voice that he had misgivings. All the houses in the Close were modern, and the garden was out of sight of the main road. It was quite possible that the Kentworthys would be allowed to do whatever they wanted. "We might have to move if it goes ahead," Roderick added glumly. "I'm not moving." Suddenly, Felicity was fearsome, her hands clutching the arms of her chair. "Why should I? It's not fair. This is my home." There was the sound of a fork hitting the side of a glass. Adam Strauss was standing in front of a gold-framed mirror next to the front door. "Excuse me, everyone," he called out. He put down the fork and picked up his telephone. Everyone knew there was bad news coming. They could see it on his face.
I'm afraid I've just had a text from Giles Kentworthy. He and his wife won't be joining us after all." The announcement was met with a profound silence. Nobody in the room moved, as if they were waiting for the person next to them to react. It was Tom Beresford who spoke first. "Why not?" he demanded. "He doesn't really say," Adam read from the screen. "Sorry, can't be with you tonight. Trouble at work. Maybe next time." He lowered the phone. "I suppose I'm not surprised." "Sounds quite cheerful about it," Tom said. "It's very rude of him." Terry Strauss blinked, her eyes bright with anger. She waved a delicate hand over the refectory table. "I go to all this effort to make it a nice evening." She remembered that she was not the only one who had been put out. "And, Felicity, I know how very, very hard it was for you coming here. It's not fair." "It's wrong of them." Felicity looked defeated. "It's not just rude, it's extremely inconsiderate." Gemma Beresford weighed in. "We've had to pay Kylie extra to babysit tonight." "I thought Kylie lived with you," Terry said. Kylie was the nanny, originally from Australia, who looked after the Beresfords' twin daughters. "She does, but we still have to pay her if she works overtime." Gemma went over to her husband. "Tom's exhausted. He was woken up at 4 o'clock this morning." "By Giles Kentworthy," Adam muttered sourly. "I heard him too." "The only reason we're here is because we wanted to have it out with him," Gemma said. "I don't mean to insult you, Terry. It's a lovely spread, but it's just too bad." "I did want to talk to them about the fence," May said. "I know it's not our fence, but they won't stop going on about it." "That woman won't leave us alone," Phyllis added. "She was around this morning making threats." "The swimming pool," Felicity insisted. "We have to stop them. You have no idea. It will be awful." Adam held up a hand for silence. "My friends," he began, "I feel terrible about all this. After all, I was the one who sold them Riverview Lodge in the first place. It certainly wasn't my intention, but I was the one who brought all this trouble into our lives. Even now I ask myself if I should have asked more questions when I met them, or perhaps explained things better." He paused, his face full of regret. "I met both the Kentworthys," he continued, "and it never occurred to me that they would be so complicated. They seemed very pleasant to deal with, although it's true that Giles Kentworthy did behave badly. I've made no secret of the fact that he reduced his offer one day before exchanging, knowing that I'd have no choice but to go along with it, but then he's a financier. I assumed that's how these people behaved. To be fair, quite a few issues had shown up in the survey. I would have sold this house to someone else if I could have, but, well, there were no other serious buyers." "Nobody blames you," Terry said. Her face challenged anyone in the room to disagree. "The question is, what are we going to do? What can we do?" "Maybe we should give them a taste of their own medicine," Tom Beresford suggested. "Let's see how they feel when they find their own cars barricaded in." "We could have a few parties of our own," Gemma added. "Blast music at them in the middle of the night and litter their front drive with champagne bottles the next day, like they do. I think Tom's right. We've all been far too polite about this." "Could I have a drop more vodka?" Phyllis asked, but this time without the mango juice. Andrew Pennington had stepped forward. He was a quiet man, but he had a way of commanding a room that came from years spent in court. He waited for everyone to stop talking, then he began. "If I may advise you," he said, "the one thing we shouldn't do is engage in a war of attrition. The sort of neighbourhood disputes that we've been experiencing are terribly common, I'm afraid, and they have a nasty way of escalating. It's always better to discuss things in a civilized manner." We can't do that if they don't show up," Roderick Brown pointed out. "We can write to them. I'd be happy to draft a letter setting out our concerns." "What makes you think they'll even read it?" Gemma asked. "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, but in the meantime we must take things one step at a time, and whatever we do, we must remain within the law. We should record everything that happens from this moment on. Tom, if the drive is blocked, make a note of the time, and if Giles Kentworthy is offensive to you, try to record it on your iPhone. The same when they have parties or allow their bottles to litter the close." What about their children? May asked. I don't like the way they go whizzing around on their skateboards. One of them nearly crashed into me the other day. I called out to him and gave me the finger, Phyllis said. Language, dear. Well, he did. There is a code of conduct that we all signed when we moved into the Close, Andrew Pennington reminded them. It precludes ball games and the use of bicycles, although I'm not sure if there is any mention of skateboards. And cricket, Gemma added. They whack the ball around like nobody's business. They almost hit Kylie once. What if it had been one of the girls? It could have been a nasty accident. They need to move that bloody camper van, Tom Beresford said. Surely they can't just leave it sitting there the whole year round. He turned to Andrew Pennington. Can't we sue them or something? There's very little we can do, the barrister replied regretfully. I suppose we could write to them and threaten them with legal action, but once you start hiring outside lawyers, that can become an extremely expensive proposition, and there can be no doubt that Mr. Kentworthy will have deeper pockets than any of us. Are you sure you want to take him on? What about the swimming pool? Felicity demanded, struggling to express the anger she felt. It was the third time she had raised the subject. Her husband immediately took her side. It may not be so important to the rest of you, Roderick said, but it's going right underneath Fee's window. He looked to Andrew Pennington. We must be able to stop it. Well, as I said, the council hasn't given permission yet, and there's every chance that they'll refuse. It will ruin my view. Unfortunately, the loss of a view is never a consideration in planning law, Andrew continued. However, there are plenty of other objections we can legitimately make. Noise is one. It will most certainly affect the character of the Close. This is a conservation area, and the threat to the environment from chlorine and other chemicals must be relevant. They may decide to cut down trees. They already cut down my 2 yews, and no one paid a blind bit of notice, Adam remarked. Well, we'll need to see the architectural plans. What is this changing facility they're hoping to build? If it blocks a significant amount of daylight for Roderick and Felicity, that's definitely grounds for dismissal. The pool could be dangerous for Ellery. Phyllis blurted out the words as if the thought had just occurred to her. Suddenly, she was the centre of attention. He goes into the Kentworthys' gardens sometimes. He doesn't do any harm and just likes sniffing around. If there's a swimming pool there, he could fall in. You might like to put that in your letter, Andrew said kindly. It's another consideration, and the more the merrier. We should all write letters to the council, he went on, setting out our objections, and it would be a good idea if these were coordinated. Again, I'll be happy to help, but it's essential that we're restrained. It won't do any good being vindictive. There was a pause while everyone took this in. So that's it, then? Roderick said. We write letters and we wait? That's my advice, yes. Andrew took a sip of his gin and tonic, as if to signal that he had said enough. Well, I agree absolutely, May said. There's absolutely no point getting into a fight with this man, and I'm certainly not interested in hiring lawyers. I say we just ignore him and hope he goes away. That's the only way to treat bullies. Pretend they're not there. I agree with May. Phyllis tried a wobbly smile. Live and let live, that's what I say. But since we're all here, why don't we have another drink? The party, if that's what it was, continued for another 30 minutes, but the Kentworthys' non-appearance had made the whole thing pointless. Adam Strauss, supported by May Winslow and Andrew Pennington, tried to keep everyone's spirits up, but the evening quickly fizzled out. Roderick and Felicity Brown were the first to leave, and the others drifted away soon after, leaving the bao buns and the custard tarts uneaten on the refectory table. It would be another 6 weeks before death came to Riverview Close, and everyone who had attended the party would find their lives turned upside down. And throughout the police investigation, with its mutual suspicion and alternative truths, there was one thing on which they would all agree. Giles Kentworthy really should have been there. Part 2. The 5th book. Chapter 1.
Anyone who has read the 4 books I've written about my adventures with ex-Detective Inspector Daniel Hawthorne may be surprised by this one. Where is Hawthorne? Where am I? What's going on with the third-person narrative? None of this was exactly my choice. More than a year had passed since my play Mind Game had been produced, largely trashed by the critics and tucked away in that file marked unlikely to be revived by the National Theatre. Was I depressed by what had happened? Not really. If you're going to spend your entire life writing, you have to accept the possibility of failure and live with it when it arrives. There's an old saying, you're only as good as your last script, but that's not true. You're only as good as your next one. Writing is all about looking ahead. The worst thing that had happened to me as a result of Mind Game was being arrested for the violent murder of Harriet Throsby, the critic who had given the play its most venomous review. Frankly, of the 2 of us, I think she came out of it worse. My agent, Hilda Stark, knew nothing of this. I hadn't sent her the novel yet, and she'd only seen a brief synopsis of Murder at the Vaudeville Theatre, which was my working title. She would certainly be delighted that I'd cleared my name, if only because it wouldn't have been easy to get books out of me if I'd been banged up in Wormwood Scrubs. I've never been quite sure if literary agents work for their writers or the other way round. Hilda had already twisted my arm into signing a 4-book deal with Penguin Random House, arranging delivery dates that even an AI-powered neural network machine would have had difficulty meeting. Either I'm too weak, or I like writing too much, but I always seem to be locked in a room with a ream of A4, while other writers are out and about having a good time. There had, however, been a development that even Hilda could not have foreseen. I couldn't write another murder story for the simple reason that nobody had been murdered. I hadn't heard from Hawthorne for months. That's the trouble with writing what I suppose I must call true crime. When I was working on the television programme Midsummer Murders, nobody so much as blinked if there were 4 or 5 homicides in a single episode. Hercule Poirot investigated no fewer than 85 mysterious deaths, starting with the one at Styles during his career. Real life is not like that. There are 700 or 800 murders a year in the United Kingdom, but most of them aren't mysteries at all. A fight in a pub, a domestic argument that turns violent, knife crime. These are all horrible, but nobody wants to read about them. Even journalists find them pedestrian. The police don't need to call Hawthorne when the killer is sitting in the kitchen with a meat tenderizer in one hand, a bottle of whiskey in the other, and blood all over the walls. None of this had occurred to Hilda when she called me unexpectedly around noon. I was, as usual, in my office in Clerkenwell, listening to the thud of jackhammers and the endless whine of huge industrial drills as the new Crossrail Underground was constructed just across the road. Everywhere I looked, there were cranes circling one another like prehistoric beasts deep in conversation. All the activity, the sense of London reinventing itself, only made me feel more isolated, which was one of the reasons I never failed to answer my phone. "How are you getting on with the next book?" the familiar voice barked into my ear. Hello, Hilda," I said. Which book are you talking about?" "The new Hawthorne. We need the 5th in the series." She always called them the Hawthorne books. Everyone did. It was strange the way I did all the work, but never got a mention. "Why are you asking? We've got plenty of time. And I still haven't finished Murder at the Vaudeville Theatre." "I really don't like that title. It's too old-fashioned. Hawthorne has a much better one." "When did you see him?" I had that strange sense of unreality that seemed to have taken over my life from the day I'd met Hawthorne. "He called in last week. They want him to appear on the Today programme." "Talking about what, exactly?" "Working with you, I suppose." Shouldn't it have been the other way round? I decided not to go there. "Why are you asking me about a book I haven't even started writing?" I demanded. "Because you've got to deliver it by Christmas." "Who said that?" "Didn't you read your contract?" "I never read my contracts. That's your job." "Well, I agreed to a December delivery. It's ahead of the game, but shows how much confidence they have in you. They want to publish in time for spring." I heard a bump and a rustling sound at Hilda's end, and her voice became distant as she lowered her mobile into her lap. "I'll have a tuna fish baguette, a flat white, and a peppermint aero." "Hilda, are you ordering lunch?" She either didn't hear what I said or ignored it. "So, when are you going to get started?" she demanded.
I don't know. I haven't seen Hawthorne in months, and unless he told you something different, he hasn't investigated any new cases. There was a pause as she digested this. Well, you'll have to write about an old one, she said. Talk to Hawthorne. He must have solved 6 murders before he met you. Give it a think, Tony, and get back to me. Tony? Was she really calling me that too? I opened my mouth to protest, but she had already hung up. Several thoughts went through my head. I had always liked the security of a multiple book deal. It effectively meant that I was being paid for 4 bites of the cherry. Even if my next book was a disaster, I'd be guaranteed 3 more. Most writers live with what is known as imposter syndrome, a chronic fear that at any moment they'll be found out and their books will be unceremoniously taken off the shelves and pulped, reduced to a milky white substance that will then be reconstituted into new paper and used for somebody else's book. My deal pushed that possibility further into the future. The downside was that it tied me to my publisher, making me almost a full-time employee. It committed me to another lorry load of words, 300,000 of them, or maybe even 500,000 by the time I'd done second drafts and edits. It was a mountain to climb, and given that Hawthorne hadn't so much as sent me an email or a text since Harriet Throsby's killer had been arrested, life in jail with a minimum of 23 years, I couldn't so much as take the first step. It was as if I was suffering from somebody else's writer's block. I flicked on the kettle and considered what Hilda had suggested. An old case. A murder that Hawthorne had solved before he had forced his way into my life. It did have some attractions. It would be much easier to write. All the facts would have been set out, the clues assembled, the killer already known. This would be, for me, a huge relief. I wouldn't have to follow 6 steps behind Hawthorne for several weeks, desperately hoping he would find the solution so that I'd be able to finish the book. I wouldn't get everything wrong, like a real-life Watson or Hastings, and nor would I get stabbed, as had happened on 2 occasions. All I would have to do was sit down with Hawthorne, listen to him set out the main beats of the story, examine any case notes he might have, maybe visit the crime scene to get the atmosphere and physical description, and then sit down quietly and write the whole thing in the comfort of my own home. The timing could hardly be better. 11th Hour Films, the television production company run by my wife, had just started developing Alex Rider for Amazon TV, but I'd decided not to write the scripts. There were 2 reasons for this. The first was that I was writing a new book, Nightshade, but I was also thinking of Stormbreaker, the feature film that had been made 16 years earlier in 2003. The experience of working with a certain Harvey Weinstein, our American producer, had not been an altogether happy one, and I thought it might be more sensible to let someone else have a crack of the whip. We'd found a great writer who was about 20 years younger than me. He'd bring his own vision to the character, and although I'd help shape some of the episodes, I would be free to focus on other things. One of these was a new James Bond novel. Trigger Mortis had come out and had done well, and, to my surprise, the Ian Fleming estate had offered me the chance to write a second. My first instinct had been to say no. Bond novels demanded an enormous amount of work, doing the research, getting the language right, avoiding the obvious pitfalls of bringing a 1950s character to life for a 21st century audience with a whole new set of values. I wasn't even sure I had a second story in me. Then, something had happened. A first line fell into my head. I've no idea where it came from. I sometimes think that all writers are like radio receivers, picking up signals from who knows where. So, 007 is dead. It was M talking. One of his agents had been killed, but it wasn't Bond. This would be an origin story, predating Casino Royale, telling how Bond got his license to kill, inherited the number, and was sent on his first mission. I'm not saying it's the most brilliant idea anyone's ever had, but that's how it works for me. I knew I had to write it. I was thinking about setting it in the south of France. It would involve the CIA and the true scandal of American involvement with heroin traffickers back in the 50s. I already had some thoughts about the main villain, Jean-Paul Scipio. Fleming had a penchant for physical peculiarities, from Dr. No's contact lenses to Scaramanga's third nipple. Scipio would be massively,
unnaturally obese, and that would also play a part in the way he died. I wasn't writing it yet, although I was thinking about it all the time. This meant my desk was clear, and there might just be time to get Hilda off my back. There was something else I remembered. When Hawthorne and I visited Alderney for the literary festival that had led to the first murder on that island for 1,000 years, he had mentioned something that had taken place in a close or a crescent of houses in Richmond on the edge of London. It was one of the first cases he had solved as a private detective after he'd been thrown out of the police force following an accident that had led to the hospitalisation of a suspect he'd been questioning. Those inverted commas are well deserved. The man in question was a vile human being dealing in child pornography, and Hawthorne had been right behind him on a steep flight of stairs when the man had somehow tripped and fallen. I hadn't seen Hawthorne for some time, and it occurred to me that, in a strange way, I was missing him. I wouldn't have described him as a friend, but after 4 outings together, we were becoming something that vaguely resembled a team. It was also true that, but for him, I would have been writing this from inside a prison cell. Even while I'd been talking to Hilda, I'd been thinking how good it would be to see him again. I picked up the phone and called. Chapter 2. We met, as usual, in one of those coffee bars that have managed to get a stranglehold on the streets of London, each one of them not just identical to each other, but, perversely, to the coffee bars owned by their competitors. Hawthorne's flat was only a 15-minute walk from where I lived, but it was equally uninviting, perhaps one of the reasons why he seldom invited me there. We ended up at a Starbucks, or was it a Costa, nearby, sitting outside in the not-very-fresh air so that he could smoke. I've described Hawthorne's London home often enough. The emptiness and lack of any personal touches apart from his extensive model collection, the planes, tanks, battleships and transport vehicles from 2 world wars that he had painstakingly assembled there. Hawthorne was so reluctant to tell me anything about himself that I had taken an almost unhealthy interest in where and how he lived, hoping it might provide me with a few clues. Take his hobby, for example. Was it a throwback to a childhood that had been damaged in some way, or just an enjoyable way to pass the time? And what about his book club, the weird group of people who met every month in a flat 1 floor below? I'd been introduced to a vet, a retired concert pianist, and a psychiatrist who had taken an almost perverse pleasure in dismantling the work of my literary hero, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. After just a short while in their company, I wondered if any of them were quite what they seemed. It was as if they were united by some ghastly secret, like the cast of Rosemary's Baby. Not one of the people I met there had been straightforward. Take Kevin Chakraborty, Lisa's son. He was Hawthorne's teenaged friend, confined to a wheelchair with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, and quite possibly one of the most dangerous young men in the world. He regularly helped Hawthorne by hacking into computer systems and, when necessary, causing them to crash. He had access to the entire UK CCTV camera network and could find anyone, anywhere, with a single twitch of his mouse. I had no doubt that he could bring the whole country to a standstill, or cause planes to drop out of the sky if he was so minded, and it was fortunate that the 2 of them were, at least to an extent, on the side of the angels. Hawthorne solved murders. He believed in justice. The only trouble was that he didn't care how he achieved it. When I was a fugitive from the police, I had spent a night at his flat tucked into William Hawthorne's bed, or as much of me as would fit. William was Hawthorne's 14-year-old son, and his bed was about a metre too short for me. That was something else I didn't understand. Hawthorne was still married. He clearly saw a lot of his son, but he was on his own. How did that work? And how did he come to be living in that architecturally incongruous, vaguely brutalist apartment block on the edge of the River Thames, close to Blackfriars Bridge? His flat didn't belong to him. He had told me that he was living there as a caretaker, working for his half-brother, who was an estate agent, but neither of these statements was true. It was all quite complicated, but as far as I could see, the facts were as follows. Roland Hawthorne was not an estate agent. Roland worked for some sort of shadowy security organisation that owned flats throughout the building. The organisation was run by a man called Morton, who also employed Hawthorne as an investigator whenever he wasn't working for the police. Roland was not Hawthorne's half-brother. His father, a police officer, had adopted Hawthorne after his parents died in mysterious circumstances. The more I learnt about Hawthorne, the less I knew him. He was a brilliant detective. 4 times I'd watched him pluck solutions out of the air, knitting together clues I hadn't noticed even as I'd described them, but his private life, insofar as he had one, was peculiar, quite possibly dangerous, and I'd be perfectly happy if I never went anywhere near Hawthorne's flat again. I could have invited him over to my own home in Farringdon, but I wasn't too keen to do that either. For a start, my wife, Jill Green, had a television production company just around the corner, and she could have walked in on us at any time. I didn't want them to meet. Jill had never really approved of Hawthorne, not since he had first tricked his way into my life. She had read The Word is Murder and The Sentence is Death, and said she'd enjoyed them, but she had serious reservations about my appearing in them, and certainly didn't want to do so herself. I was still worrying about what I was going to do when the 4th novel, Murder at the Vaudeville Theatre, came out. I had never told her everything that had happened, and I wondered how she'd react when she read that I'd been arrested by the police on suspicion of the murder of Harriet Throsby, and had spent 24 hours being interrogated under caution. Also, Hawthorne was the only person I knew who still smoked, although he never seemed to enjoy cigarettes. He smoked mechanically, an idiosyncrasy rather than an addiction. If I have one abiding memory of him, it's watching him hunched over a black coffee in his trademark suit, white shirt and tie, his shoulders hunched, gazing at me with those softly menacing brown eyes, whilst tapping ash into the lid of his polystyrene cup. At those moments, he could have walked out of one of those films shot in the 40s, a reborn Cagney or Bogart. Nothing about him was black and white. It was all various shades of grey. So that was where we found ourselves, sitting outside a Starbucks on the Clerkenwell Road. It was the first week in August, and I had just 5 months to produce a book which, at that moment, had no title, no plot, no characters. In fact, I didn't have the faintest idea what it was going to be about. Hawthorne had agreed to meet me, but I still didn't know if he was going to help. "How are you?" I began. He shrugged non-committally, as unwilling as ever to provide any information about himself. I wondered what would happen if he ever got ill. The doctor would have to tie him to a chair to get so much as a blood sample. "I'm okay," he said at length. "How was Radio 4? I was still a little put out that he'd been invited and not me, but did my best not to show it. He shook his head. "I turned them down. I'm not interested in publicity." "Publicity sells books." "Not my job, mate. I should have kept my name out of the books to start with." He pulled out a cigarette. "Too late now." "So, what have you been working on?" "Not a lot." He looked at me suspiciously. "Why are you asking?" I explained that Hilda had called me and that we needed to start a new book straight away. Hawthorne already knew. "Yeah. She told me she was going to call you," he said. Of course she had told him. He wouldn't have met me if it was just for coffee and a general chat. I didn't feel comfortable that he was now represented by my agent, particularly as she seemed rather more invested in him than in me. I bet she hadn't ordered lunch while she was talking to him. "So, what do you think?" I asked. "You want to write about a murder that happened before we met?" "Well, you said it would be a good idea. When we were at the Alderney Book Festival, you mentioned a case you'd solved in Richmond, somewhere called Riverside Close." He lit the cigarette and took in his first lungful of smoke. "It wasn't Riverside. It was Riverview." "You told me someone was hammered to death." "They were shot with a crossbow." I glared at him. "Hawthorne, do you know how many tweets and emails I get when I make mistakes?" He shrugged. "I don't like people knowing too much about me." "That doesn't mean you can deliberately lie to them." He frowned and tapped ash. "Things have changed," he explained. "I never expected we'd get all this attention, Radio 4 and all the rest of it. There are people I know who would prefer me to keep a low profile. This business in Richmond, if you want the truth, I'm not too happy about the way it all worked out." "But you solved the case." He was offended. Of course I did. Would you be prepared to tell me about it? Oh, I don't know. He seemed genuinely pained. I'd seen the same look on his face when I'd asked him about Reeth, the village in Yorkshire where he had lived as a child. It all happened 5 years ago. And how can you even write it if you weren't there? I've just been writing about Alex Rider in outer space. But that's not real. So, what happened in Riverside, or Riverview Close? I waited while he smoked in silence. I was actually getting quite annoyed. Who was murdered? A man called Giles Kentworthy. Wasn't very nice. Some sort of hedge fund manager. Old Etonian, right-wing, borderline racist. He had a wife and a couple of kids, though. They weren't too happy about him dying. Sounds like a great start, I said. Why was he killed? He didn't get on with his neighbours. I wondered if Hawthorne was being sarcastic. Did you keep your notes from the case? I asked. Can you remember all the details? I had an assistant. He took notes. And he recorded the interviews. Hawthorne said this in a way that was completely matter-of-fact and didn't seem to notice how much it affected me. I'd spent weeks with him following in his footsteps and then months writing about him. He'd never once mentioned or even hinted that he'd had a different sidekick before he met me. What was his name? I asked. Why do you want to know? Because if we go ahead with this, I suppose I might just end up writing about him. John Dudley, Hawthorne said reluctantly. He helped me with the case. He did the same job as you. Not the writing, though. He was more, professional. Thanks a lot, I muttered. Where is he now? I asked. We haven't seen each other for a while. Why did he stop working with you? Hawthorne shrugged. He had other things to do. That was a non-answer, if ever I'd heard one. Well, I don't think we have any choice, I went on, repeating what Hilda had told me. We've only got 5 months to deliver because the publishers want the next book out at the end of next year. Of course, we could sit back and wait for another murder, but it sounds as if things have been quiet for you recently, and even if someone does get killed, there's no saying it'll be interesting enough for book 5. Can't you make something up? Put you in it? I don't think that would work. Look, what we've got here is a case you've already investigated and solved. Why can't you just tell me what happened? Hawthorne thought for a few moments as he finished smoking. I suppose I could describe it for you, he said eventually. He ground out the cigarette and dropped it into the plastic lid. But I want to see what you were writing. You mean while I was writing it? Yes. The thought horrified me. I wasn't sure I could work with Hawthorne peering over my shoulder. I'd have to censor half the things I said about him. Worse than that, he would have the upper hand. He had met all the suspects. He'd been there, whereas, to some extent, I would be groping in the dark. Inevitably, I'd have to make a lot of it up, and I could see us arguing about every word, every description. It might take years to complete. Why would you want to do that? I asked. Don't you trust me? I trust you so much I don't even read you. But this time I'd have to make sure you got it right. We'd be writing it together. That's not how I work. But this is different. He had a point. I could look at photographs, read police reports, listen to recordings, get Hawthorne to describe everything he'd seen, but I'd still be writing from a distance. The book would be in the third person, he, they, and not the first, I. As every writer knows, this would completely change the way the story was presented. It would have a universality, a sense of disconnection. It would not be my story, my arrival on the scene, my first impressions. Everything would have to be channeled through Hawthorne. And he was right to say that it would be, to some extent, a collaboration. I still didn't like the idea. We're not writing it together, I said. You're supplying the basic information, but I'm the one doing the writing. It's my style, my descriptions. And, I added, my name on the cover. He looked at me innocently. I know that, Tony. No shared credit. Whatever you say, mate. And you'll give me everything you have. You can have it all. He paused. One step at a time. My cappuccino had gone cold. I'm sorry? I just think it'll be easier that way. I'll give you everything you need, but in instalments. You write 2 or 3 chapters, I read them,
Then we talk about them. If you get anything wrong, I can steer you back on the right track. Like, fact-checking.
But you will give me the solution?
No, I won't.
Why not?
You never know the solution, mate. That's what makes your writing so special. You don't have a clue.
Had any compliment ever been more backhanded? I thought about what he was offering and came to a decision. Like it or not, there was no other way of delivering a book to my publishers in time. I reached down and opened my work bag. I took out a notepad and a pen. "All right," I said. "Where do we begin?" Chapter 3. Hawthorne and I spent a couple more hours sitting outside the coffee shop, making us the least profitable customers that particular branch must have ever entertained. The first thing he told me was the location of the private road where the murder had taken place, Riverside Close. He said it was a turning off the Petersham Road near a pub I vaguely remembered, the Fox and Duck. I was sure I'd gone there for a drink a couple of times when I was living in West London and used to take my dog for walks in Richmond Park. I'd never noticed the close, though. He described the layout of the buildings, the history of the place, Petersham Road, and the immediate surroundings. For the first time, he gave me the names of the people I was going to be living with for the next few months. Tom and Gemma Beresford, Roderick Brown, dentist to the stars with his invalid wife, chess mastermind Adam Strauss, and so on. He also introduced me to some of the minor characters who would appear later, the lady gardener, the Australian nanny who also looked after an old lady in Hampton Wick, the detective superintendent in charge of the case, and a detective constable who worked with him, but who just seemed like one officer too many and would barely make it into my second draft. He was only reticent about one character, and that, not surprisingly, was John Dudley. Even a physical description seemed to challenge him.
Same age as me. Dark hair. Ordinary looking.
That was all he gave me. As we talked, I got the sense that the two of them had parted acrimoniously, or at least that something had come between them, and, in a way, I found this quite gratifying. Perhaps I hadn't been such a useless assistant after all. Hawthorne promised he would dig out more information for me, and it arrived the next day by courier, a neatly wrapped parcel that opened to reveal about 20 black-and-white photographs, police reports, typescripts, and handwritten notes made by his erstwhile assistant. More surprising was a plastic box full of old-fashioned memory sticks that turned out to contain the recordings of entire conversations. One way and another, I had more than enough material to imagine myself in Riverside Close, and even in the tea-cosy bookshop, which Hawthorne would only visit later. What's important is that everything I have written so far, Part 1, Riverside Close, is based on fact, with just a few extra flourishes from me. It's worth remembering, though, that even as I set it all down, I was as much in the dark as I had been when I followed Hawthorne around London after the death of Diana Cooper, or when I travelled to Yorkshire to discover the truth about a potholing accident, or when my visit to the Alderney Literary Festival was rudely interrupted by the main sponsor being tied to a chair and stabbed. This was exactly what Hawthorne wanted. He was still in charge. And despite my earlier misgivings, I was also quite pleased with what I had written following the investigation from different perspectives, finishing with the non-appearance of Giles and Linda Kentworthy at the drinks party, and generally making the murder an inevitable consequence. It felt solid to me, and entirely accurate. Once I'd got to the end of the section, I sent it off to Hawthorne with a degree of confidence, and when it came to our second meeting, I broke my own rules by inviting him over to my flat. Jill was on the set of Safe House, a drama she was making for ITV. I was home alone. He didn't like what I'd done.
"You've made half of it up,"
that was the first thing he said. He had printed up the 32 pages and spread them in front of me. We were sitting in my office. "What do you mean?"
"That chess game in the first chapter, I never told you about players called Frank or Charmaine. How do you know what May and Phyllis had for breakfast? That business about Roderick Brown's matron when he was at prep school? You say she had a gap in her teeth. Where did that come from?"
"Come on, Hawthorne, I can't just write the information you gave me. First of all, the whole book would only be 30 pages long, and it would be boring. Nobody would read it. I've taken what you've given me, and I've added a bit of colour, that's all."
"I get that. You don't think people are going to get a bit fed up with it? I mean, there's even a paragraph about bloody parakeets. You've written all these pages and nobody's been killed.
I have to set the scene, and anyway, you know perfectly well that there's more to a novel, even a crime novel, than violent death. It's all about character and atmosphere and language. Why do you think people read Jane Austen? She wrote thousands of pages, and she never felt the need to murder anyone.
Actually, that's not true. Anna Parker murdered both her parents, and she was planning to do the same to her sister.
And she's a character in Jane Austen? My head swam. I suppose you came across that in your book club.
Juvenilia and short stories.
Hawthorne was toying with a cigarette, but he'd had the good grace not to light it.
Anyway, there are things you've left out that are important.
Such as?
The Union Jack in Giles Kentworthy's garden. The lighting in Roderick Brown's house. The state of May Winslow's flower beds.
Why are any of them relevant?
They're all clues.
Well, how can I possibly know that when you haven't even arrived on the scene? And the sooner you arrive, the better, by the way. So far, we've got a murder mystery with no murder, and no one to solve the mystery. Graham's not going to like it. Graham was Graham Lucas, my editor at Penguin Random House. If he'd had his way, Giles Kentworthy would have died in the first paragraph.
Why do you say there was a life jacket in Roderick Brown's garage?
Hawthorne asked.
It's reasonable enough. He'd been a member of the Richmond Bridge Boat Club. He said so.
There were a lot of things in that garage that really mattered, but he didn't have a life jacket. Not one that I saw.
Well, I put it in there so people wouldn't focus on the crossbow.
I'm sorry?
I sighed.
It's the narrative principle known as Chekhov's gun. If I simply mention there's a crossbow in Roderick's garage, it will be obvious that it's going to be used as the murder weapon.
So why mention it at all?
Because it would be unfair not to. What I've done, though, is I've disguised it by adding the life jacket and the golf clubs. That way it might still come as a surprise. I watched the cigarette Hawthorne was still twisting between his fingers. Go ahead and light the bloody thing, I snapped. I got up and opened a window. Aren't you worried about your health?
I'm more worried about your prose style, mate.
Hawthorne flicked his lighter and drew in a lungful of smoke.
I mean, reading this, do you really get the position of the houses and what you can see from one to the other? You've got to get that right.
We could put a map in at the beginning. Would that make you happy?
It would certainly cheer up some of your readers. I'm not saying it's confusing, but going through this, I'm not sure I could deliver the mail.
All my life I've been getting notes. I get them from producers in London and New York, from directors, from Jill, from lead actors, even, on occasions, from their partners. My books are scrutinised by editors and copy editors and, more recently, sensitivity readers. I sometimes feel that I'm surrounded by notes, like a cloud of midges. But I never lose my temper. I always try to see the alternative point of view. It wasn't easy with Hawthorne. I'll ask Graham to put a map in, I said, but he won't like it.
Why not?
Because it's an extra cost. Is there anything else?
Yes, there is one thing. You say that the barrister, Andrew Pennington, played bridge with the Browns.
He did.
But he also played with friends who lived outside Riverside Close.
That was one note too many.
Are you really telling me that was relevant to the murder?
I exploded.
Well, that meeting you described, when all the neighbours got together, which took place on a Monday. Andrew Pennington played bridge every Monday and Wednesday, and he had to cancel a game to be there.
So he killed Giles Kentworthy for not showing up. He was upset he'd cancelled his game for no good reason.
Hawthorne looked at me sadly.
Of course not. You're missing the point.
Well, since I don't know exactly how or when Giles Kentworthy died, I'm not sure what the point is.
I stopped. There was one thing Hawthorne had said that worried me slightly. It might be true that the book needed some action. I didn't want to spend another 10,000 words describing the joys of suburban life. When did he die? I asked.
You know the answer to that, Hawthorne said. You've already written it.
6 weeks later?
Yes.
6 weeks after the meeting at the stables?
Exactly.
Hawthorne looked around him for an ashtray and found a hollow silver acorn that he used to deposit his ash. It was a children's book award I'd been given about 20 years before.
I got a call from the investigating officer, D.S. Khan.
Why did he think he needed you?
Hawthorne gazed at me.
Tony, mate. a multi-millionaire, was found dead in a posh London suburb with a crossbow bolt stuck in his throat. Every single one of his neighbours wanted him dead. Pretty obvious that this wasn't an ordinary case. It was a sticker, if ever there was one, and frankly, the local plod had as much chance of solving it as, well, you. Thanks. I got the call the same day the body was found. Me and John Dudley.
So, what happened next? Part 3. 6 weeks later. Chapter 1. Detective Superintendent Tariq Khan had realised straight away that the murder of Giles Kentworthy would be like nothing he had ever investigated, and that it might threaten what had so far been an unblemished career. The dead man had been waiting for him in the hallway of his home, covered with a sheet, and it wasn't so much the multiple bloodstains on the carpet, the walls, even a few specks on the ceiling, as the sheer incongruousness of it that struck Khan first. The white linen was clinging to the hips and shoulders so that most of the body was clearly visible in silhouette, but when it reached the neck, it rose up like a miniature tent. The effect was grotesque, almost comical. Khan had drawn the sheet back and looked at the crossbow bolt, still lodged in Giles Kentworthy's throat. The deceased would have been unrecognisable even to his nearest and dearest. His eyes were still open in shock, his mouth twisted in a scream that death had turned into a grimace. The bolt had entered directly under his chin. If he had been wearing a tie, it would have gone through the knot. Everything had been wrong from the start, and as the day progressed, it only got worse. First of all, there was the murder weapon, a crossbow, for heaven's sake. Khan had never heard of anyone being the target of a crossbow, not since William Tell's son, and that hadn't hit him. The killer hadn't even tried to get rid of it, simply leaving it on the gravel in front of the house as if he or she didn't even care about being caught. The weapon had already been identified as the property of one Roderick Brown, the middle-aged dentist who lived next door. Then there was Riverside Close itself, an unlikely murder scene with its perfectly attractive houses and Alan Ayckbourn collection of characters. A GP, a jewellery designer and their twin daughters, a chess grandmaster, 2 little old ladies, a retired barrister, and the dentist. He wouldn't normally have thought of them as suspects, but he had to take the facts into consideration. First and foremost, they all had a motive. It was clear that they had disliked or even hated Giles Kentworthy, who, from the sound of it, had been one of those neighbours from hell, the sort who frequently turned up in sensationalist television documentaries. He had only arrived with his family 8 months before, but he seemed to have gone out of his way to annoy everyone around him. Any one of them could have killed him, and for exactly the same reason. They wanted him out. And then there was the physicality of Riverside Close itself. The electronic gate that automatically locked itself at 7 o'clock in the evening, sealing them all in, and the crossbow stored in a garage that was locked and bolted and which nobody from the outside world could possibly have known was there. Khan was sure that other suspects would show up. You didn't get to be as rich as Giles Kentworthy without making enemies. But he had been killed in the middle of the night. The gate hadn't been forced, and it would have been hard to climb over without leaving some sort of evidence. The entire setup screamed inside job. There was something else going on. Khan had spent most of the day talking to the residents who had all been asked to stay at home. He was trying to keep things casual, not so much a formal interview as a general chat. It should have been easy. A nice neighbourhood like this, everyone would be eager to help the police with their inquiries. If nothing else, it would be a new experience, a break from routine, something to talk about at their next dinner party. But all along, he had sensed there was something wrong. Each one of them had been evasive, reticent, even afraid. The dentist, Roderick Brown, had been the worst of all, his eyes blinking as he spoke, his tongue darting across his lips. "Yes, I heard. I couldn't believe it. Giles Kentworthy, of course. He wasn't an easy man to get on with, but none of us would ever have done such a thing. Certainly not me. I'm a dentist. I look after people. I mean, I know it was
My crossbow? Tom Beresford called me, and I went straight to the garage. It's gone. I have no idea when it was taken. To be honest with you, I'd almost forgotten it was there. I haven't fired it in years and years. I hope you don't think... My wife is upstairs. She's not at all well, but she'll tell you I was asleep last night. We don't share the same room anymore because of her illness, but she'd have heard. The words tumbled out of him almost incoherently, made worse by the idiotic smile he had pinned to his lips. There was a sheen of sweat on his forehead. In Khan's opinion, all that was missing was the billboard mounted on his shoulders with "guilty" written on it, and a hand with an outstretched finger pointing down. The others were just as bad. The two old ladies had to be persuaded to let him into the house, preferring to address him from the other side of a half-open door. The barrister, Andrew Pennington, was so circumspect that he tied himself in knots, talking as much as he could, without actually saying anything. By contrast, Adam Strauss, whom Khan remembered from a terrible quiz show his grandmother had liked to watch, was monosyllabic. Gemma Beresford, the doctor's wife, was openly hostile. Detective Superintendent Tariq Khan was something of a poster boy for the Metropolitan Police, and knew it. He was young, good-looking, Oxford-educated, a great communicator from a working-class background. His father had been employed as a hospital porter. With his prematurely silver hair, his slim physique, his Bollywood good looks, and his easy manner, Khan was admired by everyone who knew him and was regularly put forward for press briefings and evening news slots. This was the first time he'd ever felt out of his depth. He'd found himself in drug-ridden sink estates in the worst parts of South London that had been more open and accommodating than Riverside Close. So far, they hadn't given him so much as a Mr. Kipling cake. Late in the afternoon, he stood in the sunlight comparing notes with DC Ruth Goodwin, who had worked with him for the last 5 years. The two of them got on well, even though they came from different worlds. In her case, Hampstead Gardens suburb and a well-to-do Jewish family who wouldn't have objected if she'd married a police officer, but were surprised when she announced she was going to become one. Short and dark, with a round face and close-cropped hair, she had recently given up smoking, much to Khan's satisfaction. Unfortunately, she had replaced cigarettes with a series of brightly coloured vapes, each one with a more unlikely flavour. Today, it was lemon and mint. Khan thought she looked ridiculous, like a child sucking a sweet. "What do you think's going on here?" he asked. They were both leaning against the car that had brought them here. "I don't know, sir. They're all hiding something, that much is obvious." "Do you think one of them killed Giles Kentworthy?" "Seems unlikely. They're all friends, living in each other's back gardens. But this is murder, and they don't seem like the sort of people who would cover up anything as serious as that. Unless they were somehow involved." "Well, they can't all have done it." Khan nodded. He'd have had 9 crossbow bolts in him if they had. He watched as a cloud of steam from the vape formed in the air and then disappeared. "I've got a bad feeling about this, Ruth. If they're covering for each other, it's going to be hard to untangle. And they've all got the same motive. The neighbour from hell. That doesn't make it any easier." There was a long silence. The police and forensic officers were moving around them like pieces on one of Adam Strauss's chessboards. "I wonder if we could use some outside help," DC Goodwin suggested at length. "What are you talking about?" "Well, don't shout at me, but I was thinking maybe..." "Hawthorne? Are you serious? He can't do any harm, and this might be right up his street." Neither of them had met Hawthorne, but they both knew who he was. The detective inspector who had lost his job when a suspect he'd been interrogating had sustained life-changing injuries, although he'd had a reputation long before that. He was a hard-working, solitary, difficult man who somehow always managed to pull the guilty rabbit out of the blood-soaked hat. After he'd been thrown out, his reputation had grown. They'd both heard D.I. Cara Grunshaw talking about him. She had come across him on 2 occasions and had a deep loathing for him, but even she admitted that he had helped her. He also had plenty of friends inside the force.
DCI Ian Rutherford had been his superior officer and wouldn't hear a word said against him. "We could bring him in as an outside consultant," DC Goodwin went on, "if you think this one is a special case." "I don't know." Khan shook his head doubtfully. "It's a crossbow, sir. In a private close in Richmond. We've already got the local hacks outside. They're going to lap it up. How do we even reach him? And who authorises payment?" "I can ask DCI Rutherford." Goodwin inhaled on her bright yellow vape. The light at the end blinked on. A smell of something like candy floss shimmered in the air between them. "From what I hear, Hawthorne never takes any of the credit." This mattered to Khan. He didn't want anyone to think that he was already giving up on such a shocking crime. "All right," he said. "Why don't we give him a call?" Chapter 2. Hawthorne arrived the following morning, a Wednesday. A taxi pulled up at the archway just after 9 o'clock, and 2 men got out. Khan was waiting on the other side, holding a cardboard file. He was glad to see that the press people had disappeared. There was still something about getting outside help that troubled him, as did the sight of the taxi. Was that going to be charged to expenses? Khan had called Hawthorne the night before and had been surprised how cheerful he had sounded at his end of the line, as if he had been expecting the call. Khan had quickly gone through what had happened in Riverside Close. In broad strokes, he had described the various residents, age, profession, ethnicity, what they had told him, what he believed. So far, it didn't add up to very much. Now that Hawthorne was here, would he be able to do any better? Quickly, he made his assessment of the man he'd called in to help. Hawthorne was a diminutive figure, oddly dressed in a suit and a loose raincoat despite the warm July weather, looking around him with eyes that seemed to absorb and analyse every detail, a face that gave nothing away. His hair was short, neatly brushed, of no particular colour. He was in his mid to late 30s, although it was difficult to be sure, as there was something childlike about his appearance. Khan had begun his career as a juvenile protection officer, and in some strange way Hawthorne reminded him of some of the victims he had met. The person he had brought with him was equally puzzling. He seemed an unlikely partner for Hawthorne, keeping his distance and taking less interest in his surroundings, as if he was bored by it all. He was about the same age, with sloping shoulders and long, lank hair, untidily dressed in ill-fitting corduroy trousers, a jacket with patches on the elbows and scuffed shoes. He hadn't shaved that morning, and the lower part of his pale, oblong face was covered with stubble. Everything about him had an air of carelessness. He had the appearance of a man who didn't know how to look after himself, or who couldn't be bothered, and Khan thought that if he hadn't been in the company of Hawthorne, he wouldn't have allowed him anywhere near a crime scene. Hawthorne saw the detective superintendent and walked over, his companion a few steps behind. Already Khan was wondering if he hadn't made a mistake. He took Hawthorne's outstretched hand and shook it. "Thank you for coming," he said.
"Thank you for inviting me. This is John Dudley."
The other man nodded vaguely.
"I take it that's the house where Giles Kentworthy lived?"
Hawthorne pointed at Riverview Lodge. "Yes, that's right." For a brief moment, Khan allowed his irritation to get the better of him. I need to get one thing straight before we go in," he said. "You're working for me. I hope you understand. The moment you find anything, I want to know, and you're to hold nothing back."
"Don't worry, mate. That's my job, to tell you what you've missed."
"Well, I don't think I've missed anything so far, and I'd prefer it if you addressed me as Detective Superintendent." They began to walk towards the house. "Mr. Kentworthy was killed on Monday night at around 11 o'clock, Khan began. "I'll send you a copy of the pathologist's report. A single crossbow bolt fired at close range penetrated his cricoid cartilage and buried itself in his throat. They took the body yesterday, but I've got some of the photographs here. Death was caused by hemorrhagic shock." "Were the cricothyroid or cricotracheal ligaments severed?" Dudley asked. "No." "Then it wasn't his kids who killed him." Khan wondered if he was joking. "How do you work that one out?" Well, the bolt didn't slant up or down. It must have been fired by someone of about his own height. The kids aren't suspects. Khan scowled. In fact, they've got a rock-solid alibi. They're at a local prep school which does a couple of nights boarding each week. They weren't at home. Probably just as well.
Was Kentworthy on his own?
Hawthorne asked. Yes. His wife was having dinner with a friend. She was the one who discovered the body. She's upstairs now, and not in a good way. They also have a Filipino housekeeper, but she's on annual leave in her own country. She's not expected back for another week. Then there's a part-time chauffeur. We're talking to him, and we'll let you know if he's got anything to say.
When did the wife get in?
11:20 on Monday night. The door was half open, which puzzled her. Her husband was on the other side, blood everywhere. She screamed the house down, and that woke up the neighbours. Must have made a change from the parties and the car stereo and all the other things they were complaining about. They had reached the front door, where a uniformed policeman stood to one side, but before they went in, Khan stopped. "We haven't talked money," he said. Hawthorne looked offended.
"We don't need to, Detective Superintendent."
John Dudley drew an envelope out of his jacket pocket and offered it to Khan. "Terms and conditions," he explained. "I take it you got clearance from special grant funding?" "I spoke to them yesterday." Khan took the envelope and folded it away without looking at it. "Someone will get back to you," he said. They went in. As they entered the hallway, Dudley took out his iPhone, found the voice memos app in the utilities folder, and turned it on. At the end of the day, he would save the file, transfer it to his laptop, and share it with Hawthorne. He also took several photographs, focusing on the extensive bloodstain on the once beige carpet and the splatter on the walls.
"What was Giles Kentworthy wearing when he answered the door?"
Hawthorne asked. "He hadn't got ready for bed, if that's what you mean. He had a white shirt, suit trousers. The jacket and tie were in his office." Khan pointed towards an open door. "He had his slippers on. Prada, mauve cashmere. And he'd drunk a couple of glasses of Hakushu single malt whiskey. Expensive stuff, and not small measures."
"So he was working late? The doorbell rang. He answered, and the weapon was fired over the threshold."
"It looks that way."
"Where did he find it?"
"It was just dropped on the ground outside. Mrs. Kentworthy didn't notice it in the darkness. The crossbow belongs to Roderick Brown, who lives next door in the house at the end of the terrace. Woodlands, it's called. No fingerprints, apart from his. It's always possible that the killer wore gloves. They just left it." Dudley was surprised. You'd have thought they'd have got rid of it, chucked it in the Thames. Funnily enough, it was pointing at Roderick Brown's home. It was almost as if the killer wanted us to know who it belonged to. Khan opened the file he had been carrying and took out several photographs which he handed to Hawthorne. They had been taken from different angles and showed Giles Kentworthy's body as it had been found. Half of them were in black and white. The ones in colour were more horrible. Hawthorne stopped on a close-up shot of the dead man's head. He said nothing, and his face gave nothing away, but somehow Khan was aware of an extraordinary intensity, a sense that, at that moment, nothing else in the world mattered. "It's a standard bolt," Khan explained. 20 inches long, aluminium shaft, plastic vanes. We've found 5 more, identical, in the Brown's garage." "Has Brown confessed to the killing?" Dudley asked. The question took Khan by surprise. "No. Why do you ask?" "If he'd used his own weapon and his own bolt and he just left it all there for you to find, you'd think maybe he didn't care if he was caught." "Well, he's a nervous wreck," Khan said. "But he hasn't confessed to anything, quite the contrary. The first time I met him, all he would say was how shocked he was, how upset, how it couldn't have had anything to do with him because he was asleep in bed with his wife in the next room. I wasn't even accusing him." Hawthorne handed the photographs back.
"You said we could talk to Mr. Kentworthy's widow?"
"She's upstairs." The Kentworthys' home was expensive and wanted you to know it. The furniture was Scandinavian, the lights ultra-modern, the carpets ankle-deep, and the paintings straight out of some smart auction house catalogue. 2 young boys lived here with their parents, but there was no mess, no scattered clothes or toys, as if their very existence had been wiped away. A plate-glass window at the back, rising almost the full height of the stairs, looked out over the new patio, with a Union Jack fluttering on the other side of a chrome-plated beast of a gas barbecue. Linda Kentworthy was lying on a bed so large that her entire family could have joined her with room to spare. She seemed to be sinking into the duvet and pillows, her blonde hair hanging loose, her silk dressing gown rising and falling over the folds of her body, her face, with its once perfect makeup, streaked by tears. The room smelled of cigarette smoke. There was an ashtray next to her filled with cigarette butts, each one signed off with a smear of bright red lipstick. None of the windows was open, and even if they had been, they'd have been helpless behind the great swathes of silk curtains, pelmets, gold cords, and tassels.
"How you feeling, love?"
Hawthorne asked. From the way he spoke, she could have been recovering from a bad cold.
"Who are you?"
Linda asked, her voice little more than a whisper. "We're helping the police," Dudley said. "We want to find out who killed your husband."
"They all hated him."
Fresh tears followed in the tracks of the old ones.
"I told him it was a mistake. The moment we came here, they were stuck up and snobby, the whole lot of them."
"So you didn't get on with the neighbours?" Dudley remarked.
"It wasn't our fault."
She reached for a tissue, pulling it out of a box embroidered with a gondola on a Venetian canal.
"We never did anything wrong. They were always trying to find fault. Everything we did, nothing was ever right."
Hawthorne and Dudley waited until she had calmed down.
"Would you say there was anyone in Riverview Close who had a particular animus towards your husband?"
Hawthorne asked.
"I just told you they're all the same. They'd made up their minds about us before we even moved in."
"Have there been any recent incidents that you might want to tell us about?"
Linda used the tissue to dry her eyes, at the same time wiping away some of the blusher on her cheekbones.
"I don't know what you mean,"
she said.
"Had anyone threatened your husband with violence?"
"Well,"
she thought for a moment.
"Giles was always fighting with Dr. Beresford," she said. "He and his wife live next door, and they never stop complaining about our cars. Why can't we park our cars outside? It's our drive, our house. And it wasn't as if we were deliberately blocking the way. Dr. Beresford hadn't been such a bad driver, it could easily have got past."
She stopped herself as she remembered what had happened.
"The two of them had a proper set to about a week ago, and Dr. Beresford threatened to kill Giles."
Her eyes widened.
"He used those very words."
"What did he say exactly?"
"I'm going to kill you."
"You heard him?"
"No, Giles told me."
Hawthorne and Dudley exchanged glances. They both knew that a lot of people argued about parking rights. It was one of the things that always came close to the top of neighbourhood disputes. But even if Dr. Beresford had made the threat, a parking dispute would be an unusual motive for murder. "Anything else?" Dudley asked. Linda gazed into the distance.
"I already told him all this,"
she said, referring to Detective Superintendent Khan, who had been listening to the conversation from a distance.
"Tell us."
She swallowed.
"Well, he had a falling out with Sarah."
"Who's Sarah?"
"She's the gardener. That was on Friday," she added.
"And what happened on Friday?"
"Giles went into his study, and there she was, standing in front of his desk. She had no right to be there. She'd come in through the French windows, and she was looking at his computers, and Giles was very sensitive about that. He'd had a hack at his office just a few weeks before, someone trying to get into his database. It was the reason we couldn't go to that drinks do at the stables. It hadn't worked that time, but he didn't have the same security at home, so he had every right to ask her what she was doing. Sarah was just horrible and abusive, and he fired her on the spot, and quite right too. I said he ought to report her to the police."
"What for exactly?"
"What do you think?"
It was remarkable how quickly Linda could switch between desolation, indignation, and malice.
"Do you know how much information there was on those screens about money markets and investments and all that stuff? She could have been working for someone."
Linda drew herself up against the pillows.
Giles wouldn't even let me into his office because of all the sensitive stuff he had in there, and I wouldn't have understood a word of it if he had. So, what did Sarah think she was doing in there?
You think your gardener was involved in what, financial espionage?
She might have been. She was certainly a thief. All sorts of things had gone missing. Giles lost a Rolex watch. I bought it for him myself when we were in Dubai, and I had £50 taken from my bag. Giles said I left it at the hairdresser, but I know it was Sarah. We only gave her the job in the first place because she was doing the gardens for everyone else in the close. I always said she was trouble. We should have found someone of our own.
She fell silent, dabbing her eyes. Is there anyone else you employ in the house? Dudley asked. I understand you've got a Filipino cleaner. I bet she's a treasure.
She's lazy, and she's never there when you need her. In fact, she's away right now. Every summer we have to give her the whole month off so she can see her family. Getting any sort of help is so difficult these days. Jasmine hardly speaks a word of English. Getting her to do anything is always an uphill struggle. She paused. And there's Gary, he's Giles's driver, but he's only part-time. He doesn't live here.
How did you meet your husband? Dudley had changed the subject, perhaps hoping the question would cheer her up. Instead, it brought fresh tears.
On a British Airways flight to New York. He was in first class. I was one of the cabin crew. I served him a Mai Tai and we hit it off immediately. He was so kind to me. He invited me to his hotel next to Central Park. There were so many laughs.
So where were you last night?
Hawthorne cut in. That stopped her.
I was seeing a friend.
Can we have his name? Dudley had produced a small notebook which he was holding in front of him. He had somehow assumed that the friend was male, and Linda didn't disappoint him.
What's that got to do with you?
You're going to have to tell us sooner or later, love.
It was always a mistake taking on Hawthorne. When he was at his sweetest and most reasonable, that was when he was most dangerous.
You got back after 11 o'clock. That's time for a lot of laughs.
It was horrible. The door was open and he was lying there.
Who were you with?
Hawthorne insisted. Linda reached for another tissue.
His name is Jean-Francois. He's my French teacher.
You learning French?
Giles was talking about buying a place in Antibes.
Mais malheureusement, cela n'arrivera pas, Dudley muttered. Linda stared at him. What? Chapter 3. Khan was unimpressed with the interrogation he had just witnessed. It seemed to him that Hawthorne had been unnecessarily hostile and had learned very little that Khan didn't already know. I've got things to do, so I'm going to let you get on with it, he said as they left the Kentworthys' house. We allowed Dr. Beresford to leave for work, NHS doctor and all that, and the two old ladies, May Winslow and Phyllis Moore, own some sort of gift shop in Richmond. I thought they were better off out of it too.
Not on your suspect list?
Hawthorne asked. Khan ignored him. All the others are at home, and you can talk to the whole lot of them, but I think it would be better if you didn't mention your freelance. Just say you're part of my support team or something, and maybe you could try to be a little more sympathetic. These people are in shock. One of them may not be, Dudley said. But Khan was already walking away, catching up with D.C. Goodwin, who had just arrived in a police car. Dudley watched him go. Where do you want to start? He asked.
The murder weapon belonged to Roderick Brown,
Hawthorne replied. I don't like dentists, Dudley sighed. They walked the short distance across the courtyard and rang the bell of Woodlands, the last house in the terrace of 3. The door opened almost at once, as if Roderick Brown had been waiting for them on the other side. He looked ill. He clearly wasn't going into work today, and had forsaken his morning routine, not shaving, not picking out the right tie, not even flossing. He had pulled on a crumpled shirt that ballooned over his trousers. Looking at him, with his pink face and cloud of white hair, Dudley was reminded of something you might win at a fun fair. At the same time, the way he was gazing at them, he could have just stepped off the ghost train. He'd been expecting Khan, and looked at Hawthorne with bewilderment. Yes?
Mr. Brown?
Yes, that's me.
My name's Hawthorne. I'm helping the police with this inquiry. This is my assistant, John Dudley. Can we come in?
Of course you can. I spoke to the police yesterday, but if there's anything I can do to help. He stood back and allowed them to enter a hallway which had an elegance and formality that might have mirrored the reception area of his clinic in Cadogan Square. Everything was very neat. A faux antique chest of drawers stood against the back wall, with a small pile of magazines next to an Art Deco lamp. A photograph in a silver frame had been carefully placed to one side so that it was hard to miss. It showed Roderick standing next to Ewan McGregor, presumably one of his celebrity clients. 2 wooden chairs had been positioned symmetrically, one on either side of the front door, and Hawthorne noticed a suitcase perched on one of them, with a woman's light raincoat draped over the top. Roderick led them into the kitchen, which provided a complete contrast to the entrance. Everything modern, white and silver, too brightly lit, and so clean it might never have been used. A true dentist's kitchen. There was a window at the far end, with views towards the Kentworthys' garden. "Has anyone said anything?" Roderick asked before they had even sat down. He hadn't offered either of them a coffee. He didn't look in any fit state to make it.
"You talking about your neighbours?"
Hawthorne took a seat at the head of the table that stretched out in front of the window. Yes.
That seems a very strange question to ask, Mr. Brown.
Do you think so? I was just wondering if you'd talked to any of them and if they'd said anything.
About you?
No, about Giles Kentworthy. You'll have to forgive me, Mr. Hawthorne, for something like this to happen, not just in the close, but right next door to me, and with my crossbow. As you can imagine, the whole thing's a complete nightmare, and I find it hard to know what to think. Do you have any suspects?
I would say that everyone who lives here is a suspect, Mr. Brown.
Hawthorne paused.
Including you.
Well, that's ridiculous. I'm a highly respected dental practitioner. I've never had so much as a speeding ticket in my life. Do I really look like a murderer to you? Well, actually, Dudley began. It's outrageous. We certainly had our issues with Giles Kentworthy. I'm not making any secret of that. But to come here into my house, asking me all these questions.
We haven't asked you very much yet, Hawthorne said reasonably. And we will be talking to everyone in Riverview Close.
I'm sure you know who lives in this community. We're very respectable people. A doctor, a barrister, 2 ladies who used to be nuns. This is Richmond, for heaven's sake. I feel as if I've woken up in Mexico City. Hawthorne waited for him to finish.
Why don't you start by telling us when you came here? He suggested. You and your wife?
You haven't told us her name, Dudley said. Felicity. She's upstairs in bed. She has M.E. He leant forward confidentially. That's why this business with the swimming pool mattered so much to us. If you take away the view from her, you take away everything. And the noise. The children are bad enough anyway, but with all their friends shouting and screaming, we'd have had to move. And that's not fair. We love it here.
So when did you move in?
Hawthorne repeated the question he'd asked earlier. 14 years ago, just after the close had been developed. We arrived about a month after our neighbours, May Winslow and Phyllis Moore, they're next door. Like most neighbours, Dudley said. Yes. They're quite elderly, and they have a bookshop in the town centre. They sell crime novels. Then there's Andrew Pennington next to them, Adam Strauss and his wife in the stables, and Dr. Beresford and his family across the way. We're all good friends in a neighbourly sort of way. We like to have a drink together now and then. There's nothing wrong with that. We look out for each other.
When did the Kentworthys arrive?
At the end of last year. Roderick Brown was speaking more confidently now. John Emin and his wife were living in the stables, a very nice couple. At that time, Adam was living in Riverview Lodge with his second wife, Terry, but she persuaded him that they would be more comfortable with something smaller, so they moved into the stables when the Emins sold, and that was when Giles Kentworthy bought the lodge. We were all looking forward to meeting him, we really were. We're not standoffish here, don't let anyone tell you that.
So what went wrong?
Everything.
Roderick Brown shook his head in dismay.
Nobody liked him, he went on. Nobody. It wasn't just me. Mr. Kentworthy was a horrible man. Not that he deserved what happened to him. He didn't deserve that at all. And whatever I may have said in the heat of the moment, I never wished him any harm. None of us did. The fact is, he seemed to take a delight in putting our noses out of joint. He and his wife and his children. There were so many incidents, and they just got worse and worse until they were making all our lives unbearable.
What sort of incidents?
Well...
Roderick already seemed to be regretting that he had volunteered so much, but now that he had started, it was hard to stop.
There were lots of things. Well, they may seem petty describing them to you now, but they added up. The parking, the loud music, cricket, and skateboards, the children were out of control. I said to Felicity things were getting from bad to worse when he just dumped his Christmas tree in the drive as if it was up to us to get rid of it. No consideration. And then there were the parties. He never stopped having parties, although he never invited any of us. The swimming pool was the final straw. We never thought the council would give them permission, but it did. And maybe that's something you should look into. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some sort of backhander involved. I mean, see for yourself.
He pointed out of the window.
He was going to rip up the lawn, right there. You see that lovely magnolia? It attracts so many wild birds. Adam planted it, but they were going to chop it down, just like they did his yew trees when they moved in.
Hawthorne glanced at John Dudley.
You put all that together, it does sound like a motive for murder,
he said. I agree. Dudley nodded. If it was me, once the pool was finished, I'd have drowned him in it.
No. You're deliberately misunderstanding me.
Roderick got up and grabbed a roll of paper towel.
It was just very upsetting. I've already told you, Fee and I might have had to move. We weren't going to stay here with the noise, the chemicals, the disruption, and everyone agreed we had a meeting.
Something close to panic flitted across his eyes, as if he had inadvertently told Hawthorne something he had meant to keep back.
It was a while ago, 6 weeks. Monday evening, we all of us had complaints, not just about the pool. We invited Giles Kentworthy to meet us to try and iron out our differences in a civilized way.
Did he come?
Hawthorne asked. Roderick shook his head.
He was coming. He said he was coming, but at the last minute he sent a text saying he was too busy.
He paused.
It was absolutely bloody typical of him. And it was after that things got really bad.
In what way?
Well...
Roderick was sweating. He used the paper towel to wipe his face.
Ask May and Phyllis about their dog. Adam Strauss lost a beautiful chess set smashed by a cricket ball. That was the two boys' fault, Hugo and Tristram Kentworthy. They also ruined the flowers in the courtyard. That really upset Andrew, but the worst thing, by far the worst thing, was what happened to Tom.
Tom?
Dr. Beresford. Giles Kentworthy blocked his driveway.
What was so bad about that? Dudley asked.
Well, he wasn't able to get to his surgery, and as a result, a patient died. He was extremely upset about it. You should talk to him.
And what can you tell us about the crossbow?
I already told the police. I wish I hadn't kept the bloody thing. I hadn't fired it in years.
Roderick sat down heavily. Perhaps he had been hoping that Hawthorne might have forgotten about the murder weapon.
Where did you get it?
I was given it when I was at university, a Barnett Wildcat recurve. It's quite old now. I'm surprised it was even working.
It certainly worked 2 nights ago, Dudley observed.
Well, obviously, yes, but I wasn't to know.
From the look of him, Roderick was almost begging them to believe him.
For a short while, after I moved to Richmond, I belonged to the London School of Archery. We both did, but when Felicity became ill, it was one of the first things she had to give up, and as for me, I had less and less time. Fee has a carer now. Damon comes in 3 times a week, but he's not here today, so if you don't mind, I'm afraid I'll have to go upstairs in a minute. Fee may need help getting dressed.
Where did you keep the crossbow?
Hawthorne wasn't interested in Felicity's needs.
In the garage.
Locked? Dudley asked.
The garage is usually kept locked. Not because of the crossbow. Fee insists. If a burglar broke in, the garage is connected directly to the house, and they could easily come through to us.
How many keys do you have?
Roderick had to think for a moment.
3, he announced. There's one on the door, which I suppose is mine. Fee has a spare on her keyring, and our neighbour, May Winslow, keeps a set in case of emergencies.
And what about the carer?
He has a key to the front door, not to the garage.
Can we see inside?
Hawthorne made it sound like a question, but he was only expecting one response.
Of course.
Roderick got up, and the 2 detectives followed him out of the kitchen, through an archway, and into a narrow corridor with a solid-looking door at the end. Just as he said, there was a key in the lock, and Roderick turned it and opened the door, leading them into a small garage that jutted out of the back of the house. Much of the space was taken up by a navy blue Skoda Octavia Mark III. It was Roderick's pride and joy, and he had loaded it with enough extras to make it top of the range. Tinted windows, rain sensors, sat-nav, and more besides. An up-and-over door, manual, not electric, closed off the far end of the garage, with metal bolts on either side locking into the framework. The sun was streaming in through a square skylight set in the roof, and they could see the upper floor of the house and what looked like a bathroom window. A single shelf ran down both of the long walls, with an array of tools, paint pots and brushes, gardening equipment, and bits of old machinery that might have been there for years. There was an electric mower plugged into a socket, and on the opposite wall a tap with water dripping into a plastic bucket. A spade, a fork, and a rake hung on hooks, with a sack of compost slumped beneath. That hardly left enough room to reach the car. Roderick pointed at an empty space in the middle of a shelf.
That's where it was kept, he said.
The crossbow?
And the bolts. The police took them all.
You said you weren't using it anymore, so why did you keep it? Dudley asked. Roderick shrugged.
I couldn't sell it. Why would I want to throw it away?
Who, apart from you, came into this garage?
This time it was Hawthorne who had posed the question.
Well, Sarah, I suppose. She does all the gardens in the close, and she's also a general handyman, or handywoman, I should say. She's a fine young woman, very hard-working and always helpful. I suppose Damien could have come in if he'd wanted to. He has his key to the house, and we trust him 100%. Felicity will come through the kitchen when I'm driving her to a doctor's appointment or whatever. Look, I really have told the police everything I know. To be honest with you, a complete stranger could have taken the crossbow when I was upstairs, and I'm not sure I'd have noticed. They could have come through the house or through the garden. I leave the garage open sometimes when I drive to work. He looked exhausted. I don't think I can help you any more.
I have one more question, Hawthorne said. You planning on going somewhere?
I'm sorry?
I noticed a suitcase in your hall.
That's for Felicity. We've spoken about it, and I just don't think it's good for her being here. I have to think of her all my life. That's all I've ever done.
Roderick blinked, as if holding back tears.
I'm sending her off to her sister in Woking, just for a few days. I've already told Superintendent Khan.
It seemed more at ease in the garage, but mentioning the suitcase had upset him again.
You have no idea what it's like for her, he continued. It's very upsetting. She has no part in this terrible murder, and I want to get her far away. I have to protect her.
As he finished speaking, his phone rang. Roderick fished it out and glanced at the screen, tilting it away from Dudley, who was standing behind him. Quickly, he flicked it off and slid it back into his pocket.
Anyone important?
Hawthorne asked.
No, nothing at all.
Well, we've seen enough. Can we leave this way?
Of course. I'll open the door for you.
The bolts on the garage door didn't need keys. They simply drew back. Roderick pulled the door up, and the two men stepped out into the fresh air. Roderick looked at them as if trying to find one last thing to say to persuade them of his innocence. Then he slid the door back down. Hawthorne and Dudley found themselves standing in the driveway that led back to the main courtyard, but Hawthorne hadn't quite finished. There was a gate beside the garage, opening into the Browns' garden, and he walked through it, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it as he went. He stopped on the other side, taking in his surroundings. The garden was long and rectangular, with a fence on one side and a line of shrubs at the end. It hadn't rained for a while, and the lawn was covered with brown patches. Many of the flowers were wilting in their beds. At the same time, the fruit trees had been left to look after themselves, and the branches were spreading out, fighting each other for space. Looking over the shrubs, Hawthorne could see that the garden belonging to the Browns' elderly neighbours was in much the same state.
"Did you get the caller's number?"
Hawthorne asked. Dudley nodded. The name came up on the screen. Sarah Baines.
"Sarah the gardener?"
"Must be. He didn't want me to see." Hawthorne examined the garden.
"Funny, isn't it? He described her as hard-working and helpful."
"Yeah, I thought that. Doesn't look as if she's done anything hard or helpful here." Meanwhile, on the other side of the folding garage door, Roderick Brown had taken his phone out again. He listened carefully to make sure that Hawthorne was nowhere close. Then he opened his phone to see what he had missed. Chapter 4. The Tea Cosy bookshop was open for business, but neither May Winslow nor Phyllis Moore was in any mood to sell books. They were sitting at one of the empty tables close to the main door. In fact, all the tables were empty. Nobody had come in yet, and although they often passed the time reading, knitting, or playing gin rummy together when they had no business, today they were just sitting in silence. They had already given full statements to Detective Superintendent Khan, and, after they'd been forced to take the whole of Tuesday off, he had allowed them to leave for work, so long as they promised not to discuss the murder with any of their customers. Well, there was no chance of that today. Phyllis had been agitated all morning. "I need a burner," she announced suddenly. May stared at her. "A cigarette? I can't just sit here thinking about it all. I'm going outside." She reached down for her handbag, then rummaged in it for a pouch of golden Virginia tobacco. But before she could get up, May reached out and laid a hand on her companion's arm. "I think we should talk," she said. "Why?" "You know very well. You've been sitting here all morning, you haven't said a word." It wasn't very often that there was any friction between the two women, but just for a moment they glared at each other like old enemies. May released her grip. "We have to be very careful," she said. "We've got the police all over Riverside Close, and my guess is they'll be there for quite a while. You've got nothing to be afraid of. We have everything to be afraid of. You know the way it works. They'll be investigating us even now. Do you want to stay in Richmond?" "I like it here." "So do I, but we won't be able to, not if they start digging." There was another silence. Phyllis opened the packet and began to roll herself a cigarette. "We should tell them about what happened," she said. "What do you mean?" "The night before the murder, when Roderick told us what he was going to do, he said it in front of us all." "Oh, he'd been drinking." "It doesn't mean it wasn't true." May thought for a moment. "We could tell the police, but what good do you think it would do? Well, if they arrest him, they'll leave the rest of us alone." "I only wish that was the case." May was breathing heavily. "We were all there, Phyllis. We were all part of it, and we've all agreed to keep our mouths shut. You know what that is? That's conspiracy." She paused, forcing herself to calm down. "I wish the whole thing had never happened. It was stupid. Madness." She drew a breath. "You go to the police, you can find yourself under arrest. And me with you." Phyllis had finished making her roll-up. It contained so little tobacco that when she lit it, she would mainly be inhaling burnt paper.
"We could send the police a note," she said, "anonymously."
May shook her head.
"Won't do any good. There's no proof Roderick killed Mr. Kentworthy. Do you really think he had it in him? I've met women older than us who've been more violent than him. And anyway, what was his motive? The swimming pool? We were all against the swimming pool. And you must remember, dear, that the police are dreadfully unimaginative. They're unlikely to conclude that Mr. Brown committed murder because the Kentworthys were going to spoil his view, even if that's exactly what we want them to think."
The shop door opened, and a customer came in, a middle-aged man with a bag of groceries hanging from his arm.
"Hello," he said. "Would you by any chance have any Joe Nesbo?" "Try Waterstones,"
May snapped, not even looking at him.
"Oh, all right."
He left. The door closed.
"And since we're talking about motives,"
May continued, as if the interruption had never happened,
"Detective Superintendent Khan could well come to the conclusion that you and I are much more likely suspects than Mr. Brown."
Phyllis knew exactly what she meant. She glanced at the corner of the room where Ellery's basket had always been, at the far end of the non-fiction section. It was no longer there. Her eyes filled with tears, and for a moment she couldn't speak. They had loved that dog since he was a puppy, and now he was gone. In the past 2 weeks, the two women's lives had changed irrevocably for the worse. As far as they were concerned, the death of Giles Kentworthy had been by far the lesser of two evils. They both knew who was responsible. Linda Kentworthy had threatened them. She couldn't have been clearer. "If your animal strays into our garden one more time, I'm going to ask my husband to deal with it." May and Phyllis hadn't really listened to her at the time. Now they dearly wished they had. For it seemed that Ellery had done exactly that, slipping out of the house and once again burrowing under the Browns' fence. Worse than that, he had left behind evidence of his visit. They'd had no idea what had happened until they were leaving to catch the bus into Richmond and had discovered another plastic bag of dog waste clipped into the letterbox of their front door. There was no message, no further warning. Of course, both women knew perfectly well what Linda had said, but they weren't entirely sure what she'd meant by dealing with it, and so once again they'd put the whole thing out of their minds. Neither of them believed for a moment that she or her husband would do anything vindictive. That evening, they'd got home from the shop in time for supper, fed Ellery, and let him out to make himself comfortable before bed. Meanwhile, they'd settled down to watch an episode of Bergerac on television. They had all 9 seasons on DVD. It was only when they realized it had grown dark and Ellery hadn't returned that they went out looking for him. He wasn't in the garden. They went past the Browns' house and called out for him, but he didn't seem to have wandered into the grounds of Riverview Lodge either. By now, both of them were getting nervous. Ellery had never been out so late, and for so long on his own. May walked round the entire close, calling out his name. Then she knocked on the door of Woodlands. If Ellery had strayed back into the grounds of Riverview Lodge, he would have had to pass through the next-door garden, and there was always a chance that Roderick Brown might have seen him. A light came on in the hall, visible on the other side of the window, and the dentist appeared a few moments later, wearing a red-striped apron. He had just done the washing up, and was taking a cup of chamomile tea up to Felicity.
"I'm so sorry to trouble you, Mr. Brown. Ellery seems to have gone missing, and we were wondering if you'd seen him." No, I'm afraid not.
How long has he been gone?"
We don't really know. He came home with us, then went out while we were watching TV.
"Well, I haven't seen anything, but I'll keep an eye out for him. I'm sure he'll turn up." May already had a knotted feeling in her stomach. Ellery had never done this before. It was true that he treated the entire close as his personal domain, but he was still a nervous creature and never strayed for very long. "Maybe you should ask at the lodge," Roderick suggested.
"Yes, I'll do that."
May didn't want to go anywhere near the Kentworthys' home, not on her own, not even with Phyllis beside her. She hated the idea of prostrating herself before them, asking for their help. Not that they'd listen anyway. "I'm going to ask my husband to deal with it." The words were drumming themselves over and over in her ears. Phyllis knew what her companion was thinking.
"Maybe Mr. Pennington has seen Ellery," she suggested.
They went back towards Well House, and it was as they approached the front door that they heard it. The unmistakable sound of an animal in pain. A faint whimpering. Could it be Ellery? It didn't sound like him. And the cries were coming from somewhere further away, perhaps behind the house. May was really panicking now. Forgetting the bell, she rapped on the door so hard that she would feel the pain in her knuckles for days to come. The whimpering had stopped. Had she imagined it? She hoped so. There were plenty of foxes in Richmond, semi-domesticated, prowling the streets in search of open dustbins. It must have been one of them. The door opened. Andrew Pennington peered out at them. He had been reading Anthony Trollope in bed when he heard the knocking on the door.
"Please, Mr. Pennington, can you help us? We've been looking for Ellery. He's disappeared, and just now we thought we heard something in your garden."
The words poured out. May's chest was rising and falling. She'd been wearing her glasses when she was watching television. They were still hanging around her neck, and rose and fell as if they too were trying to join in the search. Andrew stepped outside and listened. I can't hear anything," he said. All three of them fell silent, and for a brief moment it seemed to be true. Perhaps they had imagined it after all. But then it came again from behind the house, or from somewhere nearby. It was a sound that carried with it all the pain in the world, and May knew for certain that it was not a fox.
"He's in your garden,"
Phyllis said. I don't think so." Pennington cocked his head, trying to work out where the sound was coming from. The sound's coming from over there," he said, and then, with a sense of dread, "in the well." He was pointing towards the medieval well that stood between the house and the archway. It was one of the unique features of Riverview Close. His home was named after it. On the day that he and Iris moved in, they had both tossed a coin in for good luck. Wait a minute, I'll get some light," he said. It was dark by now. Andrew's night vision had deteriorated in recent years, and he always kept a torch close to the front door. He went in and retrieved it, then led the two women round the side of the house. As they approached the well, the whimpering began again, more forlorn, more desperate. Andrew directed the beam of the torch into the circular opening. Ellery was about 5 meters down, curled up at the bottom, straining with his neck as if searching for salvation. He struggled to get to his feet, but it was clear he could no longer stand. Andrew heard May let out a moan beside him. Phyllis called out the dog's name. Don't worry," Andrew found himself saying. "We'll get him out of there. We'll get help." But what sort of help were they going to find at 10 o'clock at night? And how long would it take to get there? It wasn't important enough to trouble the police. The RSPCA, perhaps? Did they even have an office anywhere near Richmond?
"Can you do anything? Can you get him out?"
Phyllis asked, tears streaming down her cheeks. I don't know." It was impossible. The shaft of the well was too narrow, and he wasn't sure he would be able to climb back out again. A ladder was needed, and someone thin enough to fit inside. "I'll call the RSPCA," he said.
"Oh, Ellery! Oh, poor Ellery!"
May was also crying. Ellery had fallen silent. He was no longer moving. Later on, May would say he had heard their voices, had known they were there, and that perhaps there was some crumb of comfort in the knowledge that he had not died alone. "He must have fallen in," Pennington said, but he knew it wasn't true. Ellery wouldn't have been able to jump in. The brick well head was far too high for the little French bulldog with its stubby legs, and why would he even have tried? There was only one solution. Ellery must have been picked up and deliberately dropped in. Pennington knew it, but he didn't say it. His years at the bar had taught him never to make an accusation without proper evidence, and anyway, what would be the point? He flicked off the torch, sparing the two women the sight of their dead pet. May had reached the same conclusion. Her face was set in stone.
"This was them,"
she whispered.
"They did it."
"What do you mean, Mrs. Winslow?"
"You know what I mean. Giles Kentworthy. She asked him to do something, to sort it out, and this is what happened. He was responsible, and I'll never forgive him. I am not going to allow him to get away with it."
May and Phyllis were still sitting at the table in the tea cosy, Phyllis rolling her cigarette between her fingers like a very old pianist warming up before a performance. They were both haunted by the empty space where Ellery's basket had been. They knew they would never have another dog. Even if they had wanted one, it was too late for them. It had been Sarah, the gardener, who had retrieved Ellery's body from the well in the end. They'd had to wait until the next day for it to happen, and once again the sun had been shining. Sarah was wearing a sleeveless T-shirt, and as she had lowered a ladder into the opening, they had both seen it. Fresh, livid scratches on both her arms. Chapter 5. After they had left Roderick Brown's garden, Hawthorne and Dudley walked back round to the close and stood in the centre, enjoying the sunshine and the smell of the flowers. If it hadn't been for the parked police vehicles, it could have been just another pleasant July day.
"Look at it,"
Hawthorne muttered.
"A private close in one of the nicest suburbs in London. Designer houses. What do you think they're worth? Millions. And yet all these people at each other's throats."
"Quite literally in the case of Giles Kentworthy," Dudley agreed. He had a strange sense of humour, a way of joking that always made him sound sad. "Although, I suppose it could have been an outsider," he added.
"I doubt it,"
Hawthorne said. He pointed to the archway.
"First of all, there's the automatic gate. Closed at night, and you need an electronic key to get in. The crossbow was tucked away in Roderick Brown's garage. Someone must have known it was there. And then there's the opportunity. Kentworthy on his own in the house, his wife having it away with her French teacher, the kids at boarding school, the Filipino cleaner out of the country. It had to be someone close by."
"Nightmare neighbours," Dudley agreed. "When I was in Bristol, we were always getting called out to local estates. Loud music, parties, dustbins and parking. It was the most miserable part of the job, the sheer futility of it all. Makes it a bit tricky, though, when you add murder into the mix. I mean, basically they've all got the same motive. They all hated Giles Kentworthy. That's all it comes down to."
"Parking,"
Hawthorne said. A woman had appeared in the doorway of Gardiner's cottage and was leaning forward, examining the driveway as if she was afraid of what she was going to find. From a distance, she presented herself as healthy and attractive, dressed in a loose shirt, designer jeans and sandals, with a silver necklace and earrings. She had jet-black hair, parted in the centre, framing a serious face. However, as Hawthorne and Dudley walked towards her, it was as if the sky had clouded over and a shadow had fallen. The woman hadn't slept. There were dark worry lines tugging at the corners of her eyes and lips. She had put on too much makeup, trying to disguise her malaise. It was striking that all the jewellery she was wearing seemed to have been inspired by poisonous creatures. Hawthorne stopped in front of her.
"Mrs. Beresford?"
"Yes?"
"Can we talk to you?"
"Now?"
"Do you mind?"
"Are you journalists?"
"What makes you think that?"
So far, it had been a conversation made up entirely of questions. "You don't look like police officers," she said.
"As a matter of fact, we're helping the police with their inquiries."
Gemma Beresford examined Hawthorne with suspicion. She seemed even more undecided about his assistant. "You could be anyone," she said. "Why should I believe you?"
"Well, you could ask D.S. Khan. He's got to be somewhere around. Or maybe you can call him."
Hawthorne tried to look sympathetic.
"We've already spoken to Linda Kentworthy and to your neighbour Roderick Brown."
Hawthorne had mentioned enough names to persuade her. "I can only give you 10 minutes, she said. "I have to pick up my children from playgroup at 2.
"We won't need any more time with you than that," Hawthorne assured her.
Gardener's cottage was misnamed. There might have been a cottage here in the 18th century when a gardener had been employed to look after the extensive grounds of Revo Hall, but what had replaced it was hardly a cottage, more a sizable family house. The front door opened into a hallway that had almost too much space, with a high ceiling and a cantilevered staircase leading up to a galleried landing. The style was a tasteful mix of modern and traditional. Glass panels hemming in the stairs, exposed beams in the walls. Everything seemed neat and ordered until she led them into the kitchen, which told the real story of the Beresfords' home, with its piles of unwashed dishes, the toys, dolls and children's clothes everywhere, the Marks and Spencer ready meals defrosting on the counter, the unwatered plants flopping in their pots, and unpaid bills stacked up beside the toaster. Gemma Beresford waved them both to a solid farmhouse table. Dudley rested his elbows in front of him, then removed them when he realised they had lightly stuck themselves to the surface. "You'll have to forgive the mess," she said. Her voice was low and husky. "This has been quite a week, and I'm not even talking about the murder. Our cleaning lady hasn't been in. She says she's depressed, honestly. You're not allowed to question mental health issues these days, but it's getting beyond a joke, and we don't have a nanny either." "What's happened to her?" Dudley asked. "Oh, nothing. Kylie's a wonderful girl, and she keeps the whole ship running. That's what the children call her, Captain Kylie. Her room's at the top of the house, like a crow's nest." She looked at the mess all around her. "You can see for yourself what it's like when she's not here. She was called away at the weekend."
"What happened?"
When she joined us, it was 2 years ago, she was doing part-time work for a charity and she didn't want to leave it. Age UK.
"Old people," Hawthorne muttered helpfully.
Yes, she's one of their volunteers, and, she's befriended a very elderly lady in Hampton Wick. It's just a few miles from here. Anyway, would you believe it, on Sunday evening, Marcia was attacked. That's her name, Marcia Clark. It's absolutely shocking. She's 85 years old, but someone was waiting outside her house and hit her with a cosh or something, and now she's in Kingston Hospital. But the thing is, she has 3 cats and absolutely nobody to support her. Social services were no use, so Kylie agreed to stay in her house and look after the animals until Marcia is well enough to come home. Goodness knows how long that will be. But that's typical of Kylie. She's from Australia and has no relatives over here. I suppose she sees Marcia as a sort of grandmother figure. All of this had come out in a rush, as if Gemma had been desperately waiting to tell anyone about her misfortunes. "That's why I have to collect the children," she added, glancing at her watch. "They hate it when we're late." "How old are your kids?" Dudley asked. "They're twins. Claire and Lucy, they're 4.
"Did Marcia Clark have money on her when she was attacked?"
Hawthorne asked. "I don't know." Gemma was puzzled by the question.
"I was just wondering about the motive."
"I don't think she had any money taken from her. The police think it may have been racially motivated. Marcia is a woman of colour." Dudley scribbled the information into his notebook. "So right now you're on your own," he said. "Well, my husband, Tom, will be back this evening. He's a GP. He works in Richmond."
"How is your husband?"
Hawthorne asked. He sounded genuinely concerned. "Well, he's very tired. He's overworked, but he's well. He's fine."
"I understand he often argued with Giles Kentworthy. In fact, I've been told that just a short while ago he threatened to kill him."
Gemma Beresford blushed, the colour visible even under her makeup. "Who told you that?" she demanded.
"Is it true?"
Hawthorne countered. It's true about the parking." Giles Kentworthy was extraordinarily inconsiderate. Quite apart from his camper van, which is an eyesore and never goes anywhere, he had 4 cars. A Porsche, a Mercedes, some sort of American thing, and a Mini Cooper. Who needs 4 cars in this day and age? His garage only had space for 2 of them, so he often parked outside, blocking us in. When I came out just now, I was checking to make sure the driveway was clear. He may not be here anymore, but I've got into the habit.
"Did it make your husband very angry?"
"If you're asking me if Tom killed Giles Kentworthy, that's ridiculous. Of course not. Tom's not like that. He saves lives. And you have no idea the pressure he's under, Mr. Hawthorne, like everyone in the NHS. In fact, if you really want to know, that was what the argument was about 2 weeks ago. A man died. It was Giles Kentworthy's fault.
How did that happen?
Gemma Beresford was still angry. She had one eye on the clock. She had to pick up her children, but she wasn't going to leave without telling Hawthorne the truth about what had occurred. Tom was leaving for work. It was just another day, but he had to get in on time because the surgery was short-staffed. Also, he had a patient coming in at 9 o'clock, a man he'd been treating for several months. His name was Raymond Shaw. He wasn't particularly old, in his 40s, I think, but he was overweight, with high cholesterol, high blood pressure, a heart attack waiting to happen. And it did happen that morning. Tom got held up because the driveway was blocked, and Mr. Shaw was waiting for him in the surgery. He waited 20 minutes, and he kept asking the receptionist when Tom was going to arrive, and he got more and more angry, and then it happened. He had what's called an SCA, a sudden cardiac arrest. By the time Tom arrived, he was already dead. Of course, the surgery had done everything they could to revive him. Nobody blamed Tom, and, as I said, Mr. Shaw could have had the heart attack at any time. Anyone can be held up in traffic or whatever, and 20 minutes late is hardly negligence, but Tom blamed himself. That's the sort of man he is. And that's why he lost his temper and may have said some stupid things to Giles Kentworthy. We all say stupid things from time to time, things we don't mean. The idea that he crept out, stole a crossbow, and put a bolt into him is out of the question. You don't know, Tom. Anyway, it's impossible. He was here all night in bed next to me, so if you've got him on your list of suspects, you'll have to add me to it, too. She took another look at her watch. And now I really have to go.
Just one last thing, Hawthorne said. If your husband didn't kill Giles Kentworthy, who do you think did?
Well, how can I possibly answer that? The police seem to think that it may have been one of the residents living in Riverside Close. Dudley chipped in. You probably know them as well as anyone. I know them well enough to know that none of them would be capable of such a thing.
You'd be surprised who's capable of murder, Mrs. Beresford, Hawthorne said. Is there someone you're trying to protect?
Her eyes flared. Why would I want to do that?
You live with these people. Maybe you've seen something. I understand you want to play nice neighbours, but you all hated Giles Kentworthy.
I didn't hate him.
There was something about a dog.
Gemma looked scornful. Well, that was dreadful. Poor May and Phyllis. Their dog fell into the well and they blamed him, but they're both in their 80s. They're completely harmless. I certainly can't see them creeping around with a crossbow in the middle of the night. Did you ever hear anyone else talking about killing Giles Kentworthy, Mrs. Beresford? Dudley asked. For just a brief moment, Gemma was unsure of herself. No, of course not. When would anyone ever say something like that? I never heard anything. She stopped herself. You won't turn me against my neighbours, she went on, just as you'll never turn them against Tom and me.
Is that what you've all agreed?
It's how we are. She stood up, signalling that she wanted Hawthorne and Dudley to leave. I like the jewellery, Dudley said. Is that a snake around your neck? Well, as a matter of fact, I designed it. I have a jewellery business, and it's part of my rare poison collection. Sounds unusual. The necklace is shaped like the butterfly viper that lives in Central Africa. The creature's really quite wonderful, with its brilliant blue-green markings and bright red triangles. It's also venomous. The earrings are inspired by the webs of the orb-weaver spider from Madagascar, which turn gold in sunlight. I'm exploring the correlation between beauty and death in nature.
They look lovely, but they kill you, Hawthorne said.
Gemma Beresford smiled for the first time. Exactly. Chapter 6. Well, she was nice, Dudley said as they watched Gemma Beresford drive out of the close on her way to her children's playgroup.
Interesting woman, Hawthorne agreed. What's she hiding?
Dudley raised his eyebrows. The truth? She'd certainly heard someone talking about the death of Mr. Kentworthy before it happened. There were fewer police around, but this was the second day of their inquiry and they had things wrapped up, quite literally in the case of the forensic teams, who were carrying out the last pieces of evidence concealed in white plastic. Everything else would have gone the day before: clothing, computers, documents and files, anything that might have a story to tell. Hawthorne and Dudley had both been in this world once, following the procedures set out in Blackstone's Police Investigator's Manual, Volumes 1 to 4. Now, for different reasons, they had been cast adrift, unnoticed on the edge of the crime scene. Dudley watched the slightly listless activity in silence. With the afternoon sun shining and everything so perfect, surrounded by designer houses with their stock brick chimneys, Dutch gables and flowering jasmine, there was an unreality to the scene. "Look at them," he muttered. "This has got to be the unlikeliest place in the world for a murder. When you think about it, the worst crime you could imagine happening here would be someone borrowing someone else's lawnmower without asking permission." Detective Superintendent Khan appeared, coming out of the long, narrow building that stretched across the bottom end of the close. He was accompanied by a man who was supporting himself on a walking stick, limping badly. The man, dressed rather too warmly for the summer weather, was short, neatly bearded, vaguely professorial, with thinning hair and spectacles. He seemed unusually relaxed, as if the two of them had been discussing the cricket season rather than the violent death of a local resident. Khan waved them over. "This is Daniel Hawthorne and John Dudley," he said, once they'd arrived. "They're colleagues of mine, helping us with our inquiries." He must have had a successful morning, Hawthorne thought. He was almost friendly. "How's it going?" Khan asked. "Swimmingly," Dudley said. Khan scowled. "Let me introduce you to Mr. Adam Strauss. He lives in the stables. He knows quite a bit about the neighbourhood."
"He played a brilliant game against Kramnik in the World Chess Championship last year," Hawthorne said. "Move 72. A rook manoeuvre when you were 2 pawns down. Nobody could have seen that coming."
Strauss beamed.
"In a game at that level, you have to look 10 moves ahead, Mr. Hawthorne. Kramnik helped me, sacrificing his bishop on move 60. Do you play chess?"
"No, but my son's crazy about it. He's only 14, but he likes to read magazines with me."
"Maybe you have a chess prodigy on your hands."
"I doubt it. It's chess one week, BMX bikes the next."
Khan had been listening to this conversation with a sense of disbelief. He didn't even know Hawthorne had a child. "Mr. Hawthorne is asking some follow-up questions," he interrupted. "You've been very helpful to me, Mr. Strauss, but would you mind having a chat with him, too? A second perspective always helps." Strauss didn't hesitate.
"It would be my pleasure, Mr. Hawthorne. Come in and have a cup of tea. I'm sure my wife will be delighted to meet you."
Leaning heavily on his stick, he led the way into the main room, which stretched the full length of the building. A woman was sitting demurely on a sofa with an iPad on her lap, but she stood up as they came in. She was wearing a tight-fitting dress and leather thong sandals, a necklace of black pearls, and gold clip-on earrings. Khan had already told Hawthorne that she was Hong Kong Chinese. He would have been less able to describe the steeliness behind her smile, the way she quickly weighed up the new visitors and came to a conclusion that she seemed determined to keep to herself.
This is my wife, Terry."
More police officers. Terry was not pleased.
"Daniel Hawthorne and John Dudley."
Strauss was more convivial.
"They're helping the police. I've spoken to Mr. Khan, and we should give them any help we can. This is an awful business, but the worst of it is that, like it or not, the shadow of suspicion has fallen on all of us. It's clear the police believe someone living in the close may have been responsible, and, as absurd as it sounds, that's an intolerable situation. I just want to get back to normal."
Strauss limped over to a sofa and sat down.
"Let's have some tea."
"Thank you."
"Jasmine or English breakfast?" Taking her cue from her husband, Terry had risen, almost levitated, to her feet. Now she was the smiling hostess. "Builders will be fine," Dudley said. Terry glided into the kitchen. She could still take part in the conversation as she set about making the tea, filling the pot with one of those taps providing instant boiling water.
"Have you worked with Superintendent Khan before?"
Strauss asked.
"First time,"
Hawthorne said.
"So you are, private detectives?"
"You could say that."
"How wonderful. I used to know Trevor Eve quite well. That was in the days when I was working in television. He appeared as Shoestring. Do you remember? He was a private detective, but I didn't know they existed in real life."
"When did you come to the UK?"
Hawthorne asked, as well as the surname he had noticed Strauss's faint German accent. I arrived here when I was 7 years old. My father was in the diplomatic service and he was posted here in the late 60s. I was taught in Richmond. There's a famous international German school just down the road, which is where I completed my Abitur. It was also where I found my love of chess. They had a club, and I joined. He smiled sadly. That's why I'm so upset about what's happened. Richmond has always been my true home. The statement was accompanied by the sound of a tune beaten out on a xylophone, the classic marimba ringtone. Strauss pulled an iPhone from his pocket and glanced at the screen. Do you mind if I take this? It's my manager. Without waiting for an answer, he got up and, moving as quickly as he could, disappeared into his office, which led off from the library area. Terry came over with the tea. She had also arranged a plate of homemade butter cookies. Milk and sugar? She asked. Both, thanks. 2 sugars. Dudley reached for a biscuit. So how long have you been married? He asked. 4 years, Terry smiled. I'm his second wife. Adam is divorced. Where did you meet? I know his first wife, Wendy. In fact, she's my cousin. She sounded only a little apologetic. We grew up together. Her mother and my mother were sisters. Where is she now? She went back to Hong Kong, although the two of us have stayed in touch. All the time she was in England, she was never happy. She didn't like Richmond. She said it was too quiet. She wanted to live in town, and she wasn't interested in chess either. How can you marry a chess grandmaster if you don't have any interest in chess? That was what broke up the marriage. She was stupid.
Do you like the game?
Hawthorne asked. It's more than a game, Mr. Hawthorne. It's a way of life. She paused. I cannot follow all the moves. I do not understand the strategy, but I watch my husband play, and it is like seeing God at work in the human brain. He is one of the greatest chess players who ever lived. You know, he played Deep Blue 12 times in a row, and 12 times the computer lost. At the very end, the motherboard crashed. It suffered a complete meltdown. They say that the computer pulled the plug on itself to end the shame. Do you always travel with him? Dudley asked. Always. My husband must have complete rest, isolation, before every game. If I were not there, he would not even eat. He needs someone to look after him. Adam Strauss came back into the room. It's good news, he said. I can't go to Chennai after all. They've arranged a wheelchair for me at Heathrow Airport if I still can't walk properly, and the same at the other end. There'll be someone to look after me at the Sheraton, and they're giving me a room close to the elevator. And your wife's coming with you? Dudley asked. Strauss nodded. Terry always comes with me when I'm playing abroad. I couldn't do it without her. He accepted a cup of jasmine tea and sat down again. What do you want to know, Mr. Hawthorne?
Let's start with that injury of yours, if you don't mind. How did you hurt yourself?
I had an accident a few days ago. Last Friday. I was on my way to meet my manager to talk about the tournament in Chennai, as a matter of fact. I never got there. Somebody pushed into me on the steps at Richmond Station, and I fell quite badly. He stretched out his ankle, showing it to Hawthorne. It's not broken, but it's a bad sprain. I was quite worried I wouldn't be able to go.
When exactly was this?
Hawthorne asked. It was during the morning rush hour, about 9 a.m. Hawthorne nodded at Dudley, who made a note of the time.
You used to live in Riverview Lodge, he went on.
Yes, that's right. I have to say, I feel personally responsible for everything that's happened here. If I hadn't sold the house, none of us would ever have heard of Giles Kentworthy.
Why did he move?
Terry thought it was too big for us, and she was right. I didn't need all that space. There was another reason, which he was less willing to put into words. My income isn't what it used to be either. You know, I used to have my own show on TV. It's your move, said Dudley. That's the one. It was a chess-based quiz, very popular in its time. It was co-hosted by Debbie McGee. I was also a commentator at some of the major tournaments, but they're not covered so much these days. And if I'm going to be honest with you, I am getting too old
For the major ones, Magnus Carlsen, current world champion, is 24. Levon Aronian is only a few years older. He became a grandmaster at 17. Anyway, Terry was never very comfortable at Riverview Lodge. It wasn't a home we'd made together, so when the stables suddenly became available, it felt like a no-brainer. I never liked the house, Terry agreed. It's better here. I still don't understand why Giles Kentworthy and his family couldn't fit in more, Strauss continued. You don't buy a house in a place like this if you're not going to get on with your neighbours. I'm sure he wasn't a bad person, but he did manage to annoy the hell out of us. The parking, the noise, the camper van, the children. We invited them to a meeting here about 6 weeks ago. We thought it might be an opportunity to sort things out, but at the last minute they didn't show up. That was typical of them. Maybe they were just thoughtless, but they came over as rude. Everything got worse after that, Terry said. That's true, my love, yes. He took a sip of his tea. First there was the dog, belonging to those two dear ladies in the Gables. How well do you know them? Oh, we're very close. The Gables and the stables. They had a French bulldog, which was found at the bottom of the well. They were quite sure the Kentworthys were responsible. Then Andrew Pennington, he's a retired barrister and our neighbour across the way in Wellhouse. He had his flower display ruined by the children. They drove through it on skateboards, would you believe? Not a motive for murder, I'm sure, but he was very upset. And also there was your chess set, Terry reminded him. Oh, yes. For a moment, Strauss lost his cheerful composure. That was extremely annoying. What happened exactly? Hawthorne asked. Strauss put his cup down. I was in town, having lunch with a journalist friend of mine. This was the week before my accident. Terry was also out. When I got back, I noticed that one of the windows had been broken, and my first thought was that we'd been burgled. In fact, it was simpler than that. The two Kentworthy boys, Hugo and Tristram, had taken to playing cricket in the courtyard, even though there's supposed to be a rule about no ball games. There had been quite a few complaints about it. I remember that the Beresfords were particularly worried, but then they've got small children. They said it was dangerous, Terry agreed. Well, I could see at once what had happened. They had hit their ball through my window. I found it on the floor. That would have been bad enough. But it had also smashed one of my most treasured chess sets. A gift from Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the ruler of Dubai. Did you complain to the parents? Dudley asked. Of course I did. I telephoned Giles Kentworthy and spoke to him at length. He sighed. He refused to accept responsibility. He said that he talked to the boys and they had denied it, and suggested that it might have been one of their friends. He promised he would look into it, but I have a feeling he couldn't really have cared less. Do you still have the chess set? Dudley asked. There's a model maker I know, brilliant at putting stuff together. I'm not sure it's possible, Adam said. I wouldn't say that, Hawthorne cut in. A tube of Revell Contactor Professional and a handful of fast clamps. Terry had already got to her feet. It's here, she said. She went to a low cupboard, reached inside, and took out a chessboard, holding it carefully so that the pieces wouldn't fall off. She brought it over for Hawthorne to examine. It was a set modelled on the Lord of the Rings, but the White King and Queen and bishops were badly smashed. Several of the pawns were broken. Looks a bit hopeless, Hawthorne admitted. You wouldn't have thought that a cricket ball could do so much damage. Well, the pieces were extremely fragile, Adam muttered tetchily. There are only 6 sets ever made, he went on. Put it away, dear, I can't bear looking at it. Terry returned it to the cupboard. So Kentworthy refused to accept responsibility, Dudley said. He lied to you, and a few days later, he was dead. He sounded surprised by the force of his own logic. Where were you on Monday night? He asked. I was playing chess until well after midnight. Then I went to bed. And before you ask, my opponent was in Warsaw. We were playing online. His name is Grzegorz Gajewski, and, like me, he's a Grand Master. Strauss waited until Terry had sat down again. I hope you're not suggesting that I killed Giles Kentworthy out of revenge, he went on. "If every parent was responsible for their children's misdemeanours, the entire country would be strewn with corpses. Anyway, I've already told you, everyone in the Close had a reason to dislike the Kentworthys. A man died because of them, Tom Beresford's patient. That's rather more important than a smashed chess set."
"Even a very valuable one?"
"Yes." There was a brief silence.
"Seems to me you're in pole position, Mr. Strauss,"
Hawthorne observed.
"You used to live in the big house. Now you're right beside the entrance. This meeting you had when the Kentworthys were no-shows, that was your idea?"
"Actually, I think it was Andrew Pennington who suggested it. He's on his own now. His wife died of cancer a few years ago, and he's become something of a counsellor to all of us. He thought an informal drinks-do might help. Terry and I were happy to host it."
"So tell me, if Giles Kentworthy was killed by someone in Riverview Close, who do you think it was most likely to be?"
Adam Strauss leant forward, his palms touching, and his fingers resting just beneath his chin, as if he was contemplating a move in an invisible chess game. "I'm not sure I accept your premise that the killer was one of us, Mr. Hawthorne. Giles Kentworthy was a wealthy man, a hedge fund manager. I'd have said you should be looking for someone who lost money, an unhappy client. That makes much more sense to me."
"How many of his clients would have been able to get through the gate, or would have known that Roderick Brown kept a crossbow inside his locked garage?"
Hawthorne countered.
"Well, that's a fair point.
Although the garage was frequently left open. Sarah, our gardener, was in and out all the time."
"Are you pointing the finger at her?"
"I'm not pointing the finger at anyone. That's exactly the point I'm trying to make. You're asking me to turn against people whom I have always considered to be my friends. I am not prepared to do that."
"How about Roderick Brown himself?"
Strauss let out a sniff of exasperation. "I am probably closer to Roderick than to anyone else. For a start, he's my dentist."
"You didn't mention that."
"I'm glad to hear it. Frankly, it's none of your business. But since you ask, I was going to his clinic before he even moved into Riverview Close. He was recommended to me because he has quite a few celebrity clients. I actually met Ewan McGregor in his waiting room, a very charming man. Roderick has had the most appalling difficulties, what with Felicity's illness and everything, and Terry and I have both been trying to offer him our support."
"He was upset about the swimming pool."
"And the jacuzzi. I can understand that. They're going to be right underneath Felicity's window, and there's no doubt that they will make a huge impact on her life. I'm astonished Kentworthy even got planning permission." Strauss smiled a little mournfully. "With Kentworthy dead, the rest of the family may move," he said, as if the idea had only just occurred to him. "I suppose it's quite possible there won't be a jacuzzi, a swimming pool, or anything."
"Perhaps that's exactly what he wanted."
"And that's a motive for murder, I agree, but take it from me, Roderick couldn't hurt a fly." "Flies don't have teeth," Dudley pointed out. "I can tell you this." Strauss ignored Dudley's remark. "Roderick is more upset than anyone about what's happened. I spoke to him yesterday after Detective Superintendent Khan interviewed him, and he was in considerable distress. I know him very well, and I would urge you to leave him alone." Strauss drew himself to his feet. "And now, if you gentlemen have no other questions, I really don't think there's anything more to say." Strauss had clearly forgotten Hawthorne's chess-loving son. The attack on Roderick Brown had been one step too far, and the two investigators found themselves being shown rapidly out of the door. "That went well," Dudley said.
"It's interesting."
Hawthorne didn't seem at all put out.
2 random attacks in a matter of days."
Dudley nodded. "I noticed that. An old lady being looked after by the Beresfords' nanny is hit with a cosh in Hampton Wick."
"And Adam Strauss is pushed down the stairs."
"Seems a bit random. I can't see a connection."
"It still bothers me."
Hawthorne made his decision.
"Ask D.S. Khan for any CCTV footage from Richmond Station last Friday morning. Or nip round yourself. It might be interesting to see what really happened."
Chapter 7. There was a pub, the Fox and Duck, on the other side of the Petersham Road, and after they left the stables, Hawthorne and Dudley walked over there and found a table outside for a late lunch. The two of them had met very early that morning and had travelled to Richmond together.
Neither of them had had time to eat. Dudley ordered a pie and chips with a glass of lemonade and didn't seem aware of Hawthorne watching him over a black coffee and a cigarette. They sat in silence, each lost in their own thoughts, until the food had been served. Then Hawthorne leant forward.
"Thoughts?"
he asked. "Not a bad pie," Dudley replied.
"That's not what I meant, mate."
"Well, of course, they're all lying, the whole lot of them. I agree with you that Linda Kentworthy was shagging the French teacher. Roderick Brown is in meltdown either because he committed the murder or because he knows who did. The wicked witch with the silver jewellery thinks her husband did it, and she's certainly talked about killing Giles Kentworthy at some time, even if she wasn't being completely serious. And I wouldn't have thought anything happens in Riverview Close without Adam Strauss and his wife knowing about it. I hated that bloody chess set, by the way. But then I never much liked The Lord of the Rings either. Hobbits and talking trees, not for me, thanks." Hawthorne examined his assistant with both curiosity and concern.
"So, how are things going with you?"
he asked. "I'm all right."
"How's the flat working out?"
"It's great. I'm very grateful to you." Dudley paused. "How much longer am I going to be able to live there?" Hawthorne shrugged.
"As long as you like."
"And rent-free? How does that work?"
"People who own it aren't short of cash."
"Well, it's very handy, and if I ever need a cup of sugar, I know where to go."
"I don't have any sugar."
I was talking about the Waitrose round the corner. Dudley continued to eat almost mechanically. There could have been anything on his plate. Hawthorne finished his cigarette. He was very rarely ill at ease, but he hesitated before asking,
"Are you still seeing Sussman?"
Dudley stopped, the fork halfway to his mouth. "Now and then," he said.
"Do you want to talk about it?"
"Not really."
"Do you mind me asking?"
"I'd prefer it if you didn't." Dudley put down his knife and fork, making sure they were parallel on the plate. "It's been a year now since it happened. Bristol Courthouse and all the rest of it. But I've got things under control, largely thanks to Dr. Sussman. And thanks to you, Danny. I like doing this job, and I'm grateful to you. I'm getting things together in my own way, one day at a time. All the rest of it's behind me, so I'd appreciate it if you'd leave it alone."
"I only asked,"
Hawthorne said, stubbing out his cigarette. "I appreciate it."
"So what do you suggest we do next?"
It would be nice to get hold of the barrister, Pennington. He arranged the big get-together everyone's been talking about, and there was something about his flowers getting trashed.
"And Sarah Baines?"
"Oh yeah, the gardener." Dudley took out his notebook and turned to a page. "Accused of theft and some sort of financial espionage. She had access to Roderick Brown's house, and she was in and out all the time. She's also sending text messages to Mr. Brown, and it may have been her who threw that poor bloody dog down the well." Dudley snapped the book shut. "Yes, I'd definitely like to speak to her." Chapter 8. There was a single policeman standing guard at the entrance to Riverview Close, keeping away any sightseers, but otherwise the whole place was eerily empty by mid-afternoon, when Hawthorne and Dudley returned. All the investigating officers, including Khan, had disappeared, as if, just a couple of days after a particularly violent and unusual murder, they had decided there was nothing more for them to do.
"Have they made any arrests?"
Hawthorne asked the young constable, who at least knew who he was. "No, sir, not that I heard." They walked through into the close. "You think they've pulled Roderick Brown in?" Dudley asked. Hawthorne nodded. Dudley could have been reading his mind.
"I'm not sure he murdered Giles Kentworthy, although he did his best to convince us otherwise, but I don't think D.S. Khan will be able to resist it. Pull him in, give him a night in police custody, hope to terrify him enough into talking." The door of Well House was the first they came to, and Dudley rang the bell. It was opened by Andrew Pennington, who seemed to know exactly who they were and had been expecting them. "Adam called me after you spoke to him," he explained. "He said you might want to speak to me." He leant out and looked around the close. "It looks as if everyone else is out." "Do you talk to each other a lot?" Dudley asked. I'm sorry?
You and Mr. Strauss. Seems to me that the whole lot of you are pretty tight. You keep each other informed of what's going on.
We're all friends, if that's what you mean. At least, we were until the Kentworthys arrived. Please, come in.
Andrew Pennington's home was neat, comfortable, old-fashioned. The sitting room had a desk in one corner, a matching three-piece suite, bookshelves filled with mainly 19th century English, French and Russian classics. The colour scheme tended towards the dark, walls painted in shades of green and mauve, with oak and mahogany furniture, thick carpets and curtains. Triple French windows at the back looked out into the garden, but only allowed a little afternoon sun to trickle in. It was immediately obvious that he lived alone. The house had a sense of emptiness. It felt stuck in time, as if nothing had changed, but it was immediately obvious what was missing. There were photographs on every surface, mounted in a variety of frames, but all of them showing the same subject. A beautiful woman, always smiling, her face filled with life. Iris Pennington at work. Iris on the beach. Iris and Andrew arm in arm on a swing chair. Iris and Andrew dancing. Iris making a heart sign with both hands. Iris in bed, ill and wasted, but still smiling for the camera. Well House spoke equally of her death and her surviving husband's life. Andrew was in his early 60s, a handsome, softly-spoken black man with hair that was tinged with white around his ears. It would be easy to imagine him in court. He would be courteous, precise, but he would miss nothing. Those grey eyes of his would pick up the slightest nuance, and when he sensed a weak spot, he would strike with lethal accuracy. Of course, all of that was far behind him now. He had not so much embraced retirement as allowed it to engulf him. The slippers he was wearing, the cardigan pushed out of shape by the bulge of his stomach, the glasses, the tiredness in his face. He was tumbling into old age.
"Can I get you tea or coffee?"
he asked as he showed them to a seat.
"No, thank you. We just had lunch."
Hawthorne picked up on what Dudley had been asking.
"We've been told that you and your friends had a meeting," he said. "You were going to confront your new neighbours about their behaviour."
You're referring to the meeting we had 6 weeks ago at Adam Strauss's house, but I don't think confront is the right word."
"What word would you use?"
The barrister shrugged. "I haven't quite put my finger on what it was about the Kentworthys that annoyed so many of us. I'm not convinced it was the issues, the noise, and all the rest of it. I think it was the people themselves. There was something about them that was deeply off-putting. I've seen it in court many a time. A jury takes against a defendant for no clear reason, and it's almost impossible to make them see sense, no matter how many facts you have at your fingertips. For what it's worth, I would have said the meeting was more about conciliation than confrontation. It seemed a good idea to discuss the issues before they got out of hand." "They got out of hand big time," Dudley muttered.
"It was unfortunate that the Kentworthys decided not to come. They sent a text while we were together after we'd arrived. It didn't go down well."
"The meeting was your idea?" Hawthorne asked.
"Oh, the idea presented itself when I was talking to Adam. It's long been my experience that it's all too easy to get a false impression of someone if you don't talk to them. You imagine the worst, and that's what they become. There's a poem by William Blake." He closed his eyes, recalling the words. "I was angry with my friend. I told my wrath did end. I was angry with my foe. I told it not. My wrath did grow." He smiled. "The poem is called A Poison Tree. I suppose we met to avoid cultivating one." "There must have been a lot of anger in the room," Hawthorne said. "Wrath," Dudley corrected him. "Again, that's not the case. Tom was probably more annoyed than anyone because of the parking situation, quite rightly, as it turned out. The man died in his surgery when he couldn't get there to save him. Roderick and Felicity were determined to fight the swimming pool. They'd just received notice of the planning application. We all had. If it went through, they would lose their view, not at all helpful when you're bedridden. But nobody said anything particularly aggressive, and certainly nothing that might be deemed illegal. Adam didn't complain at all, as far as I can recall, although of course his most precious chess set hadn't been smashed at the time. That happened later. May actually said what a lot of us were thinking, which was that we should do everything by the book. The important thing was not to let the situation escalate. In the end, it was quite a pleasant evening, albeit a short one. There was no point hanging around if they weren't going to show up.
But then things got worse, Dudley said.
It's true. The next 6 weeks were very trying.
Mrs. Winslow lost her dog.
Well, the dog belonged to both her and her companion. I was with them when they found him. He was at the bottom of the old well in the corner of my garden and in considerable pain, poor thing. They'd had a long dispute with the Kentworthys. I'm afraid the dog had a habit of burrowing into their garden, but there's absolutely no evidence that either Giles or Linda had anything to do with it.
What did it do then? Commit suicide? Dudley was unimpressed.
May and Phyllis believe that Giles Kentworthy ordered Sarah Baines to do away with it. It's true she had scratches on her arms the following day, but I've spoken to her, and I believe her when she says she would never have done anything like that. For that matter, I'm not sure that the Kentworthys would have given the order. You mentioned Adam Strauss's chess set, Hawthorne said. That was the children playing cricket, no doubt about that. They also rode their skateboards over some of your flowers.
For the first time, Andrew Pennington was taken aback, losing some of his poise. When he spoke again, his voice was low.
Yes, that was Hugo and Tristram Kentworthy again. They're very young, and I'm sure they meant no harm, but we have repeatedly asked their parents to keep them under control.
He wanted to stop there, but Hawthorne and Dudley waited in silence, expecting more.
You may have noticed the roundabout in the centre of the close. With the permission, indeed with the encouragement of the other residents, I had planted it with shrubs and flowers that had a special significance for my late wife Iris. She died of cancer just as I retired, and I have to tell you I miss her terribly. I try to keep myself busy. I've joined a bridge club, and I play twice a week, Mondays and Wednesdays. In fact, I'm playing tonight. There's a walking group, swimming in the summer, but it's not easy without her, which is perhaps why the display means so much to me. Anyway, I came home one evening to discover wheel marks from 2 skateboards cutting right through the beds. A lot of the flowers were severed. In fact, the whole bed was decimated. I would say profaned, but perhaps that's going too far.
He tried to make light of it.
It's not hugely important, I can always plant more, but I was upset because it happened to be the 5th anniversary of her death.
His eyes met Hawthorne's.
Perhaps that leads you to think that I had a motive to kill their father. He didn't even apologize. The boys still race around on their skateboards. It might do. Well, I'll give you a much better motive if it will help you with your inquiries, Mr. Hawthorne. Giles Kentworthy was a card-carrying member of the UK Independence Party. What of it? I think it informed the way he treated me. And how was that, Mr. Pennington? Hawthorne asked. With disdain. He's saying he was a racist? I'm asking what sort of man puts jingoistic slogans in his front window and flies a Union Jack in his back garden.
A patriot?
I'm afraid it's been a very long time since the Union Jack was associated with patriotism, Mr. Dudley, Andrew replied.
The UK Independence Party wouldn't call itself racist, Dudley said.
Their leader said he wouldn't want to live next to a Romanian. One of their councillors was recorded admitting she had a problem with Negroes. The Prime Minister himself has referred to them as closet racists. Maybe the view is different when you're seeing it from your side of the fence, Mr. Dudley, but as I understand it, the police are even looking into a possible political connection in the attack on Marcia Clark. You won't have heard of her, but there have been quite a few stories about her in the local press.
She was the old lady being looked after by the Beresfords' nanny.
That's right. Apparently an Independence Party leaflet has been found in her letterbox. It may have been a calling card.
Hawthorne and Dudley took this in. Marcia Clark, a woman living in Hampton Wick, had been the victim of what might have been a racist attack. Her assailant might have belonged to a right-wing political party. Giles Kentworthy supported the same party, and he happened to have lived next door to the young woman who had been caring for Marcia. There might be a connection, but it was definitely an oblique one.
Giles Kentworthy never spoke to me, Andrew went on. He never invited me into the house. He always looked at me with a sense of superiority, almost contempt. I used to think that he deliberately revved the engine of his car outside my house to wake me up. "Why are you telling us all this, Mr. Pennington?" Hawthorne asked. "Because I think you're focusing on the wrong angle. All the trivia of a suburban close means nothing at all. Nobody ever murdered anyone because they played their music too loud. It may be that Kentworthy was a racist and a deeply unpleasant man who deserved to die. Did you kill him?" "No, I did not."
Before either of them could say anything more, there was a movement outside the window, and a young woman walked past, dressed in a vest top and jeans, pushing a wheelbarrow.
"Is that Sarah Baines?"
Hawthorne asked.
"Yes." "She works here?" "She does all the gardens."
"Not the Kentworthys," Dudley said. "They fired her."
"Would you mind if we had a word with her?"
Hawthorne asked.
"There's nothing more you want to ask me?" "Not for the moment, thanks."
Andrew Pennington got up and opened the French windows.
"Then be my guest."
Chapter 9. Sarah Baines had been mowing. As Hawthorne and Dudley walked up to her, she was unloading the wheelbarrow onto a compost heap. She was a statuesque woman, tall and muscular, with auburn hair brushing over her eyes, twisting around her neck, and plunging down to her ample breast. Her clothes, especially her heavy black gardening gloves, did her no favours, but when she turned and smiled, she was strikingly attractive. Formidable, certainly, but with something of the magnetism of a movie star, perhaps in a superhero film. Her vest top revealed bare arms with tattoos on both biceps, a pair of dice on the left, and a spider's web on the right. The wheelbarrow was old and heavy, but she had no trouble manoeuvring it, spilling weeds and grass cuttings, along with a number of undeserving flowers, onto the pile. Andrew Pennington's garden was surprisingly large, almost twice the size of its neighbours. It was L-shaped, starting with a York stone patio, a wooden table and 6 chairs. Beyond this, the lawn stretched all the way round the side of the house, bordered by a long line of flower beds that stretched from one end to the other. Climbing roses and jasmine had been planted against a brick wall that separated the property from the main road. They provided a colourful background for the medieval well that had been the cause of so much misery, and which stood on its own with a gravel surround. Ellery would have had no trouble coming through the shrubs that separated the garden from May Winslow's. He could have been carried just as easily. The scratches were no longer showing on Sarah Baines's arms. "Miss Baines," Dudley was the first to reach her. "Can we have a word?" "I've already spoken with the police, I'm busy." "But less busy than you were, or so I understand." Sarah stopped what she was doing and set the wheelbarrow down. She looked at them with sullen hostility, as if she was only looking for an excuse to start a fight. "What's that meant to mean?" "Well, you got fired by Giles Kentworthy, didn't you? The same weekend he got murdered?" Dudley made it sound as if the two events were an extraordinary coincidence. Sarah sneered at him. "You think I had something to do with it?" Her voice was hard-edged, pitiless. "You knew about the crossbow in Roderick Brown's garage. You were in and out all the time." "Doesn't mean I killed him." A wasp buzzed briefly around her head, and she flicked it away. "Yeah, I knew about the crossbow. Yes, I had access, but you think I'm stupid? You think I'd kill someone just because they gave me the push? I've got plenty of work here, and I'm doing very nicely, thank you very much." It was warm out in the sun, and she pulled off her gloves, revealing jagged nails stained with earth and nicotine. "Anyway, he wouldn't have booted me out if it hadn't been for his wife. The two of us got on all right, but she never liked me." "She found you in his office." "She tell you that?" "What were you doing there?"
I was in and out of that house all the time. I didn't just do their garden. I was their electrician, their painter, their bloody cleaner when Miss Ping Pong couldn't be bothered to do it herself. That's a bit racist, Dudley said. That's what Kentworthy called her. He didn't even know her real name.
You also killed dogs for 'em,
Hawthorne remarked, speaking for the first time. Baines gave Hawthorne an ugly look, taking it as a personal insult.
That's a lie, she said. I never touched Mrs. Winslow's dog. Why would I have done that? I'd never have hurt any animal, even if Giles Kentworthy told me to, and he didn't. Who are you, anyway? What gives you the right to ask me questions?
Giles Kentworthy lost a Rolex, Dudley said.
He was careless. He was rich enough, he could buy another.
How long were you in prison?
Hawthorne asked. The question had come out of nowhere, but it was a blow that landed. Sarah looked around her as if she was afraid someone might have heard.
Who told you that?
She demanded.
You did, Sarah, with those tattoos of yours. That's not ink under your skin, is it? There's no proper ink in the nick. I'd say it's soot from burnt hair grease or maybe burnt plastic mixed with water and alcohol. And those designs you've chosen. A lot of inmates have a dice on their arm. It means they're prepared to take risks. And the spider's web, it's the prison that traps the spider. Out of interest, how long were you in for?
Sarah reached into her jeans pocket, took out a packet of cigarettes and lit one. She was wondering whether to answer.
I was stitched up, she said at length. I did 6 months at Feltham. Burglary.
And?
2 years at Newhall, Wakefield. I hurt someone in a pub.
Hurt?
I put a glass in his face. He deserved it.
Hawthorne sighed.
They always do.
That was 3 years ago. Sarah scowled. What's it got to do with you?
Well, someone has just been shot with a crossbow, Dudley said, so it might be a tiny bit relevant.
I've already spoken to Khan.
Detective Superintendent Khan to you, I think.
He knows who I am, what I've done. I didn't murder anyone. And if he thought I had, why would I still be free?
Why did May Winslow recommend you for the job?
Hawthorne asked.
Because she's a decent sort, not a hard bastard like you.
She took a breath.
I was looking for work, she went on. I was knocking on doors all over Richmond, but nobody trusts anybody anymore. She was the only one who listened to me. She took me in, and one after another all the others followed.
Why Richmond?
Richmond's full of rich people, or haven't you noticed? I did an open college network course in farms and gardens at Newhall, and I've always been good with my hands. I'm doing all right here. I don't need to steal Rolexes, and if you think otherwise, you're as stupid as Giles Kentworthy.
You sent Roderick Brown a text this morning, Dudley said. What was that about?
His petunias needed watering.
You really know anything about petunias? He pointed to the flowers on the compost heap. You've cut half of them down. She shrugged.
Well, almost 20 years out of date. It's got a mind of its own.
Sarah Baines had decided that the interview was over. She put her gloves back on, picked up the wheelbarrow, and headed towards the other side of the garden. The cigarette was still in her mouth. Benson and Hedges at £8 a pack, Dudley muttered. She's doing all right for herself. The two of them walked round past the well. Hawthorne briefly peered into the tunnel of ancient brickwork, but said nothing. They continued through a gate that led back to the close. You want to wait for the two old ladies? Dudley asked. And Dr. Beresford? Hawthorne shook his head.
I think we've done enough for one day. How do we get a taxi out of here?
The station's 5 minutes away.
I don't like tube trains.
They set off, walking up the hill towards the town centre. It was late afternoon, and the close was empty and silent, the shadows lengthening. At that moment, with no cars parked, no police officers present, and everything bathed in golden light, it could have inspired the cover of one of the books sold at the tea cosy. One murder had already taken place, but now there was a hushed expectancy, a feeling of evil in the air, and it would be easy to imagine that the stage had been set for another. Part 4. Fenchurch International. Chapter 1. Hawthorne was as unhappy with the second instalment as he had been with the first, and I hadn't even shown him the whole thing. I had deliberately kept back 1 or 2 sections that I knew he wouldn't like, and there were some parts I hadn't written yet. I would add them later. Our next session was particularly awkward. The weather didn't help. It was another one of those uncomfortably warm days that occasionally take hold of London, a city that was never really built to handle intense weather, so we had met on the balcony of my Clerkenwell flat, where a line of olive trees separated us from the traffic, and there was at least a hint of a breeze. A fountain that had looked good in the catalogue, but in fact resembled an oversized latrine, tinkled to one side, providing an illusion of coolness. Hawthorne didn't like the way I was writing the story. Perhaps neither of us had quite understood the power of the third person. I was describing what people were saying, thinking, where they had come from, how other people saw them, even though, unlike Hawthorne, I had never met them. I was using the notes, pictures, and recordings that he had given me, but I was interpreting them my own way, and he was insisting that was a departure from the truth. So, which one of us was actually in control? We were beginning to see that neither of us was. It was as if the characters themselves had taken control. I still had absolutely no idea who had committed the murder. The material he'd given me did not include the arrest report, and I'd probably need to meet him 3 or 4 more times to get to the end of the book. At this stage, I couldn't even be certain that the story would be worth telling. For example, I was very much hoping that Sarah Baines wasn't going to be revealed as the killer. With her prison record, her tattoos, and her possible involvement in the death of Ellery, she was frankly too obvious a suspect, and if it did turn out to be her, the solution would be much less of a surprise than if it was, say, Andrew Pennington who was revealed. Unfortunately, things seemed to be pointing that way. She had access to the garage. She knew about the crossbow. She had just lost her job. I also wondered how she had managed to sweet-talk an old lady who was also an ex-nun into giving her the job in the first place. Sitting on my terrace, Hawthorne poured himself a black coffee and lit his first cigarette. Curiously, what upset him most was the way I described John Dudley. He still hadn't answered any of the questions about the man I had effectively replaced, and he was as reluctant to talk about him as he was to tell me anything about himself. I'd scribbled a series of questions on a sheet of paper. How long had they known each other? Where did they meet? Where was he now? What had happened to Dudley in Bristol? I was still waiting for the opportunity to ask them.
"You've got him all wrong, mate," Hawthorne said.
What do you mean?
"Well, the description. Scruffy, sloping shoulders, lank hair. What does lank mean, anyway?"
It means limp, lifeless.
"That's wrong for a start. There was nothing wrong with his hair. Why do you say he wore scuffed shoes? John always wore trainers."
Well, I may have just imagined the shoes, but I think the general picture is accurate.
I searched around all the documents spread out on the table in front of us and pulled out a photograph. It was the only picture of Dudley I had found in the bundle he had given me. It must have been taken by a police photographer and showed Hawthorne and Dudley standing outside Riverview Lodge. Khan was in the background too, slightly out of focus.
His hair definitely looks a bit lank, I said. Those trousers of his are shapeless. And I've heard his voice on the recordings. I think my description fits him pretty well.
Keep trying to make him seem stupid. Yes, he had a strange sense of humour, but I'm telling you, he was sharp as a knife. In fact, I'd never have solved the case without him.
So you did solve it?
Of course I solved it. You think I'd be sitting here talking about it if I hadn't? Dudley was always on the money. He was the one who saw the packed suitcase in the hallway of the dentist's house, for example. Not me. That turned out to be important. And he also worked out that Sarah Baines had been in prison. He paused. I know you've been out with me a few times and you've never noticed a thing. In fact, you've helped the killers more than you've helped me, but he's not the same.
So what happened? I asked. I refused to rise to the bait.
If he's so brilliant, how come he's not working with you anymore? Why did you have to come to me?
Came to you because Peter James turned me down.
Only Peter James? I thought you approached half the crime writers in London.
I approached a few of them.
That's not the point. What I'm asking is, where is he?
I already told you I haven't seen him for a while.
He looked at me angrily.
Maybe this is a mistake.
He contemplated his cigarette.
but it's not too late to stop.
What are you talking about? I exclaimed. It's about 40,000 words too late. I'm not stopping now. I forced myself to calm down. Why can't I meet him? I asked.
Why would you want to?
To get his side of the story.
Hawthorne shook his head.
You don't need it. You've got mine.
His voice was bleak. He was warning me not to argue.
Well, at least tell me this. How did you meet him?
It's not relevant.
I'm the one writing the book, Hawthorne. Maybe I should decide what's relevant or not.
He'd been a police officer, but he was on sick leave. He came to London. We met.
That's not good enough.
That's all I'm going to tell you.
Then maybe you should go back to Peter James.
We'd never argued like this before. There was a brief silence while we glowered at each other. I decided to change the subject.
All right, then, I said. If you won't talk about John Dudley, let's talk about you and what was going on in your head.
I took out another page of notes.
Khan had telephoned you. You went round to Riverside Close. You talked to Linda Kentworthy, Roderick Brown, Gemma Beresford, Andrew Pennington, Adam Strauss and his wife. You didn't meet May Winslow and Phyllis Moore because they were at their bookshop. But I'm not sure they were suspects anyway, so here's the question. At this stage, on the first day of your investigation, had you guessed who did it?
I never guess.
You know what I mean. It's the one thing nobody ever tells you in a detective story. At what point does the detective solve the crime? It's a remarkable coincidence that he or she only seems to arrive at the solution in the last couple of chapters, but it's always made clear that the main clues, the ones that gave the whole thing away, turned up long before. Sitting there on the balcony of my flat, with the water trickling down the wall, it quite amused me to put Hawthorne on the spot. At this point, how much had he worked out?
I didn't know who killed Giles Kentworthy, he admitted. It's not like that. You don't just meet someone and say, oh, he's the killer. You've got to talk to everyone, see how they fit together. And at the point you've reached, there were people we hadn't even spoken to. May Winslow and Phyllis Moore, for a start, and they were just as much suspects as everyone else. Dr. Beresford, Kylie the nanny, Damien the carer, Jean-Francois, the French teacher. The picture's not complete. But I'll tell you this, Tony. By the end of that first day, the finger was definitely pointing in one direction.
Who? He shook his head.
I didn't have a name. I just had an idea of what might have happened.
Tell me.
He didn't answer.
Hawthorne, it's great if the readers don't guess who did it. It's not so brilliant if the author doesn't know either.
He took pity on me.
Look, mate, I've told you everything that happened and you've written it down. And if you just read it all again, there's stuff that should be obvious to you. Things that don't make any sense.
Such as?
All right. 2 purported attacks in the space of a weekend. The old woman in Hampton Wick and Adam Strauss at Richmond Station.
You say purported. Do you think Adam Strauss falling down the stairs could have just been an accident?
Whatever happened at the station had to be a part of it.
That's why you wanted to see the CCTV footage?
Exactly. Although it didn't help in the end. Anyway, that's not so important. What you should really be focusing on are the 2 meetings.
What 2 meetings? He paused, then continued patiently.
There were 2 meetings in Riverside Close. The first one happened 6 weeks before the murder.
Yes, I've described that one. They all got together at the stables, but the Kentworthys didn't show up.
That's right. But what's interesting is to look at the events before that meeting and then compare them with what happened afterwards.
I still didn't know what he was talking about.
There was an escalation, he explained. Andrew Pennington's flowers got torn to shreds. The dog got put in the well.
Adam Strauss's best chess set got smashed and a man died.
Hawthorne nodded.
3 deaths. Giles Kentworthy, Ellery the French bulldog, and Raymond Shaw, a patient of Dr. Beresford.
I couldn't tell if he was joking or not, listing them like that.
Was Raymond Shaw deliberately killed? I don't know anything about him. I don't even know who he is.
He had a heart attack in Dr. Beresford's surgery. It was a natural death.
I gave up.
So, when was the second meeting? I asked. How do you even know it happened?
He looked at me a little sadly.
You wrote it. Didn't you see it?
No.
He looked at me like a teacher with a difficult child.
When I was with Roderick Brown, he mentioned that there had been a meeting, and the moment he said it, he looked scared. You describe it perfectly. Something close to panic flitted across his eyes. He thought he'd given away too much, and he quickly added that this was a meeting that had happened a long time ago. 6 weeks.
Hawthorne waited for me to react.
He wanted us to know it had happened a long time ago. It was obvious to me that he was deliberately steering us away from a more recent meeting to one that had happened earlier. The same thing happened with Gemma Beresford, the doctor's wife. Dudley asked her if she and the neighbours had ever talked about killing Giles Kentworthy, and straight away she went on the defensive. No, of course not. When would anyone ever say something like that? I never heard anything. Too much denial. She went on to say I couldn't turn her against her friends. She was protecting them. They'd met, and they talked about murder. And then there was the clincher. I asked Andrew Pennington about the meeting when the Kentworthys didn't show up, and he said, "You're referring to the meeting we had 6 weeks ago. Not a meeting, the meeting. Because there was more than one."
Oh, surely that's just semantics.
The trouble with you, Tony, is that you're great with long words, but you never think them through. The semantics, it's the small things that matter. That's how criminals give themselves away.
So, what happened at this second meeting?
You can find out for yourself.
He produced another sheaf of interviews and handwritten notes and handed them to me.
You take a look at all this and put something together, maybe without the parakeets and the climbing roses, and we can meet in a couple of weeks and see where we are.
And that's it?
What else do you need?
I told you I'd like to meet John Dudley.
That's not going to happen.
Chapter 2. I wasn't going to let it go. Hawthorne's remark had annoyed me. It was unfair to say that I'd never noticed anything when I'd followed him on his investigations. I noticed and described lots of things. It's just that I wasn't always aware of their significance. Yes, I did make mistakes. Getting a senior police officer to arrest the wrong person was certainly one of them. My questions did sometimes have unintended consequences. An old man's house got burnt down, for example. And I'd been stabbed twice. Even so, I'd say that I was often quite helpful, especially considering that, unlike Dudley, I had never been in the police force. I had very little to go on. I had heard Dudley's voice on the recordings he had made throughout the day, but he had no discernible accent, and although he had travelled in and out of London with Hawthorne, I couldn't be sure he even lived in the city. He had mentioned working in Bristol. I thought briefly of using a computer search engine to track him down, but there seemed little point. I couldn't even be sure I'd been given his real name. That gave me another idea. I've already mentioned the book I was working on, Murder at the Vaudeville Theatre. In it, I had described how I had been forced into hiding in Hawthorne's flat, fearing that I was about to be arrested for the murder of theatre critic Harriet Throsby. While I was there, I had been discovered by a man who had called in using his own key. This was Roland Hawthorne, who turned out to be Hawthorne's adoptive brother. It had always infuriated me that I knew so little about the man I was supposed to be writing about, so of course I had used the chance meeting to get some information out of him. It wasn't easy. Roland knew who I was, and he was careful not to give too much away. However, he had confirmed that his father, another policeman, had adopted Hawthorne, whose own parents had died in a place called Reeth. The two of them worked for an organisation that Roland described as a creative and business development service, but which sounded like a high-end security firm employing private detectives and investigators. They also seemed to own several flats in the same block where Hawthorne lived. Roland had told me very little more, but he had been carrying an envelope with him. It contained details of Hawthorne's next case. I had seen the name Barraclough written on the outside, and Roland had mentioned that it concerned a husband who had run off with another woman and who was now holed up in Grand Cayman. That was all he had said, but it was enough. If I could find Barraclough's wife, I might be able to track down the organisation she had hired to help her. It might be an opportunity to find out more about Hawthorne, and there was a good chance that John Dudley was working for this organisation too. I should have thought of all this sooner. It was time to get out from behind my desk. I went back to my computer. With the information I already had, tracking down Mrs. Barraclough wouldn't be too difficult. For a start, her husband must have worked in the world of finance. There are over 600 banks and trust companies in Grand Cayman, even though the entire island only stretches some 20 miles. Fraud and white-collar crime are as much part of the landscape as coral reefs and cocktails at sunset. I could easily see Mr. Barraclough as a crooked financier cheating on his wife. She would live in Mayfair or Belgravia. She would have a little black book with the names of several discreet detective agencies. She could lead me to the one that had employed Hawthorne. It helped that she had a fairly uncommon surname. I opened a search engine and found it almost at once on the second page. There was a report published in the Daily Mail with the headline, "Barraclough Fish and Chips Divorce." It referred to a hearing that had taken place just a few months before, and the timeline fitted exactly with my visit to Hawthorne's flat. I read, "The American wife of a well-known international financier has been awarded a remarkable £230 million in a High Court divorce case which the judge described as one of the most acrimonious I have ever heard. Sir Jack Barraclough and his wife, Greta, 59, were arguing over assets believed to be worth more than £500 million, including properties in New York, London and Grand Cayman. Their 19-year marriage came to an end earlier this year after Lady Barraclough discovered her husband was having an affair, but he made headlines when he publicly announced that she deserved the price of a fish and chip supper and nothing more. Greta Barraclough remains in the family home in Knightsbridge, London. The couple have 4 children. Hawthorne was wrong. I wouldn't have made a bad detective after all. I was fairly sure I had found the right name, and after several more searches, I came across an article in Hello magazine, that well-known shop window for the wealthy and famous, dated August 2009. The Barracloughs, socialites, philanthropists, and entrepreneurs, were showing off the house they had just bought and redecorated. Sir Jack was solid and pugnacious. His wife tended more to the glamorous and artistic. Were they already unhappy in each other's company? It was hard to tell. They had been photographed together and apart in several of the rooms, surrounded by vast stretches of marble, gilt-edged mirrors, chandeliers, and a grand piano that didn't look as if it had ever been played. Everything, including them, had been airbrushed to perfection. There was no dust or dirty laundry anywhere to be seen. Their 4 sons, the youngest 6 months, the oldest 8 years, had been arranged like stuffed toys on a velvet sofa, collector's items, with even the baby displaying that easy self-confidence that comes when you know Daddy has millions in the bank. Lady Barraclough loved the house. "It's so marvellous being just a minute's walk from Harrods," she told the magazine, which provided me with the next piece of the puzzle. I launched Zoopla, the property website, and, street by street, searched for houses in the immediate vicinity of Harrods department store in Knightsbridge. This took a bit longer, but eventually I came across a property in Trevor Square, just the other side of Brompton Road. It had sold for £18 million in 2008, and, comparing it with the pictures of the Barracloughs' home in Hello, I could see that they were one and the same. I went over there straight away. Chapter 3. "You wrote this?" Greta Barraclough asked. She was holding a copy of The Word is Murder, the first book I had written about Hawthorne. "Yes, I thought you might like a copy." "That's very kind of you." She set it down beside her in a way that somehow told me she would never open it, like the piano. It didn't matter. The book had been the calling card that had got me in. I'd been very lucky. Lady Barraclough could have been in her second home in Barbados. She could have been in any one of the 5-star hotels she frequented all over the world, or cruising with friends in the Mediterranean, or out riding in the countryside. But that same afternoon, I'd tracked her down to the 5-bedroom, £18 million house that she had bought close to Harrods, and which she had wrestled from her ex-husband. Not only that, I'd managed to talk my way past her unsmiling butler, an even less amicable personal assistant, and into one of her half-dozen living rooms where we were sitting now, perched on velvet sofas, facing each other and separated by a monstrous Indonesian coffee table with an assortment of quite unappetizing biscuits and small cups of tea laid out in front of us. But then she knew my books. Her children were all boys, now aged 9 to 17, and at least one of them had read Alex Rider. It's one of the things I found throughout my career. Being a children's author opens doors. For a woman who had ended her marriage with £230 million in her pocket, she seemed extraordinarily damaged. Had Sir Jack's betrayal really been that bad? The different parts of her body didn't seem to fit together properly, her knees barely carrying her across the room, and her hands swivelling unnecessarily as she sat down. She had the sort of self-awareness that suggested she might once have been beautiful, that heads would have turned as she entered the room, but that had been another room and a long time ago. What remained were sad, empty eyes, thin strands of colourless hair hanging down to her shoulders, a long neck and a hollowed-out throat. She looked as if she hadn't eaten in days. Expensive jewellery clung to every possible part of her body, ears, wrists, fingers, neck, but only put me in mind of an Aztec mummy. Something in her had died. At the door I had given my name and my book to a severe young woman who was either Spanish or Portuguese. This was Maria, Lady Barraclough's personal assistant. I had explained who I was and asked to speak to Lady Barraclough on an important personal matter, assuring her that it would take no more than 10 minutes and that the book was a gift to show my appreciation for her time. Maria had made me wait while she disappeared into the inner recesses of the house. I was quite surprised when, 15 minutes later, I was invited up to the first floor. We took the stairs, although I noticed what looked like an antique French lift to one side. "Why have you come here?" Lady Barraclough asked me now. She had a throaty voice, and when she spoke, something in her throat rippled like a miniature keyboard. "What is it you wish to know?" Did you ever meet a man called Daniel Hawthorne?" I asked her. She nodded. "Of course I met him. I hired him." I was surprised she was so matter-of-fact. From the day Hawthorne had walked into my life, he had shrouded himself in mystery, but to her he was just another employee. I wondered what the relationship between them had been like. "He investigated your husband," I said. "Do you really expect me to talk about this with you?" I'm sorry, I don't mean to intrude." "You are intruding. This is still extremely painful for me. It's all public knowledge. I've had my whole life eviscerated in the tabloid press. Did you read what they wrote?" "Some of it." "They're beasts. They have no humanity." She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, then slowly opened them. "My husband had an affair with my son's Russian tutor. Can you imagine that? This woman came into our house. She sat at our table and she ate our food. She taught our son. I call her a woman, but she was only a girl, 20 years younger than my husband. He took her to Grand Cayman. I did not know this, but I suspected it. Men are like schoolboys. Their whole life they are schoolboys. He lied to me, but I knew he was lying, and I was determined to discover the truth." She paused, and I saw a shroud of puzzlement cross her face, and for a brief moment she had forgotten who I was. "Why are you asking about him?" she demanded. "What has it got to do with you?" "I'm not here about your husband," I assured her. "I need to contact the agency that you used, the one that employed Mr. Hawthorne. It's difficult to explain, but I'd be very grateful if you could give me their address." "What do you need them for?" "I'm looking for someone. I'm hoping they may be able to help." "Someone you know?" "Someone I want to know." She thought for a moment. "Marcus always liked your books," she said. "So did Harry, my youngest son. I don't see the two of them very much. Marcus went to Montenegro with his father, and Harry—" She tried to summon up a memory of where Harry had gone. It didn't come. She reached forward and pressed a remote control resting on the table. "I think you're making a mistake," she said. "The company that I used was extremely efficient. They tracked my husband down. They managed to hack into his telephone, although I thought it was meant to be impossible. I had an idea who might have done that for them. It had to be Kevin Chakraborty. But I said nothing. They gave me a printout of every single message he had sent his mistress. They even provided me with filmed footage of the two of them in bed together, first in a hotel in London, later in Grand Cayman. When we divorced, they tracked down all his assets, including properties I didn't even know he had. There was nothing he could hide from them. They delivered him to me, signed and sealed, tied with a red ribbon. This is what I want you to know.
They enjoyed what they did. I asked them for the truth, but they didn't need to rub my face in it. They spared me no details of my husband's infidelity.
Are you talking about Hawthorne? I interrupted.
Not Hawthorne, no. I liked him. He's a good man, a kind man. Not at all like the people he was working for. I sometimes got the feeling that I wasn't so much their client as their victim. They belong to a different world to you and me, and if you employ them, you will understand what I'm saying. My advice to you would be to stay well away. They will cost you a great deal. How many of these books have you sold? You will have to be very wealthy indeed to afford them. It is not just your money that they will take from you. They're like vampires. They'll suck you dry.
A door opened at the back of the room, and the personal assistant appeared.
My guest is leaving,
Lady Barraclough announced. Then, just as I thought she wasn't going to give me the information I needed,
the company is called Fenchurch International. Maria will give you their contact details and their address.
I got to my feet. Thank you, Lady Barraclough. She shuddered.
Don't call me that. I lost the title along with everything else.
She took one last look at me.
Thank you for the book. I would ask you not to return here. I really want nothing more to do with you. Now, I'll wish you a good day.
Maria showed me out of the house. When I got to the end of the street, I turned round and looked back. She was still there, watching me, making sure I wasn't going to come back. Chapter 4. I'm not sure what I was expecting from Fenchurch International, but I walked past the drab 3-story building twice before I noticed it was there, and even then I wasn't sure I was right. It didn't have any signage, and one of the numbers had fallen off. The area was prestigious enough. This was, after all, the financial district of the City of London, but the office had all the charm of a civic building put up on the cheap back in the 70s. The architecture was strikingly utilitarian, all concrete and glass, with 4 rows of identical windows and a nasty revolving door. This led into a cramped reception area with a single woman working on her nails, a headset connecting her to an old-fashioned console on a faux marble desk. "Hello, can I help you?" She brightened up when she saw me. I got the impression that, despite her job description, this was a receptionist who didn't have that many guests to receive. "I'm here to see Mr. Morton." "And you are?" "Anthony Green." It was probably stupid of me to use my wife's name. I'd be found out, eventually, but it had occurred to me that if I had gone in as myself, they would almost certainly have known my connection with Hawthorne and might have refused to see me. "4th floor, room 5, you can use the lift." The lift was as out of date as the rest of the building, with solid aluminium doors and chunky buttons that sprang back when they were pushed. It moved slowly. The 4th floor corridor was equally disappointing, not shabby or cheap, despite everything the rent on this place must have been astronomical, but almost deliberately unimpressive. It must have been years since I'd last walked on parquet flooring. A woman with spectacles and her hair tied in a bun hurried past me, nervous and unsmiling, clutching a bundle of papers. I walked past rooms 1 to 4 and knocked at the one at the end of the corridor. "Come!" Why do some people use that construction? Why do they drop the "in"? The voice had come from the other side of the door, and I opened it to find myself in a small, square room with a window looking out over railway lines branching out from Fenchurch Street Station, which was about 5 minutes' walk away. A man was sitting behind the sort of desk a child or a cartoonist might draw. He'd been typing on a laptop computer, but he closed the lid as I came in and looked up affably. "Mr. Green?" "Mr. Morton?" "Alistair Morton, please." He gestured me towards the 2 identical armchairs that faced each other across an ugly glass coffee table with a couple of files on top. I examined him as we sat down. He was not an attractive man. Somewhere in his 40s, out of shape, with a sprouting of hair on his chin that was too scrappy to be a beard, but which nonetheless must have been grown by design. His eyes were tired, and his skin was not good. He was wearing a dark jacket and jeans with an open-neck shirt, the same uniform as those Californian tech entrepreneurs who are worth billions and are brilliant enough to have invented some new algorithm or sent tourists into space, but who work on their appearance to suggest the opposite. He had difficulty breathing. Even the short journey from the desk to the chair had tired him. I wondered if he was ill. Certainly it was hard to believe that this was the man who employed Hawthorne, his adoptive brother Roland, and quite possibly John Dudley, too. Nothing about him fitted with what Lady Barraclough had told me, her sense of being victimised and humiliated. Perhaps she'd met someone else.
"So you're looking for a missing person?"
he began. His voice was throaty. He licked his lips at the end of the sentence. "Yes."
"And you were recommended to us by Lady Barraclough?"
That's right. She spoke very highly of you."
"Oh, that's very good of her. How is she?"
Not terribly well, I'm afraid."
"Oh, well, it's an unpleasant business."
He sniffed apologetically, took out a paper tissue and wiped his nose.
"Who is it you want to find?"
"His name is John Dudley. He used to be a police officer. I know very little about him. He may have worked in Bristol. When I met him, he was working as a private detective, and it occurred to me that he might be employed by you."
"There's no John Dudley working here as far as I know. Why do you need to find him?"
I can't really explain. There's something I want to ask him." Morton considered this.
"What else can you tell me?"
I have his photograph." I took out the picture I'd been given by Hawthorne. It showed the two of them together. "This was taken 5 years ago. John Dudley is standing on the left. The man who's with him is called Daniel Hawthorne."
"And Mr. Hawthorne can't help you?"
He won't help me. He doesn't want me to meet Dudley." Morton had only glanced at the photograph. He didn't seem to have recognised Hawthorne and hadn't reacted at all to his name.
"Where was this taken?"
he asked. "Riverside Close. It's a private street in Richmond." He laid the picture down.
"I'd have thought it'd be a simple matter to find him,"
he said. "For you, perhaps, but I'm certain that Hawthorne works for you. Lady Barraclough told me that she met him. I'd be interested to know anything you can tell me about him."
"What exactly?"
"I want to know how his parents died and what happened in Reeth." That was the moment when the pretence ended. I saw it in his eyes, a flash of intelligence, even cruelty. Alistair Morton had known who I was before I even walked into the room. All along he'd been toying with me, seeing where this was going to lead. We looked at each other like two actors who have come to the end of a rehearsal and can now put down their lines.
"Hawthorne isn't going to be pleased that you came here,"
he said. "You know who I am?"
"You think we'd just let anyone walk in here?"
Now he was having less trouble with his breathing.
"Who do you think we are? The second you emailed us from your wife's computer, we knew everything about her, who she was married to, and therefore obviously who and what you were. For what it's worth, you also gave us access to the financial accounts of a film production company for the last 7 years, her personal bank details, all her email correspondence, and 7,230 family snaps. If I were you, I'd think twice before doing that again."
"Does Kevin Chakraborty work for you?" I asked. He ignored this.
"We know all about you, too. Born in Stanmore in 1955, unhappy school days, you seem to have talked about that at quite worrisome length. Both parents dead of cancer. You ought to have regular scans."
"How do you know I don't?"
"Your wife, your sons, your Labrador, everything. Do you really think it was a good idea walking in here pretending to be a client?"
"Well, it seems to have worked," I said. "I've managed to meet you."
"You needn't have bothered. I was going to call you anyway. I was thinking we might have a drink."
"You've read my books about Hawthorne?"
"I've read all 4 of them. I can't say I enjoyed them."
"I'm sorry to hear it." Then I remembered. "The last one hasn't been published yet."
"I want you to understand that I'm not at all happy about this project of yours, you and Hawthorne. I was very annoyed that he came to you with the idea in the first place. I don't want to be part of your narrative. In my business, we like to keep a low profile. In fact, no profile at all is preferable."
"What exactly is your business?" I asked.
"Security."
He made it sound obvious.
"I've also read some of the book you're writing at the moment. Do you have a title yet?"
"I'm thinking about Death Comes to a Close." He frowned.
"I don't get it."
"It's a play on words."
"I see that, but it doesn't really make any sense. It's life that normally comes to a close. How about close to death? It's a little more direct." He shrugged. Not that it really matters. I'd much rather this book didn't appear. Don't you have other fish to fry?
What are you talking about? I asked.
You're a busy man. The Ian Fleming estate wants a new Bond novel. You have television projects. You could find yourself doing something more constructive and safer than writing about Hawthorne.
You threatening me? He looked at me blankly.
I haven't said a single word that anyone could say was threatening. You might as well know that this conversation is being recorded to protect both our interests. Anyway, you've missed the point. I'm thinking of what's best for you. I know what happened at Riverside Close 5 years ago, and let me assure you that the story doesn't end well. Not for Hawthorne, not for you. Your readers aren't going to like it one little bit.
Perhaps I should be the judge of that, Mr. Morton.
Do you know who killed Giles Kentworthy?
That threw me. I have my suspicions, I said. He smiled at that.
If you'll forgive me for saying so, you don't ever get it right. You don't even come close.
Do you know?
Of course I do. It's one of the first rules in my line of business. Never ask a question unless you already have the answer.
He paused.
Would you like me to tell you?
I sat and stared. It was the most perplexing, the most difficult question I had ever been asked, and I didn't have any idea how to reply. Did I want to know who had killed Giles Kentworthy? Of course I did. It was the whole point of the book, and it would be wonderful, just for once, to be ahead of the game, by which I mean ahead of Hawthorne. I'd spent hours and hours raking through the documents he had given me, trying to decipher the information that might be useful and setting aside anything that was not. If I knew the answer, it would save me hours of time, reading, researching, reimagining. But did I want Morton to tell me? I wasn't so sure. This felt like the wrong time. The solution comes at the end of a murder mystery, not halfway through. It would be like cheating. It would take away the reason for finishing the book, a bit like being given the bill before the end of a meal. Everything that followed would be an anticlimax. And did I really want to be in debt to a man like this? I understood exactly what Lady Barraclough had said. He had made the offer quite deliberately. He was taunting me with it. And if I accepted, I would make the book his. And yet I had to know. I couldn't stop myself. "All right," I said. "Tell me." He smiled. A vampire smile.
It was Roderick Brown, the dentist. He would have done anything to protect his wife, and he killed Giles Kentworthy to stop the swimming pool being built. That was the end of the matter. Detective Superintendent Khan was given the credit for a successful investigation. Hawthorne was quietly removed from the case.
I sat back, reeling. Could it really be so simple? I couldn't believe it. All the questions, all the clues, all the dissimulations, all the different smoke screens added up to that? The killer was one of the most obvious suspects, with a motive he hadn't even bothered to hide. I'd almost have preferred Sarah, the gardener. At the same time, I knew that Morton had enjoyed telling me. He had just committed the cardinal crime in crime fiction, the one thing that no critic, however vituperative, has ever done. He had told me the ending before I had got to the end. "Why should I believe you?" I stammered. He'd been ready for this.
"Why would I lie?"
he asked. He opened one of the files and took out a clipping from a tabloid newspaper. He turned it round for me to read. I saw that it had been published on the 21st of July, 2014. Celebrity dentist found dead. Police have today revealed the identity of the man they believe was responsible for the death of Giles Kentworthy, the hedge fund manager found dead in his Richmond home on Tuesday morning. Roderick Brown, 49, who took his own life following the event, was once called a dentist to the stars due to the number of well-known personalities who visited his clinic in Cadogan Square, London. Mr. Brown had written a detailed note confessing to the murder of his neighbour, which followed a lengthy dispute. His wife is being looked after by relatives. Speaking at a press conference held at the scene of the original crime, Detective Superintendent Tariq Khan said, "This is a case of a neighbourhood feud spiralling out of control. Mr. Brown objected to Mr. Kentworthy's plans for a new jacuzzi and swimming pool in his garden, and this led to a double tragedy. I can confirm that there are no other suspects in this investigation, and to all intents and purposes, the case is closed. Giles Kentworthy will be cremated at Kingston Crematorium. He leaves behind a wife and 2 sons." "He killed himself?" It was all I managed to say. In a way, the second death, the suicide of the dentist, was as big a shock as the revelation that he was the one who had killed Giles Kentworthy.
"That's right."
Morton smiled at me.
There was a lot of news that week, but still you'd have thought they'd squeeze out a few more paragraphs. Celebrity dentists? They don't gas themselves every day.
Is that how he did it? Gas?
Nitrous oxide. Laughing gas. I don't think he can have found it too amusing, though.
I sat there, reeling. Part of me was wondering if Morton was tricking me, if he'd produced a fake newspaper report to throw me off the track. But that made no sense. The article felt real, and he knew perfectly well that I could cross-check it with other stories on the net. No, this was the solution. I could see it in his eyes, his cold assurance.
"Can I get you a glass of water?" Morton asked. "You look a bit shocked."
"I am shocked," I said. "I wasn't expecting you to blurt it out like that."
"It's too bad. But I'm sure you understand. I needed to prove to you that it's time to move on. There's no point writing the book."
Of course that was why he had done it. He simply wanted me to stop. "I don't agree," I said. From shock to dismay to anger and now to recovery, I was running rapidly through the emotions. Just because I know the ending, it doesn't mean I have to tell the reader. Once the book is finished, I may be able to twist it all round. I was already thinking of ways to rewrite the pages I'd done.
"You don't know what you're doing."
"I know exactly what I'm doing." "Why don't you want me to write it, Mr. Morton? Who exactly are you trying to protect?"
"I already told you."
"Is it Hawthorne? You said the story didn't end well for him. What happened? What did he do?"
"I think I've said enough."
Morton's eyes had narrowed. Right then I saw past the appearance and knew that this was one man I wouldn't want as an enemy.
"I suggest you think very carefully," he went on. "The story doesn't end the way you think it's going to. You may discover things about Hawthorne that you wish you hadn't known. And once you uncover them, there'll be no going back. It may end your friendship with him. Hawthorne is clever. He's very useful to us. But you know as well as I do that there's a darker side to his nature. You remember how and why he left the police force? Trust me, Anthony. There are plenty of other stories you can tell. Leave this one alone."
The interview was over. Alistair Morton stood up.
"It was nice to meet you,"
he said. I stood up. We did not shake hands. I walked back to the lift, which seemed to take even longer to return to the ground floor. I was totally confused. Roderick Brown was the killer. Roderick Brown was dead. How was I going to write my way around that? And what had Morton meant by those parting words, "The story doesn't end the way you think it's going to"? What else was going to happen? Suddenly, I needed to get back to my office, to break open the next raft of documents. What had started as a simple act of vengeance in a quiet suburban setting had already turned into something much darker. And I couldn't help wondering, was there worse still to come? Part 5. Another Death. Chapter 1. Hawthorne and Dudley knew something was wrong the moment they got back to Riverview Close the next morning. The ambulance had returned, along with a fleet of police cars. The number of officers on the scene had increased. The gaggle of journalists who had attended the murder of Giles Kentworthy was back too, more of them this time. There was also a constable standing guard at the archway. He'd been friendly enough the day before, but this time he blocked their path. "D.S. Khan wants to talk to you," he explained. "Well, we can find him," Dudley replied. "He says you're to wait here." The policeman spoke briefly into his radio, but it was another 10 minutes before Khan wandered over, smartly dressed in a navy blue suit and brown shoes, with his silver hair neatly brushed. As the cameras clicked, snatching another dozen photographs for the next day's news, he seemed not to have noticed them, and it must have been no more than a coincidence that he had presented the reporters with his best profile and his most serious, businesslike face. This changed as he approached Hawthorne and Dudley. He seemed irritated that they had arrived. "Nice of you to show up," he began, glancing at his watch. It was after 10 o'clock. 7-hour shift, Dudley replied, cheerfully. "Well, I'm afraid you've wasted your time." "You've made an arrest?" Not exactly, but, as far as I'm concerned, the case is closed. He lowered his voice, keeping his back to the press pack. Roderick Brown. He's written a letter confessing to the crime, and I'm afraid he's taken his own life.
How?
Hawthorne asked. Khan shook his head. That's not the first question I would have asked, but it makes no difference because there's nothing more for you to do. I would have called you to tell you not to show up, but as you can imagine, I've been busy. You're off the case. I'm sorry I wasted your time, but I don't need you anymore. You owe us for 2 days, Dudley said. 1 day. But I'm a reasonable man, I'll throw in the tube fare. We came by taxi. That's your lookout. It was remarkable how quickly Khan had turned against them. He'd been reluctant to employ them in the first place, but it was almost as if he was blaming them for the way things had turned out. A crime that had effectively solved itself, and a killer who had escaped justice. Neither of these would provide the publicity and promotion he had hoped for. Worse still, his use of Hawthorne would have sent a signal to his superior officers. He had shown a lack of confidence in his own abilities, when, if he'd just waited a couple of days, the whole thing would have gone away.
I don't believe Roderick Brown killed anyone, Hawthorne said, and that includes himself.
You don't? Really? And why's that?
I met him. He didn't have it in him.
That's right, Hawthorne. You knew him for, what, all of half an hour? I bow to your superior instincts, but you're wrong. Roderick Brown gassed himself in his garage with a cylinder of nitrous oxide used by dentists as a sedative. He's sitting in there right now with a plastic bag over his head.
What sort of bag?
Tesco? From the middle of Richmond? Did he shop at Tesco? Dudley sounded surprised. I had him down as more of a Waitrose sort of guy. Khan snapped back. I very much doubt that he thought about which supermarket he planned to advertise in his last moments. He was found this morning by Sarah Baines, the gardener. You might like to know that the garage was locked from the inside. The key was in the door.
So how did Sarah get in?
Brown's neighbour, May Winslow, was a keyholder in case of emergencies. Sarah needed to enter the garage to get her tools and start work, but there was no answer from anyone in the house, so she went next door. Mrs. Winslow found her key, and the two of them opened the front door, walked through the kitchen, and went into the garage that way. Except they couldn't open the door because the key was in the lock, on the other side. Sarah did that old trick with a piece of wire and a sheet of newspaper, wiggled the key out and pulled it underneath the door. Then they went in and discovered the body.
Are they on your suspect list?
There are no suspects, Hawthorne, so there is no list. Brown was in his car, which was also locked, windows and doors, with the ignition key, the only ignition key that we've been able to find, in his left trouser pocket. A locked car in a locked garage, and on his lap, right in front of him, we found a letter. It was written in his own hand and signed, setting out his intentions in plain English. Khan smiled mirthlessly. I'd say that adds up to an open and shut case.
No such thing,
Hawthorne replied.
Let's take a look. I'd say you owe it to us, Khan. You dragged us halfway across London. Where's the harm?
I don't see...
And I'd like to talk to Roderick Brown's wife.
She's not here. Brown took her to her sister yesterday morning. He explains in the letter he didn't want her to see what he was going to do.
I'd like to see the letter, too.
Hawthorne took a step closer, standing right next to Khan so that there was no chance of anyone overhearing.
Just suppose you're wrong, he said quietly. Suppose there's something you've missed. If there's a killer still out there, you might even have a third death on your hands, and maybe it'll be Strauss or Pennington next. How do you think that will look in your CV?
Khan hesitated. For all his dislike of Hawthorne, he had to admit that he might have a point. Chief Superintendent in 2 years, then Commander, then all the way up to Commissioner. He and his wife had his future all planned. From the day he'd joined the police force, he'd had more than his share of luck, but he knew that even one miscalculation could do incalculable damage to his image and, subsequently, his career. That was the trouble with being a high flyer. There were too many bastards waiting for you to fall, and this Richmond business, 2 deaths in a nice upmarket community, could all too easily go sour. He came to a decision. Well, since you're here, you might as well stay, just for today. but you're now in an unofficial capacity as observers. You're not getting paid. It was a mean little victory. Khan had found a way of capitulating while still showing he was the one who pulled the strings. He walked with them back into Riverview Close. As they continued towards the dead man's house, Terry Strauss suddenly appeared, coming out of the stables, clutching the edges of the silk kimono she had wrapped around herself. "What's happened?" she demanded. "Please go back into your home, Mrs. Strauss," Khan said. "Is it true that Roderick is dead?" We'll talk to you shortly." They went round the side of the house, Khan leading the way. The garage was too small for the number of forensic officers who needed to get in, so they'd raised the up-and-over door to provide access from the drive. D.C. Goodwin was inside, in charge of a slimmed-down team. The Skoda Octavia Mark III took up almost all the available space, and the body was still inside it, sitting in the front seat, behind the steering wheel. The police photographers had struggled to get a good angle, and bagging the hands and feet had required unusual contortions, the procedure made all the more grotesque by the fact that Roderick had already done the same for his head. The forensic team had left much of their equipment outside. Standing in the driveway, looking into the garage, Hawthorne could see very little, a vague shape on the other side of the back window. The driver's window had been smashed. There were fragments of tinted glass scattered over the concrete floor. Without waiting for permission, Hawthorne moved forward, avoiding a puddle on the floor, and eased himself down the side of the car. A couple of men in white protective overalls glanced at him curiously, but didn't try to challenge him. Now he could see the body, the supermarket bag, the gas cylinder sitting on the passenger seat, the rubber tube stretching across. "That's a 900-litre cylinder of medical-grade nitrous oxide, 100% pure." Khan had followed him. "We've already confirmed that it's the same manufacturer and supplier that Mr. Brown used at his Cadogan Square clinic, and he seems to have kept spares in the basement of his house. I'll say one thing for him, he didn't do things by halves. As well as the gas, he'd taken an overdose of zolpidem, a well-known sleeping pill, and there was about a quarter of a bottle of scotch in his bloodstream. Put them together, though, and they still wouldn't have been enough to kill him. My guess is that he was already half asleep when he turned on the gas. He arranged things, so he slept through his own death."
"Who broke the window?"
Hawthorne asked. "That was Sarah Baines. It was the right thing to do. When she and Mrs. Winslow entered the garage, the car's windows and doors were all locked. Mr. Brown wasn't moving, but there was always a chance he could have still been alive. She smashed the window, which set off the alarm and woke up all the neighbours, if they weren't already up and about. The moment she leant in, she saw it was too late. He was a goner."
"You're aware of a prison record?"
"Burglary and a pub brawl where someone got glassed? Of course I know. This is a different league. Roderick Brown liked her. When I spoke to him, he only had good things to say." "When was the time of death?" Dudley asked, standing at the entrance. Just before midnight." "The same as Giles Kentworthy. The middle of the night seems a popular time to get yourself done in, if you're living in Riverview Close." He wasn't done in. Khan glowered at Dudley. "Mrs. Winslow and Sarah Baines came in, as I explained. The up-and-over door was bolted from the inside, and they entered through the house. Mrs. Winslow was the first to see the body, and, as you can imagine, she was deeply shocked. If you talked to her, it would be nice if you could try and hold back on that sense of humour of yours." They were preparing to lever the body out. Roderick Brown's head was still concealed. "Has anyone taken that bag off yet?" Dudley asked. "No, why do you ask?" "It'll just come as a bit of a surprise if you discover that it's not the dentist sitting in the car." Khan felt a brief moment of unease, then remembered that the dead man was wearing some of the same clothes he'd had on the day before, white shirt, linen trousers, moccasins, along with a pale blue jacket that was very much in Roderick Brown's style. It was him all right. It had to be. Meanwhile, Hawthorne had turned his attention to the rest of the garage. He mentally ticked off the gardening tools, the paint pots and brushes, the golf clubs, the tap with its plastic bucket, all the items that had been there when he had visited the day before. There were a few additions, and he looked at these with particular interest. A box of electrical bits and pieces, plugs, cables, connectors, had been dumped on one side of the door. A Dyson Hoover with a cracked plastic casing was propped up next to it. A dustbin bag revealed a collection of old DVDs.
"Where do these come from?"
he asked Khan. Khan was standing on the other side of the car. He was aware that everyone in the garage could hear what was being said. Maybe he was having a clear-out, he suggested.
"Having a spring clean before he topped himself."
Leaving things nice and tidy behind him. You don't know what was in his mind. What are you doing now? Hawthorne was being careful not to touch anything, but he was craning his neck, examining the skylight above the car. It projected above the flat roof, but it hadn't been constructed in a way that allowed it to open. "You're thinking that someone could have got in or out via the roof," Khan said. "Well, DC Goodwin went up there just before you arrived. The whole thing is screwed in, and it looks as if the screws have rusted solid. She got a screwdriver and tried to undo them. They wouldn't budge."
"What's happened to the suicide note?"
"It's in the house. Now, if you don't mind, I'd ask you to leave the crime scene. We need to get the body out."
"Whatever you say, Detective Superintendent."
The three men went back into the house and sat down at the kitchen table.
"It's not suicide,"
Hawthorne said. "It can't be anything else," Khan replied sourly. "A dead man in a locked car in a locked garage. That's a new definition of a riddle wrapped in a mystery locked in an enigma," Dudley misquoted.
"Where's this suicide note?"
Hawthorne asked. "It's been taken away for examination, but I've got a picture." Khan had left his laptop on the table and